let's think that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. Fucking tight. Fuck you. Fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and joining me is Noah Colwin, and we're live and alive from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. It's Saturday Fun Day. That's right. It's Saturday, March 8th, 2025, and we're burning through it. We're burning through the days. We're burning through the month of March already. It's already the 8th of March. I don't know how the frick that happened. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast, as you guys know, where I tell you about my personal news. Last night I did 2 hours of uninterrupted Marvel Rivals, where I was on the losers queue for most of the competitive play portion, and then I finally got on the winners queue, but then I had to leave. And the reason why I had to leave is because I had to go show support to a little known comedian that you guys might have heard about. Yeah, I permit someone yesterday, but honestly, I felt bad. Not be doing politics, chatter, who says, can we do politics, please? Actually, here you go. Take a perma, okay? Eat the perma, 8-month subscriber. One of the most annoying things of all time. Yeah, while I was in the losers queue, I felt bad. I'm gonna unban him. I'm gonna start off with the unban Blue Pop Ice. There you go. Harsh? No, it was deserved, dude. It was deserved because, I mean, it was in the moment. It was deserved. Okay. Oh, never mind. Lake already timed him out. And changed their perma to a timeout. Anyway, went back in and fixed it. Tough but fair. I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. It's just like hella annoying, especially because I'm doing an ad too. I'm already doing an ad. I love the game, but I'm clearly having a little bit difficult of a time playing. And you're over here being like, do politics.
Actually, do you think sucking at video games could be praxis?
Yeah, it is, because video games are bourgeois decadence, or video games are reactionary.
Well, intentionally sucking, I mean tanking it. It's it's a way of bringing down the system, I think.
Yeah, that's
actually maybe. No. He's redistributing the dubs to other people.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to explain to people. Where it's like, yeah, I suck at video games, but if I can suck at video games and have the confidence to still play, you should be able to as well. That's what it is. Hassan, you are such a misogynist. Is International Women's Day gun should be out? It's true. It's true. We are celebrating International Women's Day right now. But I'll put the guns out in a little bit. But yeah, I went to Stavi Baby's show last night. Little known comedian. I don't know if you guys know him. He's like kind of funny at times when he tries. I mean, he's as funny as like a Greek man can get. You know what I mean? Greek's not necessarily known for being funny, but he's like I suspect he has a little Albanian in him, and I think that's probably the reason why he's got like the humorous side. But I will say it was actually very interesting. I went with a normie friend of mine who's not really that much of a normie. His brain is rotted, and my brother. And it was kind of shocking seeing this man close out like Orpheum Theater, which is like a pretty big theater. You know, it wasn't, I don't think it was sold out, but it was almost sold out. And he had John Mulaney open for him, which was cool. Like that was.
I don't know. I'll say this: like, I think John Mulaney, that's a little small time for Stavy.
Yeah.
That's
He should have Dave Chappelle open for him.
Like, I don't know. I mean, what
Bill
about
Burr.
like Carlos Mencia?
Yeah. Did you meet John? I briefly passed him, but I was on my way to. I was basically on my way to running to the stage, so I didn't actually see it. But yeah, John Mulaney opened for Stav, which is so sick. He was the surprise guest. But the thing is, what I found that was crazy about it is that like Stavros is now officially like a famous comedian.
I think so. I mean, it's been that for a minute. It's very weird.
Well, it's weird to me because like I don't like. That's just a dude. You know what I mean? That's like a dude I've known for years at this point.
Yeah, well, you're already famous, dog, and so it's like you see somebody.
But I
come
don't
up
think
like,
I'm famous.
Yeah, well,
that's the difference.
Yeah, whereas like I see a guy like that, and I'm like, well, that's cool.
Yeah,
I guess I won't see him at the stand much anymore.
Yeah, like this dude that you were like a couple years ago, you're going to like, you're going to show support to.
Getting a ride home in the Ford Windstar or whatever it was he was driving.
Yeah, like, and now he's just like doing fucking theaters. It's insane.
It's very cool.
You're
Shout
both famous. Yeah,
so
but I don't
cool.
see. Okay, it's kind of like I'm 6'4", but I don't think that I'm 6'4". That's not top of mind all the time until I see myself in a photo and I'm like, oh, I'm that much larger than the average person. It's like that. You don't think about it because you're just in your mind, you're just a normal dude. These are the normal conditions that I live in.
I'm going to deny the fame allegations, but I will say the one thing that will happen to me, like this happened last year, it cracked me the fuck up. I was with a friend. We were getting pizza like by the West 4th Street subway in New York. And I was just talking to him and somebody came up and was like, excuse me, are you Noah Coleman? And then I was like, yeah, what? And I was like, I recognize your voice, dude.
Fame changed
Wait, no,
you.
and then this happened last month. I was playing Deadlock and somebody was like, wait.
Fame changed you.
Somebody was like, are you in the Blowback podcast? And I was like, this is too much, man. I'm playing Deadlock. I didn't come here to be worshipped. I came here to lose.
He loves Deadlock. It's weird.
I do like Deadlock. A game that no one seems to play, I guess.
Yeah. It's so funny because like it's a there's another streamer called Connor Eats Pants. He does the George Santos interview. He did the Elon interview.
Yeah.
He's really funny, but
yes, he is funny.
But one of his like meme account names is literally, what is it, like Hero of Deadlock or something? Like he literally memes about the face of Deadlock. That's his name.
He's the hero of Deadlock. Yeah. He's the ninja of Deadlock.
Yeah, face of Deadlock. He just
I think the face of Deadlock is like whatever guy can like scream a slur the loudest. That's based on my experience in like the chat in that game.
But yeah, I did go to the Stop show last night. That cheap motherfucker, the cheap Greek piece of shit put me in the nosebleeds. I'm just kidding. but I did sit in front of two HasanAbi heads and also behind two HasanAbi heads, which I knew the ones behind were HasanAbi heads because y'all were wearing my merch to the Stavi show. So that I did clock immediately, but I did not know that there were HasanAbi heads in front of us too. And I'm just like laughing my ass off, being loud as shit. So apologies to everyone around me. But yeah, I was in a little sandwich, took some photos out there as well, but yeah. And then had not one, but 2 beers. As a matter of fact, my dinner was 2 beers and a popcorn. And then I sweat my fucking ass off while I was sleeping last night. This is my TMI personal news part of the broadcast.
I've already heard the spiel. I heard about your crazy night, dog.
Yeah, you went to you watched your Knicks get shellacked again.
Yeah, I went to Knicks Clippers. No Brunson. It was a tight game. Mikal showed up. Mikal Bridges was looking crispy.
This man came to Los Angeles and watched both of the LA teams beat his Knicks.
No, well, I didn't know. That's not fair. I was at dinner when the Lakers beat the Knicks the first night, so I missed that beatdown. But no, the game last night, despite the injuries, my beautiful boys, they played their hearts out. I love you, New York Knicks.
Yeah, you know. they're just getting cooked. They're getting cooked out.
And I got to see James Harden live. I don't remember the last time I saw James Harden play. And Kawhi, he looks great. They look great.
LeBron hurt Brunson. Yeah, well, it is what it is.
It's war. It's combat. It's the game. It's ball.
Yeah, everybody always says.
The X-ray came back negative, so it's fine. It's chill. It's all good.
Yeah. Also, everybody always says like, oh, LeBron could never handle the tough plays. LeBron could never handle the tough plays of the 80s and 90s NBA. And then you're like, oh, but he injures people. Like, okay, well, pick a struggle. You got to pick one lane out of those two. Okay, is LeBron too physical of a player, or is he not physical at all? But yeah, we got, what is this? Max Foss just shredded referee's yellow card in the Sidemen charity match. Oh, we haven't even, I haven't even looked at like the charity match at all. I don't know what happened, but we'll take a look at some of the clips there too, because this is Fun Day. We're gonna do Saturday Fun Day. We'll do some news, like a little bit of news, a little bit of light news, But outside of that, I'm gonna be doing some fun shit, some fun reacts. Noah's going to be gone for a little bit, and then he's going to come back. And when he comes back, we'll do banana peels as well. What is this? Hassan finally meets LeBron. Gemma Lemon? What is this?
Gemma Lemon?
If LeBron played basketball with me one time, he would be taken aback by my fucking good-ass vibes. He's like, I will give you the secrets. This is how you will be able to dunk, like me. I accidentally call him dad. There's a brief moment where he pauses, and he says, it's okay, my son. And then it's like we have a real connection in that moment. Maybe kissing a little bit. And then I'm going to pour honey on him.
Oh, wow.
That was amazing.
Holy cow.
Oh, my God. That was amazing. Holy shit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't even remember saying any of those words.
Somebody did, damn.
Yeah, there was just a lot of truth that came out of me, and I didn't even realize, like, I didn't even think that I was saying those words. You know what I mean? It's just like it just happened. Yeah.
It's just you're getting in touch with your real desires.
Yeah, you can't hide that sort of feeling. It's just like it's sheltered. I dug deep there, Bro blacked out. Yeah, I did. But we'll do some fun shit. We worked out this morning. Noah got a workout in, so that was good, And here we are. That's it. It's time to blast off. Lolo is cheating. Yeah, I saw this. Saw Lolo in person, but fumbled and didn't say hi. He was with a lady, so I assume he's cheating on Hassan. Looking into this, messed up. Actually messed up. Yeah, not just with that lady, clearly. He's hanging out with like real socialists and shit. Is fucked up. But you know what? I got Noah. I've already replaced Alexander.
When I see Alex in New York again, next time I see him, I'll let him know that I took you.
Yeah.
You're mine now. And he'll know.
Yeah. He's gone. He's done. NMP fangirling over KSI.
My friend KSI is going to come and jump.
Yes! Yes! I wanted this the whole time!
Shut the fuck up. He performed Thick of It? No, he didn't. I can't tell if he was like memeing or if he was actually trying and then like got genuinely upset when people made fun of him for it. Like what is the Thick of It lore here, chat? You guys probably know a little bit better.
It's a great TV show.
It is. Oh my God, you're right.
It is a really good TV show.
It is a really good,
really funny TV show.
It is. That song was nominated for a Brit. What are they doing over there, bro? What are they doing? No, it wasn't. Shut up.
Please!
Is this like content creator tweaker?
This is my buddy, an
Please!
MP.
Please!
But the thing of his song is like so. Have you heard it?
No. So I'm about to hear it.
You're about to hear it,
Live
and you'll
react.
understand. You'll understand why. Like it's like kind of a meme where people either hype it up a lot. Or KSI's England's Kendrick. Stop, dude. That is so disrespectful. Look at Blackboy. Look at Max. Look at Max running a legendary Olympic run. Okay, going on a tear with some of England's best fucking artists, and you're saying this on the other hand, like that is Britophobia that I will not stand for. Okay. You cannot say that, dude. That is disrespectful to all parties involved. That's disrespectful to Kendrick. That's disrespectful to the entire nation. Like, I love shitting on England, okay? I love shitting on the British, but this is a bridge too far. How dare you?
Turn this shit up. Oro, don't mute, bitch.
I'm in my prime, but this ain't
Even final form.
They know me down, but still my feet, they find the floor. I went from the
It's crazy that a bunch of fucking content creators can do this, by the way. Like, look at this. This is a real...
Yeah, it's filling out.
There's a
That
real
place is
ass
full.
stadium that is like slammed, and I assume, how many views does this shit get, chat?
straight up, sold out tours.
It's at Wembley.
Wait, I'm about to put on my headphones for this
100K
one.
in a stadium.
How the story goes. Come on, chat. How the story goes. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows.
They know me where it snows, I skied in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold.
Here we go. Chat, come on.
From the
Screen to the ring, to the pin, to the king.
Where's my crown, where's my bling? Always drama when I ring.
It's for children in need. Yeah, except, you know,
The song or the event?
no, the event. They it's a massive charity event. It's great.
See, I lead.
Gotta show them the video. I don't want to do that to Noah. I don't want to do that to
Yeah,
Noah.
but you saw Tweaker, right?
Tweaker?
Yeah, Jello, Leangelo Ball song.
Oh, but that song is actually good though.
yeah, that song goes. I mean,
I like that song.
Yeah,
That's like a
well, that's what I meant when I said this is content creator Tweaker. Like this is.
no. This is, I would not compare.
You
Like
wouldn't compare.
that song, at least like is specifically crafted for a different era. Like that song would have gone hard on like NBA 2K. I
Listen,
don't know,
man,
back
the
in
next-
like 2000.
I mean, they like made it the anthem of the All Star. Look, like every locker room I knew when it came out was going nuts with it. Yeah, Tweaker goes.
Tweaker is for millennials, like for sure.
Tweaker's a millennial. This
But
is
in
Zoomer.
the thick of it is like, I don't know who it's for. Here, okay, you know what? I'm gonna show it to you. Fuck it. Here, this
Yeah,
is
let me
it. And Trippy Red's in it too. Which
I'm in
makes,
the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows, I skied in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold. 40 something millis off or so, I've been told. I'm in my prime, but this ain't even final form. They know me down, but still my feet, they find the floor. I went from
It's FUNDAY, you asked for this.
sold out tours. Life's fire, but once I'm ready for the war. Whoa. This is how the story goes.
I can see this being really big at like summer camp, you know?
I guess this is how the story
Oh,
goes. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where it snows, I skied in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold. 40 something millis off or so, I've been told. From the screen to the
You know, I'm
ring
thinking maybe
to
I
the
need to drink,
pen
I need
to
to
the
drink a cold
king.
prime
Where's my
right now.
crown?
dude, this is the worst part. This is the part.
The part that has the most replays.
I don't know nothing
Here,
but
you'll
no
see,
ice,
you'll-
I'm just cold. 40 something millis off or so, I've been told. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See, I believe.
Was my crown always drama when I ring?
Ring. Yeah, it's
bars. His bars.
This is how the story goes. I guess this is how the story goes. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. They know me where
Good
it
chat.
shows. I skied in and they froze. I don't know nothing but no ice, I'm just cold. 40 something millis off or so, I've been told.
Highway to heaven, I'm just cruising by my lawn.
I can't do this. I can't do the Trippy Red part. I'm sorry. I'm done. It's too much. We're
well,
blasting
now I know what to play when I need to get you to tell me secrets.
Yeah, no, this is a CIA interrogation
this is-
technique. This is a CIA torture. Please replace XQ's goalie next year. No, I will not be. Also, chat, I would do some shit like this, even though I don't like taking time off. They don't ask me. I'm not tight with the British content creators like that. And I perhaps am a little too controversial for them, or at least I'm not like big enough to not care about
Bro,
that
you're
controversy.
huge.
No,
You can lift so much. You're so much bigger than me.
okay, that's true. Yeah, I am.
You're like
I
a
am
foot-
size wise very big. Also, I'm not like a huge. I'm not. I'm not. What do you call it? Big into football anyway. I'm not like a
You don't
footy
like
guy.
footy?
Footy guy. If I was like, if they were doing a basketball one, I'm sure I would get invited to
gooner?
that. But I am not a gooner.
You should be a gooner.
Weren't you supposed to have Zerka on Fear and last year, but you slept in? That's the one time. That literally is the only time I've ever missed. That's the only time I've ever missed like a previous obligation. Ever missed like a previous obligation, a content thing that I set up, because that's how badly I was like fucked up by the Zero Gym Insta stories this week. You slacking on man cheek posting? I know I haven't really been posting.
He was doing it out of respect for me. I was just like, I was clowning on him so hard in the workout. I was making him look so whack, so weak,
Noah's so
thin
brolic
that he just like couldn't. He couldn't let you guys in on that.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I was embarrassed. Nah, after your FaZe Lazy tournament collab, you need to get a basketball trainer. Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay, like shut the fuck up. Speed assist the Kai.
Speed, hit it! Oh, it's still got it! Oh, it's got it!
I don't understand why. Like,
Speed, hit it!
Wait, sorry. I want to pause it right here. I want to see. Oh, we can't see. I just want to see if anybody's covering him. No, it looks messy.
that's crazy that he's just like walked.
Exactly.
Like no interest whatsoever in intercepting.
He's just
XQC
whatever.
was so bad, Lamau. Yeah.
Puts it in the roof of the net, and Speed might not be the most prolific finisher, but he can provide like nobody else.
Why are they saying he's not the most prolific finisher?
What a move from the Americans!
What a move from the Americans!
Since the last game,
is the
Kai
whole
has
thing
made
like
some
American
huge
versus
steps.
Brits? Is that
No,
the idea?
I think it's like, is it YouTube versus Twitch chat? Is that what it is? No, it might be. Is it no? Is it Americans versus Brits? I don't know. I literally don't follow this. No, because Nico is on the same team, and Nico is like he's British. He's British. Phantom is American, obviously. What is the? Oh, it's just Sidemen versus YouTube.
What's
Oh,
Sidemen?
so Sidemen is like the biggest British. Wait, but then Sidemen versus YouTube, but that doesn't make sense because then what do you call it? They got Jason on the Sidemen team.
I mean, maybe it's.
Put it in the mixer for someone
Oh,
else
there's-
who's maybe
yeah.
a more natural finisher. And say what you like about HasanAbi, Speed, hit it!
Sidemen and Friends versus YouTube. All right, nice. Sidemen and Friends versus YouTube. Max shouted you out. Yeah, I saw that. I have it right here. Hold on, I'm gonna show you in a second. Commentators cooking Logan Paul for being a Trump supporter. Oh, that's awesome. That's funny. Yeah, I've made fun of the British too much. That's why I don't get invited to this stuff. Yeah. You could have been there if you were into footy. That's right. It's true. It's true, lads. I don't know how to play soccer. Maybe I'm like
Do you
maybe
think these guys do?
no, some of
what
them
you're
do.
seeing,
No, some
like,
of them
do
do.
you
Some of them
see-
do. Some of them do. Like XG doesn't, but like fucking Speed is actually pretty decent.
Yeah. Well,
Logan
XQC
is
is clearly he's like fucking like Buffon. He's like a top G goalie.
Buffon.
WWE wrestler and a Trump supporter, which could be the first sign of CTE. Let's get that checked.
Logan Paul is Logan Paul's a wrestler and a Trump supporter. That could be the first sign of CTE. Is hilarious.
That is really good.
That is great. I like that. Yeah. Could be the first sign of CTE. It's because you didn't mourn the queen when she died at the ripe young age of 15 million. Yeah, that's true.
Hey, listen, she was
Speed-
a fine bird and a proper one.
Speed football lore. He gets in a lot of good positions, but always misses the goal when he shoots. He's actually got good vision for the game, dribbling wise, but his shooting is really bad. Hence the commentator's comment. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Steven tries is so funny as a commentator. Speed has horrible finishes. So a lot of you guys watch this, huh? Like I genuinely don't know anything about this. Like I was working out while this was happening, so I don't know. I don't know much about footy, and I don't so I always miss this whenever they do it. What was the final score, chat? What was the final score? Sketch won MVP. Watch the highlights. Sketch with the save. Sketch proves everyone wrong and
Oh, wow.
saves Mini Mr. Penalty. What are you doing then?
Right, this
Sketch saved a
The
penalty.
banker. It's just which corner he's putting it in.
Stick it on target, it goes in.
Wait, it was 9-9. Went to the pens. 5-4 in penalty. Fucking hell.
Simon!
That's
Wow.
crazy.
That's a good save. That was a good save.
I can't believe it's not butter!
Hold on, take that again. I want to see if he like telegraphed where he was putting that.
Simon, there's no way.
Like,
This
did he
is the
angle his
banker.
body
It's
too
just
much?
which corner he's putting it in.
This is the most British looking man of all
That
time.
is like the median British.
when
guy.
I
like,
see when I
like
think
when you
of
say bloke,
if
that's
I
who pops
if
into
I
your
closed
head.
my eyes and I thought like imagine a British man,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
would
yeah.
immediately
Wait, no, it's not.
pop
Close
up.
your eyes.
Yeah.
Imagine a bloke.
Yeah, this is it. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing
Imagine
him
a
right now.
chav.
Down to the hair and everything. It's a proper bloke.
Stick it on target, it goes
Well,
in.
I mean the one.
Simon!
Yeah, I mean that was. He showed a little. But no,
Okay,
still.
dude, that's
I mean,
crazy.
That's all,
You're-
but no, it's a good save. It was a good save. It was a good
yeah,
save.
this is this is like when I look at this man, I think of the Spod Bros or whatever it's called. Like I think like, oh, could I get some fucking tuna in my spud?
No, I want the P-barm.
Yeah,
I want
I want some tuna and
wet
mushy
pea- I want
peas
the
in
wet
my
pea
fucking
barm.
spud, lad. Yeah, Birmingham.
Yeah, wait. What was the scran for this match? What was the footy scran?
Oh no.
I need to know what they were eating. I need to know if they actually, if you do like a whole like Mimi ass soccer game in a stadium and you don't have wet P-barm, then I don't really know what you're doing.
You gotta do ass cheeks for
Like
Scran.
you need to have like.
But they think, but the
oh
problem
wait,
is,
people are putting out. It might just be feastable.
okay, the problem is, okay, that makes sense.
That would make a lot of sense.
That would
but
make
the-
sense.
But
And
it would be.
It
Wait,
is meta. It goes along with the meta of
yeah,
ass
but
cheeks
also,
food.
but Feastables, wet pea, whatever it's called. That to me is the future of Mr. Beast in England. If he wants to take over England like he took over the US, that's how you do it. Make that. Do that. Make that. Everybody loves the wet pea stuff on bread.
Yeah, culture shaming 2025. You're a degenerate, brother. Okay, bro. If we can't make fun of fucking British culture, what can
I'm
we
gonna
make
be honest
fun
with
of?
you. Yeah, if you can't make fun of British food, then
It's
I
like-
really don't know what is
Yeah,
like.
it's like
what
saying,
can you make fun
it's
of?
like saying Americans are fucking fat diabetics
Yeah,
who
wait,
love burger.
Sorry, burger off limits.
Yeah.
That's,
how
oh wait, sorry, you're making fun of burger? That's
Yeah.
my culture.
How dare you?
Have
How dare you make
considered
fun of
that
burger?
Actually, what is your costume is my culture, and the culture is being like really fat in bed.
Can you
and getting
imagine?
DoorDash.
Can you imagine Americans just being like, "Excuse me,
Excuse me.
you're coming across real anti-American."
You're not allowed to talk about Maccas that way.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
Yeah,
like
why are you
Australian.
British?
But like it's but no, still that's the. I mean, it's attack burger.
Two people who always deserve the slander is the French and the British. Americans too.
Yeah, America. Sorry, America.
Yeah.
Everybody like everybody's like, oh, the British deserve to be made fun of the most or whatever, and it's like that's true if you're American. Everybody else should just come to us.
XQC's offline chat was begging to be put out of their misery. It seems just kill me already. Yeah. What, I mean, but like, what's the expectation? You thought that like he was gonna pop off or something? Like, I don't understand. Did he hype it up? Like that man has no cardio, dude. He literally does not move. Like he just does not. The only time he
That's
moves.
why he was goalie. Because
Yeah.
he thought you don't move.
Yeah, he started coughing blood after jogging for 40 seconds. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he is the definition of a frail boy.
He's min-maxing. He's put all his stats in the wrong place. He's
Yeah. Last year he got a 0.3 out of 10 rating in FOTMob. Oh, they have like official ratings too.
they have like a FIFA like a game. Of
He
the
has
man.
an injury on his leg / knee something. Yeah, probably from walking. He used to be pretty active actually doing flips and shit. Yeah, he used to like skate too, no? But I'm saying like for the past 5 to 6 years, I don't think he's moved quite
Also,
a bit.
I think if you really wanted to see somebody like die on a actually wait no, this is an awesome story that I have. This is like one of the funnier stories that I can tell, which is that in 2017, Vice News, when I worked there, they had an office field day, and it was the middle of June, so it's like 90 something degrees, and it was in McCarran Park in Williamsburg. I think it was McCarran, but it was in Williamsburg. And like at that point, like I don't think I'd worked out in years. I don't think I was really that active, but it was, like you sign up for events and it's like, running around the track, doing tug of war, whatever. And it's like your workplace, right? So you got to do something. And like, you cannot embarrass yourself in front of, I don't know, 100 coworkers. So I signed up for a race and I fully exerted myself. Like I was so scared of looking slow in front of my coworkers that I gave myself heat exhaustion.
That's amazing.
And so I went to the ER because I was like, out of shape, fucking awful. It was terrible. But so my friend Mimi accompanies me. We get to the ER and I'm fine. They give me some fluids, whatever. But the funny part is that then I look at my phone and Vice was doing layoffs.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was hysterical.
You got owned twice.
No, I was like fat and out of shape at the office field day, and then it was like everybody was extremely unhappy because they saw that friends were losing jobs. It was, to be fair to him,
he has the perfect structure for being a keeper. Guy needs to hit the gym, get stronger. As he let too many goals in purely because he has zero strength to stop the ball. Yeah, I saw one video where he literally, like, the ball bounces off the ground off of his head and then goes in. Like, he actually stops a ball successfully and then knocks it back in with his head somehow. Do you have the clip for that? Like, this isn't even me shit talking to XUD because, like, I want him to be, I want everybody to be healthy. I want him to, like, do more active shit, but demanding that streamers get healthy is an impossible task, to be fair. Oh, here it is. Oh, they gift it. It's like,
oh no!
Oh, that is devastating, bro.
Oh, man, that's so good.
Like, it was not gonna go in if he wasn't there, if he didn't dive.
I don't know. I mean, I can't see from the angle there, but
Josh, make your run, Josh. Make your run. Take the pressure away.
He's onside.
Play it to Josh.
This is it.
Play it to Josh. No! Oh my God! Danny Aaron's nearly scored. I've got it anyway. This is a joke.
Simon sacrifices goal for Josh. He misses, but Toby saves him.
You can't take your eyes off it. Danny Aaron's nearly scored one of the most ridiculous own goals of all time. And then Toby.
That's
Josh,
crazy.
make your run, Josh. Make your run. Take the pressure away.
Like,
Also, wait a minute.
well, all right.
Wait a minute. Let's take a look. All right. I'm calling it. Oh, no, it's not. It's not offsides. It's not. Nice. He picks it. He goes crazy. Nice pass. Nice pass from Simon to Josh. But Josh misses. But saved by Toby. That's crazy. The final penalty kick was literally put right in his hands and he still managed to let it in somehow. You should be banned for months. What? You know the offside rule that's crazy for an American? Dog, I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. I just don't play, like, football
also,
is not
like,
my...
Sorry, it's offside is not like hidden knowledge.
No, but that was, like, when I was growing up, like, that was the thing that was, like, apparently too hard to describe.
What, that's like the trick, like from Inglourious Basterds, like, oh, this is the tell if you're really Amerifat or not.
Yeah. Amerifats don't know what offsides is unless, like,
It's
they
about 50.
have played soccer, I guess.
But forget about
Steps
that.
up for his penalty and scores YouTube All-Stars with a vinegar.
Is this one? Speed to win it for
who's dressed
YouTube
like
All-Stars.
Wes
They can put
I don't know. I don't know who this
Why
is.
that?
Who is this guy, Chad?
What is that?
this one. Speed.
Is he the coach? The manager.
It looks like
Cal Freezy?
It's like King Cruel wearing his
Cal
dad's
Freezy. Cal Freezy, the coach. Okay.
To win it
Oh, he's
for
just like
YouTube All-Stars.
They can put it either side. Stand down the middle, XQC.
It's going to be the biggest sue you've ever heard if this goes in.
Dick Tracy. That is what he looks like.
Speed!
That's crazy. He didn't even hit it that hard. How is that possible? And XUZ actually was right on it. He hit him and it's still, bro, what? Okay, he might be cursed. Like, I think XUZ is just cursed, bro. How is that possible?
All right, in his defense, I would
Shit was just bouncing off this dude and going in.
If I were not like a serious soccer player and somebody was like, do you want to play in front of a stadium with thousands of people and do you want to be in the most sensitive position of it? I say absolutely not. So it should be said, like, credit to him for willing to perform feats of anti-athleticism like that in front of all those people, because I would not.
Yeah,
would not.
This is a lot,
That's a lot, dog.
Yeah.
I don't know how many goals you conceded across the last two.
I think he might just be cursed. If you leave your worst player as goalkeeper, you are fucked.
Kind of, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
like,
I don't it's just like,
I don't know if he's worse.
I just don't know enough about, like, I don't know enough about, like, how you can make this better. XC got hurt during the match taking a shot.
That's why you got subs.
I can't believe there's like a fucking 90,000 people. You know, you're playing soccer in front of 90,000 people. It's like, that's a lot, dude.
For a beauty contest, but it gets in over the line. There's the backflip.
Most Canadians are bad at soccer, making your ancestors cry with a lack of ball knowledge. I know. As a Turk, I think I still have like some epigenetic memories though, like because I can dribble, and I feel like for someone who never plays soccer, being able to dribble is like fairly impressive.
Okay,
No?
Zlatan.
Yeah. Can we watch this classic? No. It's not like you don't play Marvel Rivals badly in front of 20,000 people.
He cooked you, dude.
Okay, that's why are you
Permaban gone.
Yeah, what
You're
the
done.
fuck? That's disrespectful. I play very well. Wait, why is he doing that? Why was he doing that?
You just got really excited.
He thinks he's him.
Also, somebody in your chat said that like basketball footwork isn't that different from soccer, and he's right. It's just like to me, like, basketball is a lot of cardio, especially full court, but like soccer is a whole other fucking level.
Breaking news: XQC banned from soccer worldwide. The real and glorious Bass's tell is it asking an American to take a shot? I guess. Anyway, all right. What's your take on the argument that Canadians have been putting tariffs on the U.S. for years with no reason? What?
Well, I would assume there's some reason, but that's all I got to say.
What? Okay. Max shouted you out. Oh yeah, Playboy Max did. It was so funny. He shouted me out with what the fuck? Why?
Y'all said Doechii commented on Fred again shit. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This how I know, bro. Doechii shit might just not be for some of the niggas in my chat, cause I know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's apparently there's some Doechii drama because she said like she thinks it's a red flag if a dude that she's talking to is not like at least bisexual or something, and of course,
honestly, that's fire. That's a great line.
And of course, like all of the most annoying little children are freaking the fuck out about it.
Yo, that's so good. That's such a good like
who cares? Like,
that's such a great thing to say to an interviewer.
No, they were like. They were literally like, so I saw the comments. They're like, oh, another man hater. Oh, why can't we have like good wholesome role models or whatever? It's like, yo, you can.
It is cool how like something that would pass for like a funny joke in like an old Judd Apatow movie is now like, I'm sorry, libtard. Are you trying to come at me? What? Like,
yeah,
like,
it's just like the
babies.
The people that used to say the SJWs are far too fucking sensitive are the most sensitive babies on the planet, dude. They are so unimaginably sensitive. It's crazy.
I know some niggas y'all don't be fucking with Doechii, but my aunt and my sister both hit me up about that Doechii shit. And Hasan. It's a different audience. And this is why I be saying, bro.
Yeah, I really like the Doechii song that they made with Fred again has been stuck in my mind nonstop.
I'm not afraid to branch out and do shit with different artists, even though I might do shit with artists and it's like I might have said, oh, their music not necessarily for me, but it's for someone, bro. And I feel like working with a bunch of different artists, I gained so much perspective and like learn from how they make music, their process that is good, regardless if I necessarily don't listen to them. I would love to do something with Doechii, you feel me? Even though that's not I don't really listen to her. You feel me? Just to see what she got type shit.
Yeah, he made a banger with Skepta yesterday. Yeah, he's killing it. Fred again was on Max's stream, yes, and they made an incredible song. I thought it was really, really good, and it's been stuck in my mind nonstop. Your take on the clashes on the coast of Syria, brother? My take on the clashes of the coast of Syria, go back to literally the first day where seemingly the HTS backed like coalition forces overthrew the Assad regime, and just like watch everything that I said when it was happening. There it is. Okay. The take remains because it came to fruition. I mean, I literally told you that this was going to happen. Okay. And it has happened. I said, we'll wait and see, but I'm not too confident that the former Al-Qaeda guy is going to be able to, not have another fucking civil war. Yeah. I mean, and it has happened. It's going on. It's it's devastating and it's awful, and the only thing that happens is the Syrian people suffer as always. Anyway, Dochi's pen game is so good. Denial is a river made me a fan. Did you see FaZe Lacey said free Palestine? I saw a TikTok of it. I didn't even say.
Okay. He can hoop and free Palestine.
What is it? I'm trying my best to defend you in the 42 CEOs comment section. What is this?
The breakdown that he had.
Can you explain this concept of blowback to your guests so we can follow this? Yeah, he doesn't know about that.
Blowback?
Yeah. Here's the Lacey clip. Let's see.
I do apologise. I'll just make a request. Yes. Yeah. We are going to go down Victoria Embankment. There is a protest at the moment going on outside New Scotland Yard, right? A pro-Palestinian
protest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want anything being said that could potentially cause any problems. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not saying that anything is to be said, but just trying to keep the chatter nice and sensible.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that all right? If you just let Jimmy and the rest of the team know, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. No, you're good. I'll give you a light. Free Palestine.
Let's go. Let's go.
It's so funny. Lacey says free Palestine after being told not to say anything about it. That's like, what is that conversation? Like the fucking, that is also another classic British lad archetype as well.
You know, just nothing Islam. Did he say no Islamist chatter? Well, what the fuck was it that he said? Like, it's a crazy line.
Protest. Yeah. Okay. I don't want anything being said that could potentially cause any problems. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not saying that anything is to be said, but.
What, not saying what was he saying?
No, anything is to be said. What?
I don't think he knows Islam.
You know what I mean? You know, I'm not saying that anything is to be said, but just trying to keep the chatter nice and sensible.
Yeah.
I can't understand.
He's not saying Islamist. He's saying,
I know. I can't.
He's
hear
not
what he's
saying anything is going to be said.
That's it. I couldn't. No, I just couldn't understand him because he's British.
He's going to be said.
He's going to be
not
said.
saying anything is to be said.
Jesus, it's like. I mean, it is like yeah.
They invented the language.
I know, and they sound like it's like
I don't know what happened there.
When I was like 18 and I like met British people, I like like you just like traveling like outside the country for the first time meaningfully. I like had this horrible tick of like every time I heard a British person talking to me, I just wanted to repeat back to them what they were saying in their accent. It was so funny sounding, and that's how I feel when I hear that guy.
They talk like they're from Middle Earth. What he's saying is don't say anything in support of Israel. Yeah, I don't know what he was saying. I don't know what he was trying to convey there. I didn't fully understand it, but okay.
I mean,
it's
it sounded
cool.
like
the youth is all right, baby. It's cool that a lot of young content creators are just like they just like will just be like, I don't care, free Palestine, and move on. Even if it's like that, it still makes me happy to see that it's not like. For older generations, like that's still considered a big no-no. You know what I mean? So it's great that there are content creators out there, especially young content creators who like don't give a shit and will actively take this position, even with no forethought whatsoever. Just straight up, that's their position. Stop your anti-British bigotry. You don't like how we speak. You don't like how we look. You don't like our food. You don't like our teeth. Please leave us alone. No, I literally just defended England earlier when someone said KSI is the Kendrick Lamar of England. Okay, you missed that part, I think.
I saw somebody asking about my shirt. It's Online Ceramics.
Yeah.
It's one of like their Deadhead shirts.
Yeah, it looks sick.
I'm a fan.
He's saying don't provoke the protesters. He's assuming he's right wing, but he's not. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
a
lot more logical.
He looked at him and was like, "Don't say anything that's gonna piss off the protesters, the Free Palestine movement. Yeah, don't do it. Don't fucking do it. You know how they get. These Free Palestine people. They get fucking mental with it. They get mental.
Mental.
Yeah.
When is the new season of Blowback? Next one about Angola comes out in September.
Yeah.
Or the fall. I'm not totally sure yet.
Sam Seder on the Jube. No, we're not calling Jubilee the Jube, okay? We're not on a fucking shorthand, like, we don't have a pet name for Jubilee, okay? We don't know Jubilee like that around these parts. I don't like it when you guys do that. It makes it feel like we watch Jubilee so much that we have like a pet nickname for it, and I don't appreciate it. I normally don't
Wait, you talking about Juju?
No, Jubilee.
No, we're talking about Juju.
I'm not trying to do
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. The fucking Jube, yeah. Let's go. I love it. Pull up some Jube on a Sunday. Yeah, Sam Cedar is the first time I'm gonna go back to watching the Jube. Now I'm doing it. God damn it. But yeah, I will watch this because obviously Real Uncle Sam Cedar went on
here about
and I very much enjoy his debates. So
conservatives and their ethno-nationalism or their lack of grasp on the on facts, on just basic things. But it just so happens about a month and a half ago, I guess it was, I did the Jubilee Surrounded show, which is where I sit in the middle of the circle, and there are like 25 or 20, I can't remember how many it was, conservatives.
Yeah. You know about it. Does your audience know what Outnumbered is, though?
No.
Outnumbered? I don't know if they still aired on Fox. It's probably gone now. But
no,
like,
I don't even know what Outnumbered is, but this is Jubilee's, Jubilee's been doing this for a minute now.
No, this was a Fox News show from Brendan, when he was a reporter, he used to have to watch this. And the whole premise of it was that they would have one man, and then they would be surrounded by a bunch of female pundits, but they're all right wing. So I don't really quite get how they created conflict out of it, but that was the premise.
Oh, okay. Well, Sam Cedar went on and I assume made short work of the 20 people that they surrounded him with.
They were young people. And there were a couple who I think sort of knew what they were talking about to a certain extent. They live in an information bubble. And so there was actually one guy who I talked to afterwards and showed him some of the stuff that I think comes up in the show. It's about an hour and a half long. We recorded 3 hours of it. I've seen the edit. It's fine. I don't really remember what happened at the time. But this is a promo they have put out. It's not all as I don't know how to describe what you're about to see. There were a couple of people, like I said, who didn't have basic facts about things that made it hard to sort of debate or argue with them. And then there were some who were just set in a certain perspective, and I didn't feel like it was even worth arguing with them because, what are you going to say to someone who says what the second person in this clip does? But this is premiering on Sunday, March 9th. So in 2 days.
Every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true.
That's such an easy...
Okay, that's awesome. Sorry, that rules.
How can you be so confident and yet so wrong? Also, the thing that really shocks me, and I think this is more so a post-COVID thing, but a dude that looks like this is supposed to be in a polyamorous relationship and be super woke.
I'm going to be honest. I think that he's supposed to be hosting the needle drop.
How dare you? How dare you come after my boy like that?
No, I think he kind of looks like Fintano with plugs, but that's just me.
All I'm saying is what something happened during COVID. I think this is a post-COVID thing. I'm becoming a bit of a COVID truther where I think we genuinely saw a IQ drop across the board because of all the people that got hit with COVID. People's brains, I don't think work as much, as well as they used to. I mean,
it's a lot of this. It's the screen time. I will say, COVID definitely made me stupider. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah,
but
probably. Me too, for sure.
But I do think that, everybody having to spend every day inside, experiencing hyper information or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it was. I think it's a combination of both COVID maybe breaking people's brains, literally. But then also, obviously, yes, the information space and the ways in which it existed during COVID, people have not recovered from this. They have not. I think.
I will say, I gotta say though, there were and will always be people in America who believe somehow, against all intuition, against all common sense, against all uncommon, taught learned sense, that government agencies are not funded by tax dollars. There's people Like America is a big country. You know, like the Chinese word for America, right? In China, it means in English like the beautiful country. We are the beautiful country. We are also the stupid country. And for all of our, you know, vast achievements and so on, like morons have always been as much a part of our national heritage. It's just unfortunately they took over.
I mean, the scams have gotten dumber. Like people are so conspiracy brained. Like I do think that I do think that there is something deeply and very seriously wrong with the essence of America now, more than ever before.
Like, if we're also being real, like we're just not used to morons looking like they should be hosting the needle drop. That's just not like they don't look like that guy we're used to expect. Like I think like,
no, that's what I mean. I think this guy was probably like a liberal at some point, and then I'm going to use this term now that you put it in my lexicon, but he got one-shotted by COVID, and now he's and now he's just like existing in this space where he's just regurgitating conservative garbage nonstop and thinks that like that makes him a brilliant orator or something.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
Look at his face. Look at Sam, man.
What's the problem with xenophobic
Wait,
nationalism?
go back. He looks at the camera. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Right now, pause. That is the moment when Sam Cedar's soul exited his body.
That's so funny.
We can see it on camera.
Sam's disposition is so perfect for
it really
this stuff.
is.
I can't like when someone is that stupid in front of me, I lose my mind. I just start yelling. Sam, on the other hand, after duking it out with libertarians on his radio, on his show via call-ins for the past like what 20 years at this point, has developed this like this very oh man, what am I supposed to do? I'm so disappointed. That's his like disposition, and I think that plays much better optically than the way I behave when I'm in a situation like this, where it's just like fucking lose it.
What's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
What's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that that's better for Americans in general?
You know, I think
cooking.
I think murder's good. You know, why not?
Yeah.
Like,
no, that's like that one chatter yesterday who was like, "What's your problem with Nazis?" Yeah. What's the problem with? I'm sorry. What's the problem with Nazis?
Did you say something wrong about Nazis?
Yeah. Well, you really cooked there, chatter.
Xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Oh my God.
Amazing.
Surrounded by.
I mean,
Wait,
that was.
How did he deny that? How did he say that was untrue with such confidence when it's the most untrue thing I've ever heard in my life?
That was the part that I found really disturbing. Like, you know, look, people make mistakes all the time.
Yes.
And you know, we do this professionally, and we make mistakes.
Yes.
You know, and the only reason why, like, I know this stuff is because I do it professionally, and we read in. But the level of assuredness that this guy had, that the federal government, that federal agencies were getting tax breaks for hiring black people, was astonishing.
Astonishing.
And
like every part of this is wrong. You know what I mean? That's what's so frustrating about it, where it's like you made up you're operating off of a faulty premise, right? The notion that like federal agencies are paying taxes, but then you're also simultaneously inventing new things on top of that, where we are like 7 layers deep into this nonsense. Like, what the fuck? Federal agencies are paying taxes and they're getting tax breaks for hiring black people. Like, how did you arrive? You are living on a different planet. Like, who told you this? Who confused you like this?
Open the schools. Open the damn schools.
Yeah, I just...
You know, you could see the look on my face. Like, I didn't know how to...
How do you select the people for this?
Are we gonna... Can we fix this and edit?
Like
what?
morons, come hither.
I can't argue that they don't get tax cuts when they don't pay taxes. Like... But that was.
I love the girl who says, like, not just saying like we should be nationalistic, but saying xenophobically nationalistic.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder.
It's a little bit redundant, but I'll take it. I like the honesty of that.
I mean, I will say that I do get the impression that girl, like, reads with her finger. Like, like she learned that word and was
I don't think she knows how to read. I think you're being too kind.
You think I'm being too kind by saying that she needs to like move her lips to sound out words?
No, I think she does not know how to read at all. She has seen someone read out a meme to her, and it changed her entire life. That's what happened.
Like, I wanted to go up to her after.
Like that person has not read. Okay, that person.
That's true. That person has a wall like Hassan's right here, except it's entirely filled with different editions of Hooked on Phonics.
Or it's just like TikTok. That person literally was homeschooled and basically learned everything from TikTok.
There was another guy. I wanted to go after her afterwards. Like, do you know what xenophobia means, right? Or no, or
probably not.
And there was another guy who, I think, as soon as he got to the table, like a bunch of the other people in the circle, like, oh no. Because they thought that like he was coming in nodding as to what that woman had said, and I think he was going to go further, and they immediately voted him out, and so he never made it to the cut. But we'll talk more about it next week when we get the full thing out.
I'm so excited.
But there were a couple people who had some.
I would watch that. I wouldn't watch a normal episode of that, but I would watch Sam on that.
Some people were, wanted to change the topic to like God and stuff like that.
That's another TikTok thing. Like, it's like, no disrespect to the young liberals on TikTok that do this on a daily basis. Shouts out to Dean Parker, those boys, right? But like, those guys love doing Christianity debates, and I think like that is the reason why a lot of the conservatives also. I mean, I don't know. It's a chicken or the egg situation. I'm sure that it's the conservatives that love doing those God debates or whatever. But to me, it's like, I don't know. I don't care about that at all.
I mean, this is like...
But there is definitely a lot of...
I mean, it's like an easy answer to a lot of like I mean, that's my impression anyway of like the quote unquote youth movement toward Christianity or whatever these days, is that it doesn't seem like it's about... It doesn't like the way it departs from like, people who I knew who were raised like more religiously Christian, is that it really does just seem about like, oh no, like God is like Christianity and God is like the shortcut answer to like resolving all of the complicated things about the world today. Like, it's not even like an inherited tradition. It's like a return with the V thing, but to like having like an easy answer to hard questions.
Yeah, no, God told me so. That's why it's good. God is good. I don't know. I find it.
Also, I will say I always feel confident in these kinds of conversations because I know that even though it was, for a different religion, I probably spent way more of my life sitting in a pew than any of these people.
Yeah. Also, the conservative movement is also in a very interesting space right now where like there is no defining singular, focus on obviously like being religious either, or even being like socially conservative to a certain degree beyond. Like, social conservatism has always been just like about dominating marginalized people for the most part, but it has certainly evolved in this like grosser direction now where you got the likes of Andrew Tate and many others who don't even try to present themselves as like good Christians or good Muslims or anything like that, like religious people at all, and very clearly have done crimes, untold amounts of crimes that are not necessarily something that people in the past, even within the conservative movement, would like actively defend. But we've gotten to this point where, they just don't care. It's like, oh, do you shit on women? Okay, you're good with us. You know what I mean? Do you shit on gay people? Okay, you're good. Like, it's a more honest approach to conservatism, I think, in modern American politics, where they've just dropped they don't even try to like shelter try to masquerade as like being moral.
No.
Or having like a moral foundation rooted within like a misunderstood version of Christianity, where they're just simply saying like, no, it's a vice. Like we are vice signaling. Like we are telling you that if you think women ain't shit, if you position yourself on the wrong side of virtually every historic event and every social movement, multiple decades after said social movement has set in and become the norm, like, you know, normalizing gay people existing in society and shit, then you're good. You're good with us.
I mean, it's also like another piece of how like they've like lost all sense or appreciation for like decorum and public morality, is that they dress like that. Like that's like one of the worst suit jacket colors I've ever seen.
I know.
It's like for Easter Sunday in the apocalypse, in like the nuclear bunker.
Yeah. Like the Nelk boys are parading these guys around, the Tate brothers.
There is like another quality to this though, which is that like the actual like the thing that like, right, like why it's okay to call people slurs, why it's okay to like just like be a hateful person, is that it's like it's about like the way it seems like it comes down to these guys is that, well, it's about power, and like if you're able to exercise power and dominate other people, you know, might is right. And like, you know, like this goes to like the alpha male top G shit of like, oh yeah, like it's actually cool and good to run like a sex trafficking network out of Romania. Yeah. It's actually like a sign of, you know, and then, you know, like the reason that like fucking Facebook board member Dana White is like embracing these guys is just like a, you know, a recognition that these guys are popular, and that they have, by like espousing this, you know, like their ideas of, you know, will to power as being essentially like the guiding force of humanity. They're like, yeah, fuck it. Like I can buy that too.
Yeah.
And it just like, that's how it, you know, it's an acceptance, even if like Dana White is not himself like running out and doing the same things as like the Nelk boys or the Tate or whatever.
I mean, he is though. Dana White is also a woman beater.
Yes,
so like
Dana White literally hit his wife on camera, but like,
so that's the, you know, he's just dapping up another woman beater, which, by the way, women beating for the Tates is like the lowest crime that they've done. That's how severe the rest of the crimes are. Not to say that like beating a woman is acceptable.
It's like we do it, we get away with it. It's like giving us all our rewards, all of our jewelry, all of our treats, all of the things that compose what we find valuable and meaningful in life. And
happy Women's Day, by the way. Happy International Women's Day.
Exactly. And then, but you know, and then somebody like Dana White all the way up to Donald Trump, like they see them both, like obviously like they see birds of a feather, but they also see people who, like, because of the implements of mass media these days, are incredibly popular. And so it just becomes like this reinforcing feedback loop. Like the effect of seeing fucking Top G get embraced right there in this context is just going to be that like more 6-year-olds are going to think it's cool to call women bitches and sluts.
Yeah. And what's interesting, yeah, but Dana's wife was hitting him on camera too. What a hypocrite. Thank you for debating. Thank you for bravely debating the virtue of beating the shit out of a woman. Thank you. Okay? This is cool. I like that. That's what I want to do in the marketplace of ideas. It's like, well, when is it acceptable to beat the shit out of a woman? You know? So, but yeah, Dana White defenders in the chat. So I guess the point I was trying to make is that conservative politics always revolved around dominating those who are vulnerable, for sure. But at least in the past, they tried to have a comparatively more gentler approach, because they would try to hide that it was just about pure domination. And they would create like a sense of perceived victimhood, where it wasn't just like, gay people need to be killed, they should not be in polite society, but it was more so like gay people existing in society is actually harming us, good Christians, right? Like we're actually, we're actually being wrong. We're the wronged party here because gay people exist in society. We want to protect our family values, or we want to protect Christianity. And now it's more so just like, nah, gay people are groomers and pedophiles, even though, you know, Stavi had a joke on this last night as well. It's like, if there was the Olympics of pedophilia, pretty sure pretty sure the LGBT community would get washed by the Catholic Church priests. Like, they would be just putting up insane numbers. You know what I mean?
And also, it like
also Andrew Tate literally openly talked about like trying to fuck or fucking like a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old or something. So it, like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? If there's a pedophilia, like that's what I mean. It's like the very obvious, gross, overt, shameless nature of it all that really pisses me off when people are just like, yeah, it's cool when they do it. Actually.
Also, it's like, I gotta say, like, it's fucking horrifying that, like, oh yeah, our State Department, our government is going out on a limb to help these guys. Like, that to me is part of why, like, one of the things that like feels like especially like weird and creepy is this, like, just the idea that there's now some sort of like constituency or lobby for this in politics that like doesn't even care about like the decorum of embracing in open arms people who do like, you know, Olympiad level sex crime stuff.
Yeah. Look at the local news story about a woman teacher molesting a boy student. Chose loved that and celebrated. Yeah, that's classic. They used to do that in the past too. It's like, oh, if I was a boy back then,
that is a 15-year-old South Park joke.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I would have loved to have been raped by my older female teacher. Like, that's like a classic trope, but this is like one step above that as well. I mean, that's also gross and unacceptable, but like, we have the more the permission structure opens up to be overtly gross and like you know, open-minded to doing like heinous crimes, specifically crimes that oftentimes involve women, the more people think this is cool and appropriate, and that creates this feedback loop, this feedback cycle of more people assuming that this is good to do. Actually, like, that's just how it works.
What the fuck is up with that dude's hair?
I don't
know. It's like he's like, yeah, give me the shark.
It's weird because like he just didn't want to get hair plugs or even like go bald like his brother, and it's like, dude, come on, we can see it's basically touching the back of your dome. Like, what are you doing?
Pepe Le Pew ass motherfucker.
Yeah, I find it really strange. I
have a Dana White impression.
What? Why?
That's what he looks like to me.
Yeah, a lot of these guys look like heartburn, dude. They look like heart disease.
There's a line from, we already talked about The Thick of It, from the movie that they made of The Thick of It, like In the Loop.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, so like when
shouts out to Armando Iannucci.
When James Gandolfini says to Malcolm Tucker, "You look like squeezed dick." No, sorry, it's the other way around. It's what Capaldi says to James Gandolfini. Like, that's what I think of when I see Dana White. I think squeezed dick.
Yeah, it's just like this open embrace of like genuinely bad people with truly abhorrent opinions that have also done awful things, like crimes in general, like some of the worst kinds of crimes that you can think of, Epstein level, but at like a smaller, you know, like a poor man's Jeffrey Epstein, basically, is certainly not good. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than the fact that I think it's not good. Chris Morris is way better than Iannucci. The Day-to-Day is goated. I love Chris Morris.
Chris Morris is the goat.
I love the Day-to-Day.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Brass Eye. Pedophile Island.
To kill the pedophile in me. Have you shown them Pedo Hunter?
Wait, what do you mean? The
pedophile. It's like I had like the Gunishment one. You've seen this. Pedophiles, Chris Morris, or Brass Eye, maybe.
I think it was Brass Eye. Wait, the one where they put him in a spaceship with a child?
Yeah, well, no, that's
pedo. No, it was a Pedo-geddon.
Yeah, no, but that one is like, that's like one segment. No, this was like the fake commercial they did for like a TV show about like a Chris Hansen style guy who's like in order like to hunt pedophiles. I know a pedophile. I was one, and then I had to kill the pedophile inside myself.
Yeah, it's Brass Eye Pedo Hunter. Let's see if I can find it. It's like really hard to find those videos.
I think it's that one. Yeah,
but it's only on. Oh,
warning! The Brass Eye special deals with paedophilia, and it's incredibly brutal. So you might want to click away now. There are certain topic boundaries on a difficult subject.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't. It's just explaining.
Go to the other one.
The other one was a Facebook link, dude. Hold on, let me see.
Somebody posted. See if somebody's got a YouTube.
You found it on YouTube?
Yes, this is it. This is it. This
video unavailable.
It's the pedophiles.
Video content. Video contains content from LDS. It was blocked in your country due on copyright grounds. It's one of the best political comedies of all time. It stands the.
I mean, maybe just throw it in YouTube, see if it comes up.
It definitely holds up too. Like there's some edginess that people might consider. No, I don't have a fucking VPN. Chess, shut up. Some edginess that people might consider a little bit much, but BBC News Brass Eye. No, that's not the one. Brass Eye Extras pedophilia advert. This might be it.
That's not it, but that looks funny.
Our children skipping into the hands of monsters.
Security footage of a paedophile disguised as a school.
She still can't really speak about it.
Shrub rocketeer. Welcome to Pedogeddon.
Brass Eye Special Pedogeddon.
Pedogeddon.
Pedophile Island.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's really. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. What time is Drewski? In a little bit, bro. Chill the fuck out. Calm down. This guy keeps asking me, I'm not pro-tariff against Canada. How do I stop the argument that Canada deserves tariffs placed against them?
This guy was being like the most annoying argument with his brother or something.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's good. Just concede. Just concede to them and say you're right. Actually, yeah, you're.
Was it check the pedophile advert 01? No, that's another 16-second one.
Innocent.
Yeah, this isn't the one. I've watched these on stream before too, so I don't remember where it was.
Well, they must have the copyright strike probably came up.
Yeah,
between then. Daily Motion Link, that's the one. I definitely feel like that's the I've encountered. Yeah,
Pedogeddon 2001 special. There might be TOS in this though.
Yeah, there probably is.
But there might be some terms of service violations in this, so I'm a little worried.
This is the one thing we didn't want waiting.
Take a look at this. What is it? Just a hillside? Look again. There's a child there, no more than a blue speck. But the fact is, if you show this picture to a paedophile, they'll actually try and attack it in an attempt to reach the child. That's the sort of warped mindset we're dealing with.
Even our most drastic measures don't work. Last month, the notorious paedophile Sidney Cook was blasted into space to spend the rest of his life aboard a one-man prison vessel, posing no further threat to children on Earth. But it was revealed that an 8-year-old boy was also placed on board by mistake and is now trapped alone in space with the monster. A spokesman said, "This is the one thing we didn't want to happen."
Why? They would no longer think of the British Isles without the word pedof in front of them.
TV used to be so good, man.
Pedo in front of them. Pedophiles. What happened, dude? British comedy used to be so fucking good. Like it really was so goddamn good. England has devolved.
I'm sorry, do you not think Russell Brand?
Yeah, like
is
what?
Still incredibly funny,
dude. Even what's his face? What's the fucking fat atheist who constantly complains about cancel culture? I forgot his name now.
Father Ted, Ricky Gervais.
Like there's like I think the original Office was.
Oh, it's way funny. David Brent is incredible.
Yeah, it's very funny. And then like this man, after doing a lot of like decent television, basically fucking turned around and spent the rest of his career after making all this money just constantly doing the worst comedy of all time.
Brendan wrote a really good piece about Gervais like years ago. I forget where it is, but it was so fucking funny, man.
Good evening. We're live tonight from the epicenter of Operation Daisy Bird.
Wait, Stephen Merchant also got hit with the Chud virus, the Chud brain virus? Yeah, Four Lions is amazing.
Four Lions is Brendan.
Yeah, we were just talking about that this morning.
We were talking about it already.
Yeah, I love Four Lions. It was great.
Welcome to Pedogeddon.
People like this are everywhere.
That's why my own children are here with me. Good night, children. They're safe tonight. Are yours?
I doubt it. That's why we've taken over every major stadium in the country. Please, we must have your children safe in one of those by midnight. They're already filling up nicely, and that's a check-in area in Cardiff. And you can see clowns there fitting children with anti-paedophile canisters.
Pause
Those
this.
canisters
Think
can be
about how
removed.
crazy it is to like make something like this like 20 years before before like all the Jimmy Savile stuff comes out.
Yeah,
like it's.
Remotely activated if the child goes missing. They put off paedophiles by spraying the child with 8 litres of pressurised sewerage.
We're after your help too. Security footage of a paedophile disguised as a school. He's been getting away with it in Sheffield for 12 years. Do you know him? Have you seen him? Please call.
Yes, we must catch that man. He really is a shit. But let's start with a look at how the paedophile problem has grown over the years.
Victorian Britain. This man is having sex with a 10-year-old girl. In our reconstruction, she's played by a 25-year-old woman.
Oh yeah,
the
there's
breasts
titties
are
in
inaccurate.
this. I remember.
A child's breasts.
Thank God. Thank God. Yeah. There's little straight
Yeah,
titties.
this is. I think this might be TOS.
Yeah. No, this is like straight up.
All right. Well, now
The
that I've done my
nipples,
service,
much
here, I
like
think I
those
gotta
of a
bounce.
boy.
Yeah. Now that you almost got me banned.
Now that I got us on trouble, I gotta bounce.
But
No,
this
I'll be
isn't
back.
paedophilia.
See you, Chad.
The girl's a whore.
Can I have the money now, please?
All right, peace. The British used to be wild. Yeah, I mean British television. It's got boobs on International Women's Day. I'm not showing you it. Okay, I'm worried. I'm worried about the TOS on this stuff, so I'm not gonna watch it. But I saved you from the TOS. Noah's not leaving yet. He's just going to hang out with some people, and then he'll be back later. And then when he's back, we'll do some more. But I still got a shit ton to react to. Chat, calm down. Oh no, it's on. What's that link there? Yeah, we got DRUSKI. We got that Fern video. We got that cop that like died of, or not died, but the where is it? AOC dunking on Matt Iglesias. Love that. Love to see it. The world's greatest prison escape from Fern. Do ban appeals now? No, I'm not gonna do it before. I'm not gonna do it without Noah. I'm gonna wait for Noah. We got. Did you watch the Shane Gillis SNL monologue? I did not. That's from last week. Is Sam Cedars Jubilee on the meme? Wait, what do you mean? It's not out yet. I don't think. One of my favorites from the day to day. Oh, September 11th.
With those terrorist
yeah,
attacks
this is
in New
great.
York and Washington, both towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked airliner and how does it crash? But first, our correspondent.
Wait, what the fuck? This doesn't have the clip though. This is not the video. Shane Gillis SNL was very good. New Chupal is out too. Elephant Graveyard coming out as a woke leftist, it seems. Wait,
But
that's
in
not
my-
surprising at all. Elephant Graveyard has a lot of like, don't they have a lot of like anti-Joe Rogan videos too? All right, I have to pee. Here, I'll play Shane Gillis's monologue while I go pee real quick because I have to pee. You've only seen their finished product. And in order for a comedian to come out with a finished product, that means they've bombed 1,000,000 times. No, not Bill Burr either. Chat, what are you talking about? A lot of you just don't know what comedy, like how the sausage is made. A lot of you don't know, I think, how comedy works at all. Like that's, I think that's a major issue here for many people, especially on the left, where there's this notion that like what you see is the best possible product that you can get, and then like it's I think it's because you've probably not been to like you probably haven't seen a comedian testing out their new material when they're in like a smaller room specifically, but overall that's how you get to something that's funny. Anyway, can you bring on Amy Schumer to teach chat about comedy? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yep, when I used to film comedians doing their sets, they would do the same joke 4 nights in a row before they perfected for filming. A lot of people's favorite comedians bomb. Yes, every comedian bombs. Every comedian bombs 1,000,000 times over until they hone the joke. I'm old. I got to see Mitch Hedberg live. That's crazy. Are you the type of guy who think Brendan Schaub is funny? What? That's an insane thing. That's an insane thing to accuse me of. SNL is the wrong time to try new material. No, an SNL opening monologue is written fairly fast, so that's probably part of the reason why it's anyway, whatever. I don't want to argue about the comedy. All right, we're going to get back to the real world, okay? Yeah, if you want to see a fucking real bomb, here's Here's an Israeli man. Okay, this is I'm about to show you some of the worst comedy you've ever seen being performed for 1 minute and 32 seconds.
The Palestinian film just got an award at the Oscars. Yeah, it's weird. I actually don't believe that Palestinian films should win any awards ever, because they only know how to play one role, victim. You know, it's like my family is so starving. They only got 5 trucks of humanitarian aid. Please donate. Link in the bio.
I think this was like a Matt Christman, Will Menaker joke or analysis rather, or maybe Felix, where they were talking about how like conservatives can't do comedy because they get so angry halfway through the process of trying to build a joke. And this is literally that. Okay. This man has far too much resentment to ever actually arrive at a fucking punchline. Okay. This is just him reliving his fucking gripes. And it actually plays hilariously well if this is a satire of an Israeli comic.
Please donate. Link in the bio. It's the only shit they know how to play. No, okay, they know how to play one more thing. Fake dead baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why they can't fucking nail that role. They never fucking landed, right? It's like all you have to do is lay down and not move. You want to see me win a Palestinian Oscar right now? Thank you so much, everybody! And the Oscar goes to Muhammad, thank you!
Dude, also, straight up, not even miss my words here. Another sign that Zionism is a brain-breaking fascist format, fascist ideology. No capability of making art. Okay, that's it. It's just like you're tuned up in a way where you're just so angry all the time. Like there are a million different things that you can joke about, even with this like obvious genocide unfolding in front of our eyes. This is not like a oh, I'm too woke for this, right? I'm too woke for this type moment. It's more so that like this person is completely incapable.
Honestly, sometimes I wish I grew up in Gaza, because I would be like a Pallywood superstar. You guys saw that
like, dude, oh god,
performance right here, right? It's incredible.
Like, how are you gonna be Jewish and be bad at comedy? I'm sorry, call me fucking anti-Semitic, but you know, this is pure, unrestricted, unfiltered anti-Semitism. Okay, that's insane, dude. How is that even possible? It makes no fucking sense. Like, it's insane. It just, no one normal knows what Pallywood is. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, you need to know. You need to be operating. You need to be operating on so much like collective understanding of Israeli mania that you have internalized for you to even understand what he is saying is a joke.
To get one more round of applause, you know?
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this guy opening at the APAC conference, it probably would have killed. That room would have loved this shit, okay? Ugh. Ugh. The theater don't cancel him? Same shit then? What do you mean cancel him? There's nothing worse that that group could do to this man than just not laugh at his jokes. That's it. Can conservatives even heckle? I mean, going to clean my cat's litter instead of watching whatever this bomb is feels more preferable. Yeah, Izzy had a funny joke about this. He said, classic Israeli. Where is it? Hold on. Let me. Yeah, Izzy said, hold on. Let me pull this up. Classic Israeli goes somewhere uninvited and bombs, which is true. No way. He is bringing on that dumbass, right? Wait, what do you mean? Who? What? Classic Israeli going somewhere you aren't wanted and bombing. Yeah. The only role they play as victim is heartless, but not even a bad joke. But there's a long pause for laughter. He doesn't bring you the punchline, just drops it on you and expects you to just laugh out of agreement. A skilled comedian would at least play off the shock of what he said. Yeah. I think that this is part of what has like ruined the last generation of really good comics as well is that same like conservatism, reactionary sentiment, and a hyper focus on cancel culture has unironically ruined so many good comedians, because there is, especially if you're a comic, there's no such thing as fucking cancel culture. Okay? Cancel culture already is not real. It just means you're just not good at broaching subject matter with the delicate ways in which you can craft a good joke around. That's it. Tell that to Louis C.K. Louis C.K. is a great example of this. What do you mean? He won a fucking Grammy after he like masturbated on the phone to a bunch of like young female comics and shit. The fuck? Unless you're Louis C.K. What do you mean? Louis C.K. objectively was a funny comic. I haven't really heard any of his new shit. I don't know. But clearly people still love him. I mean, people listen to him all the time. He still does tours. He still does shows. He won a fucking Grammy for his he won a Grammy after his quote unquote cancellation. Yeah. Louis C.K. is a funny person. Like that he is genuinely a skilled comedian. He also was a sex pest, or I don't know if he still is, but he certainly was a serial sex pest on the phone and in person. Yes. He still did production and writing the entire time after this cancellation. Yeah, it's just like, it's not real. It's not fucking a real thing. It doesn't work that way. But I will say, like I've maintained already, if you're funny, if you're a skilled comedian, you can make it work. A lot of these people just simply complain because they can't make it work. On that note, let's watch how comedy became a dystopian imperial hell world. I do not want you to upload reactions to this because the video just came out. Aziz Tours 2, bro, you cannot compare Aziz Ansari to fucking Louis C.K. That is insane. Aziz Ansari is a great example of like decentralized movements. When institutions fail, victims, decentralized movements pop up, like the Me Too movement. And Aziz Ansari is the great example of those decentralized movements literally swinging the pendulum in the other direction, where it goes maybe perhaps a little too far. Okay, Aziz Ansari, like you can get mad at me all you want, but he's not like I think his situation was not is not even remotely comparable. His situation is not even remotely comparable to the fucking Louis C.K. shit, or even like what do you call it? What did Aziz do? He was he couldn't read the room. Like that's kind of it. And Al Franken is another example of this as well, where like when you think about it, like look at the conservatives now, where they're just like actively being like, yeah, this person raped, who cares? This person is a sex trafficker, who cares? They're great, they're awesome, this is amazing. Meanwhile, Al Franken was a victim to conservatives basically flipping the script on the Democrats to be like, you guys are hypocritical, and Al Franken was taken out by also Democrats as well, who the very same Democrats now unironically are advocating for Andrew Cuomo, who did a shit ton worse, like a metric ton worse amount of sex crimes than fucking Al Franken did. Kirsten Gillibrand, who played a formative role in ousting Al Franken, okay, forcing him to fucking step down, is now in the tank for Andrew Cuomo for mayor of New York. These people are all demons. They do not fucking give a shit about anything.
Walter Cronkite, basically to this guy, Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons. He believes in dragons. Did you triple
How comedy became a dystopian imperial hell world, says Elephant Graveyard.
Dragons, like I guess like dinosaur type of animals, roamed the earth when people did. So this is the type of really, really bad information that's going out.
This election was the first time they didn't really have control of the media anymore.
Because what?
Because of us.
Non-mainstream media.
Because of podcasts.
Podcasts.
Selling tickets. Because of social media. Because
you're
of X.
humanizing Trump like, well, he's human.
Yeah.
So why can't
They've
I?
been caught up in all this shit they've shoved down everybody's throat, especially all the Russia shit.
Imagine a scenario where you've thawed a guy out from some frozen cryo chamber thing. He's been in there for like 20 years. And this frozen guy, well, he loves comedy. And so this guy is excited to finally be unthawed and to discover what the world of comedy looks like in 2025, the year of our Lord. So you invite the guy to your house, sit him down on the Chesterfield, and prepare a televisual feast to get him up to speed. And you try to find a way to explain to this guy how this guy right here somehow is the king of both comedy and broadcasting.
He said Donald Trump was Hitler, but half the country disagreed with us and he won, and this is fucking great. And Joe Rogan believes in dragons! And Joe Rogan believes in dragons! Joe Rogan believes in dragons! 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 Dragons!
And you gotta explain to the freezer guy that you're sorry to be the one to tell him this, but we truly live in hell. And I feel that in my bones. And he's surely going to want to get back in that freezer thing, but he can't. So instead he slices his own head off. Just a little scenario to think about. How the hell did we get here? It could have been great, but well, you guys know how the universe works. We're all just flying down an endless series
Can someone pin the video? Are there any mods in
alternate
here?
realities inside a vast multiverse. And you can't really control which branch of those realities you are going to live in. And, well, our wonderful reality is the one in which this guy was able to be crowned both the king of comedy.
All downhill after Carlin died? That's not true. There are still great comics out there. Okay? That is also not true. There are still great comics out there. And, you know, Bill Burr is a great example of this. Bill Burr is a great example of this. Okay? He is carrying the torch of Carlin. And there are also great comics out there still. It's just like, you know, I would say that the legends of my generation, a lot of them have basically destroyed their legacy. That's it. Like, this is like hearing Taylor Swift and saying music has been dead since Prince died. Yeah.
And the king of broadcasting. And I was sitting here watching this clip of this insane, resentful, unhappy, angry, and unfunny old man hysterically ranting and raving about his belief in dragons.
And then you couldn't believe that. Watch the illusion. It's all a fucking illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things. Dragons are real.
While his personally curated group of friends, who he's pretty much hired to hang out with him, sit around subserviently laughing at his terrible attempts at jokes,
Doing the New York thing.
nodding along as he continues to spout the literal dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, and putting on a master class on the warning signs of early onset dementia.
Fucking climate change. Wake up. No, it's arson, you fucking idiots.
I think to myself, there's no way anybody listens to this. I check the podcast charts. It's number 1. No, 2. And it's listed as comedy. Oh God. It suddenly all hit me how messed up this all is. And how this whole shit era of comedy kind of snuck up on all of us like boiling a frog or whatever. And I don't know if I'm just crazy, but I think this is actually bad. So I started thinking, trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Just trying to figure out, how did we even get here? And where are we going? And does it really have to be this shitty? Was it ever even not shitty? Like, what the hell is even going on here? And just like that, I realized it.
I was at the airport one time and I went to a Starbucks to get some.
Like, some of the comedians that he's posting about on this compilation, I actually do think are funny. Like, what's the dude from the ginger dude from Bad Friends? Like, I've seen him in like very small rooms when he was first popping out. Santino, very small rooms, like in front of fucking 10 people, and he was hilarious. And you can kind of tell when someone is. You can kind of tell when someone's got it. And Santino definitely was definitely always very funny. Like, it was obvious that he was going to be hilarious. I wouldn't say that he is like in the, like, every comedian goes on the Rogan sphere. Stavros is also on the Joe Rogan Experience as well. Like, they all have to do it, but I would say that there is like a cast of Roganites that are just objectively not that funny and constantly talk about like cancel culture and like right-wing shit that unironically ruins comedy. And I wouldn't say that like every single comedian that goes on that show is like that, especially because every comedian goes on the show.
Coffee.
Stand-up comedy is fucking stupid. And I don't even mean this current shit era. I mean the whole thing. The whole art form, like the whole idea of it. It sucks. And it's worse than stupid, really. It's disgusting. And it should be illegal, maybe.
I hope I haven't offended anyone.
It just keeps getting weirder and weirder and further away from anything.
I think this guy's joking, right? When he says it should be illegal, maybe. I don't know their vibes that much.
Yeah, this shit era of comedy is way past its expiration date. It's been fermented, fully soured, and is now completely putrefied. It's... how else can I describe this? We are way past the tail end of it, and we are dancing around in the steaming pile of shit that fell out of its ass. We've talked about this before, but everything has its cycle. You get that, right? Come on, a guy like you? I mean, there are guys out there who have already been talking about the cycles better than I can.
Intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their season.
I agree with this guy.
They have their beginning. They have...
What do you think about Jeselnik? He's funny. I mean, it's like a very... His humor is like a little different. Like I don't know how I would classify him.
Have their end.
Yep.
They have cycles.
I think I agree with everything he says.
About to be recycled.
Good. Do it.
We're on the threshold of the end of this civilization because it's about to be recycled.
Right.
Your only
I understand
chance to evacuate is to leave with us.
All right. Our lives have cycles. History has cycles. Culture.
Okay, I want to get to the meat of the argument here. Like, I don't understand.
That guy was killing. Dude, he put the fear in God in guys that have been doing it for 20 years. He used to do Dick Doherty, rest his soul, his comedy clubs. And Dane would have the headliner, like, pacing in the back. Damn. He was killing that hard, and he would be like, I shouldn't have to follow that. There's no jokes here. It's like, well, listen to the crowd. There's something going on here.
So instead of wasting their energy on writing good jokes, guys began focusing on how well they could promote themselves on the internet. And then people started making these new things called podcasts too. And given the potential payoff, the low cost and low...
He's saying Dane Cook was like the reason as to why modern comedians that were following his note basically stopped looking to structure funny jokes that were interesting or unique, and instead we're just like bold.
No effort required to do all this crap was irresistible.
No, I like MySpace.
Especially for these lazy comedian guys whose greatest motivation in life is the fear of ever having to get a real job. And that marked the official beginning of the comedy podcast shit entanglement era, in which we are currently festering. Congratulations. Of course, nobody struck gold bigger than this genius, Joe Rogan. There he is. Yeah, this guy never had an original idea in his life. He really doesn't know anything about anything, but he does know how to copy a guy who already did a thing.
Trans women are women. How about most? You gotta leave room for crazy.
Believe women, right? All of them?
How about almost all?
How about you believe like 88%? And that last 12% that's out of their minds, I think that's a fair percentage, wouldn't you?
You gotta leave room for crazy.
That's what he does with stand-up, and that's what he did to start his podcast, which he stole the idea for from Tom Green.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is 8:01. You're watching Tom Green Live. Roll the open.
Tom had the brains and the balls to start his own talk show, broadcasting live on the internet from his own home. And it was great. It was funny, chaotic, and it never took itself seriously.
That's good booze. Play something real quick, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'm on Tom Green Live. Hooray!
All right, cool. Awesome.
It was unpredictable, and stuff went wrong all the time.
We can't see the on-air feed right now, so not happening. Yeah, the live feed's not coming through too good, but we figured we'd sit and wait.
This guy's scaring me. Are we up on the computers?
We're up, yeah.
He'd get mad at his production staff as a bit.
Computers? I want to see a laptop right now with it on the feed. Can I see it? Bring me a laptop right now.
Instead of whatever this is.
No. It's like a...
It's weird.
It's sort of like an Olympic...
Sorry.
Sometimes he'd get bombarded with prank calls, and because Tom has an actual sense of humor and a fully functioning brain, he could play along with them.
Tom Green, can you do a barrel roll for me?
A barrel roll?
Yeah, a barrel roll.
I like that guy. That guy's cool.
I'm the guy you hung up on the first call.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, man, I just wanted to tell you,
Hello, you're on the air.
Instead of whatever this is.
I am really into rock, paper, scissors.
How into it are you?
I'm undefeated.
How is that possible?
But whenever they wanted anything, I would be like, all right, rock, paper, scissors. If you win, you can do this thing. If I win, and then I would like pick the thing that was like their sort of deepest fear, you know.
Can we play right now?
If I win, I do the programming on your show for a week.
No. That's worth a lot of money. You can f off. Vance,
you were so confident until just now. We can take a month, few months off.
All right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
It sounds like someone else is scared to lose it.
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
Look how mad it is.
You don't have it. Fuck off.
And number one comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a funny show.
Joe, you were great on Friends.
No, I wasn't on Friends.
It's a joke.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this
There you are.
wall going to
Everybody's
be
done it.
huge?
It's
Huge?
a joke.
It's
Did
such
that-
a fun podcast. Such a fun
You
time.
need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you
Too
know how
big.
much military force is behind Putin? What are you talking about?
What are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about? Like, what if he
Right.
just decides to go nuclear?
Oh God, shut up. Oh, that's better. Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the number one podcast guy instead of Joe? Must be a fun place to be. That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in this stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the...
Oh God! Oh, these guys, the trigonometry guys.
This is the branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the U.S. government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Made your daddy proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
I'm proud to be yours as well.
I love you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for
brother.
your time, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills.
Dude, I think this is awesome. Thank you, man. See,
Okay, so Tom Green is responsible for Joe Rogan, so he's a villain in the story as well. Okay,
This
he
is the
brought about Joe Rogan to us.
thing ever. It really is different, you know, than television.
This is way better.
He gets rock hard, praising its lack of corporate interest.
There is no, I mean, I guess the Joe Rogan experience has evolved into not really being a comedy podcast at all, you know? Yeah, Tom Green is the Oppenheimer, dude. He is the Oppenheimer of just ruining the medium. Another reason why Canada blames tariffs, okay? Canada deserves tariffs. Yep, I'm blaming Canada for this one too. Fuck it. Canada, you did this.
And griping about how advertising and money ruin anything good about entertainment.
It's not a corporate pressure. See, the thing that f***ed up television,
Watch the lab, Mike.
F***ed up entertainment in general,
Idiot.
is money. They
Oh,
still
really?
selling advertising, and that's all. And that f***s up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
A belief he abandons literally within seconds once he realizes that he could be the sole beneficiary of this potential new advertising revenue stream.
We need to figure out how you make money from this.
Yeah.
I think we thought money ruined everything.
A national interweb, we call it, and then create a mass traffic
like a portal
gauge.
Watch right here. You can see the wheels turning inside his brain as he quickly flip-flops.
Like a portal into the advertising revenue stream. You know?
So he just copied Tom Green, and he started the Joe Rogan shitcast experiment, and just for being an early adopter of podcasting, he was able to become the biggest and most mainstream establishment media figure on the planet. There he goes, stealing Joe.
He's up.
Yeah, this visionary genius is comedy's.
Dude, the Elephant Graveyard fucking hates Joe Rogan. Jesus Christ. Like, to a degree where it's like, even I, a Joe Rogan observer, am like, damn, dude, all right, like, fucking dial it back a little bit. I feel like he steps in his own argument a little bit. He gets in his own way by hamming it up too much.
Is George Carmack. Who's George Carmack? Well, he's the guy who found that first piece of gold in the Yukon.
It should have been Mullen, not Rogan. Yeah, I was talking about this with Noah last night too. It's literally a bit. You don't get the joke. Oh, okay, that makes sense. If it's a bit and I'm not understanding it, maybe that's what's going on here. But yeah, put me down. I'm a sovereign citizen. No, I'm shaking the baby. I'm shaking you. Okay, I picked you up by your head, and now I'm shaking you. Your arms are flailing in the wind, going, wah, wah, don't do it.
which started the whole Klondike gold rush. There was nothing special about George Carmack. He was just some guy. He was just lucky enough to get a tip from this other guy, Robert Henderson, saying there might be some gold up there in the Yukon. So George just went up there and yeah, he found some. And after that, loads of guys swarmed up to the Klondike there and ruined the place as they all tried to copy what Carmack did. And just like Henderson tipped off
Cometown is a great example of like an actually funny comedy podcast. Like a legitimately funny comedy podcast that has a lot of misses as well. This is just how it is. But when it fucking hits, it's insane. When it hits, magic happens and you're a part of it when you're watching it in the viewership experience. You're like, oh my God, what an incredible fucking joke.
Carmack, Tom Green tipped off Joe, giving Joe the idea to start a DIY podcast. And he did. And he struck gold.
Zip up Stavi's pants when you're done with it, little bro. First of all, no, I will not zip up Stavi's pants when I'm done with it. Secondly, I mean, all three of those dudes are fucking hilarious. What are you talking about? In their own way.
Caused a stampede of comedians trying to copy his blueprint, turning everything to shit in the process. Like a plague of locusts. Shit locusts. And guys, please don't hold that against Tom, all right? There's no way he could have predicted the consequences of that tip. And Tom's a wonderful man. And actually, just like Joe Rogan, all his riches were never enough for George Carmack. He was always questing for more and more gold, never satisfied. He, like Joe, must have had some kind of dad-shaped hole in his soul that he tried to fill with money and fame, but it never really worked.
What are you saying?
George dropped dead at age...
It's so interesting because Joe Rogan was formative in my development as well. And probably for like the weirdest reason, but like I saw a dude seemingly make his own meta, like from where I'm standing. When I was listening to him first, I was like, damn, this dude like has so much influence and also simultaneously is independent. Like when I was younger and I was listening to him, I was like, this is a Hollywood guy that took the Hollywood background that he had, right? The influence and prominence that he had from Hollywood and made his own lane, right? And for me, I mean, I'm talking, this is like before the Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. I think my turning point on him when I started realizing like he was perhaps entertaining like really weird people far too much, and the shift was happening was like around I would say like 2014, 2015, 2016, and definitely after. Post 2016 is like was a big turning point, and then post 2020 is like when he fully when he became his final form. But if you listen to his commentary, even from like 2015 to 2016, it's the diametrical opposite of his perspective now. It's very interesting to see. Like sometimes I'll see like old Joe Rogan videos from back then, okay? And he's like talking about immigrants or whatever, and you're like, what the fuck? He just became the exact opposite person. Like, how did this happen? It's very interesting.
61. While working yet another new claim. I'm just saying. So Joe struck gold and, as we all know, became the godfather king of both comedy and podcasting, and helped to restore faith that we are still living in a meritocracy-based society. And we love him and we thank him each and every day of our lives. Along the way, Joe spawned a slew of copycat shows trying to coattails his success, to the point where every single comedian now has their own podcast. Literally every single one. And so many of them were built on the...
Bro, it's not just the comedians. Now fucking politicians are making podcasts too. Everyone's making podcasts. Podcasts have officially become the meta. All right, it's just like they need to stop. People need to stop making podcasts. It's too much.
The same premise.
Not me though. I'm gonna keep doing it.
Of what goes on inside a comedian's twisted mind. What really happens backstage in that green room.
The green room is amazing.
No.
I know it looks bad, and
it doesn't. I can't believe it. Well, we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted perverts and dangerous, mentally ill narcissists, predators, abusers, all those kinds of guys, farting around in that stupid green room in one big depraved circle jerk.
Lucky she paid 100. I had girls in my dick giving me coke from Chewy. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Yeah, you gotta suck my dick to get up in the belly room. I'm making a call for you. That's the fucking gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows.
Only guy who actually get canceled. I mean, that was a crime. You know what I mean? That was a crime. That was not a cancellation. It was a crime.
20 of them. Yeah, I got to Hollywood, bro. She was beautiful. And when she left, she had dirty fucking, her nails were dirty. And then a year later, she wrote me a letter to the Comedy Store. You sucker, you broke me. I kept shooting sperm balls in a fucking bar.
That actually makes me want to start believing in the death penalty. Send him right to Sparky. Anyways, on it went. And they just kept making these podcasts. They just won't stop, pumping them out. And then a pandemic happened, and people were alone, and so desperate not to listen to the thoughts inside their own heads. So they put on these podcasts as mental screensavers and escape into the friendship simulation that these podcasts provide. And the numbers went up, and more guys made more and more podcasts, always trying to outcompete each other by making everything as fast, cheap.
George Santos made a podcast called Pants on Fire, dude. That's the stage we're at.
Cheap and low effort as possible. And then it's just a matter of reading ads for dick pills or nicotine mouthwash or whatever.
Brain nourishing.
Oh, it's not good. These lazy...
Genuinely asking what crime? Chris D'Elia? He was grooming minors. What? He was actively trying to fuck minors, dude, on Snapchat. The crime is called pedophilia.
Lazy stand-up guys got into comedy because it was the easiest thing they could do to avoid getting a real job. But then podcasting came along, and suddenly they had an even easier way to make even more money.
Podcast?
And then pretty soon the podcast eclipsed the stand-up, and now all these so-called comedians are really just zero-effort podcasters selling shitty products again and again and again.
We'll be back with the interview in 1 minute. First, we want to talk to you about the sponsors of today's episode, AG1.
You should nuke English.
We take AG1 to stay healthy.
And you're looking great there, bud. Jesus Christ. They really have become indistinguishable from those infomercials you used to see on TV late at night when you couldn't sleep. And you'd turn that thing on out of desperation just to maybe hear another voice.
Anna, I love you. You have my life.
You might even see an interesting product. Who knows?
Arthritis, depression.
Those are podcasts now.
iRestore, the clinically proven, game-changing hair growth device, iRestore. This show is brought to you by DraftKings.
They're just places these fools can hawk supplements and get free advertising for their own branded crap.
I love this.
And they all follow that original blueprint from the godfather of podcasting, Joe Rogan.
Mom brain is real. It is a real thing.
You need some Alpha Brain.
What is it? Can I take it? I'm breastfeeding.
Alpha Brain is a nootropic that my company On It makes. And I'm not saying this because it's my company.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually a very anxious person.
I have a friend whose daughter was on ADHD medication, and she's getting...
It is pretty funny that this guy who, created a supplement company, which is famously, like, supplements are not regulated by the FDA in the same way that, like, other things are. That guy is also now one of the most prominent, like, anti-vaxxer voices out there. Who would have thought?
Getting off of it, and he started giving her Alpha Brain.
Very cool.
Okay. He said it helped her tremendously.
Respect for the daughter. Wow.
What is it?
He's become the new establishment, cutting deals with big pharma and backed by massive corporations like Spotify and the Big N.
The thing that fucks up entertainment in general is money. That's all it, and that fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
So Joe was getting more and more popular. But with that success came a whole new level of public criticism that Joe was not prepared for and was too weak and frankly lazy to handle. See, one of the core problems with this Joe Rogan guy is the fact that he has that dad-shaped hole in his soul that we alluded to earlier.
To be fair, I think like constantly getting ass blasted by mainstream media that also kind of sees you as a alternative medium that is a threat to their established success is probably going to brick most people's brains. Okay. Given the format of a 3-hour-long podcast, I actually talked about this with Theo Vaughn, ironically enough. Given the format, like at the time, there was definitely a lot that got lost in those back and forth conversations. Now, of course, since then, Joe Rogan has devolved and became this like obviously right-wing figure who says a whole bunch of nonsense. But like there were certainly a lot of points initially where people were just like really farming for any kind of like smear that they could jump onto. I think a lot of people, especially now, like a lot of Gen Z young men, grew up in a climate where maybe they were developing their formative political opinions at a time when like it was the peak of let's just say the SJW era, where for every like 3 good valid critiques that people were launching against anyone and everyone, there was like 7 that was insane, right? Also simultaneously though, the right was going nutty mode as well with Gamergate and shit. And also open neo-Nazi demonstrations, open neo-Nazi content creators, open white supremacist content creators that were on the other side of that, on the other side of the political spectrum as well. But having said that, I think that probably played a role in now in a lot of young men's minds, where they were just like growing up in this media environment where people were just like, "Are you watching? What kind of content are you consuming? That says a lot about who you are. I think you're morally repugnant for listening to this or listening to that. We need to fix our media diets, yada yada yada." And I think that definitely caused a lot of especially young men to just be like, "Nah, fuck that." Anytime someone ever critiques whatever media that I have appreciated, that must mean that they are wrong. And I think that Joe Rogan and them leaned into that quite a bit with the cancel culture stuff.
He grew up with this terrible guy for a dad.
Hasan attacking his own community right now. That's so funny. I have a very nuanced opinion on this kind of stuff, and also comedy in general, as a fan of comedy. And yet every single time I bring this up, there's always another guy who doesn't listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, but instead assumes that I'm like, accidentally revealing something. And it's not a firmly held conviction that I've maintained for a decade at this point. No, you, my friend, placed me in a box. So when you hear something that doesn't make sense about the box that you've placed me into, you go, "Oh, this must be a mistake. He must be doing this on accident. Or he must feel bad about his like past behavior on this stuff." And it's like, no, this is just something I've been saying for a very long time. Okay.
My big memory from my childhood is my mother coming home with hamburger meat and my father being upset that it was hamburger that she had brought home for dinner, and he beat the shit out of her. And we left.
And do you think that somehow or another that put that fight in you?
Yeah, unquestionably. Yeah. Like, I thought my dad was this great guy. You know, when you're a kid, your dad's your hero.
Right.
You know? And then all of a sudden I realized when I was 5 years old, very clearly, that my dad was a douchebag. Now, there's that feeling that you can't trust anybody.
And after doing all that emotional damage, Joe's dad abandoned him. But he left him with a lifetime gift, a dark black hole inside his soul that he might not even be aware of, and if he is entirely incapable of fixing or even acknowledging. Crippling fear. Now this black...
I do think it's weak shit, by the way. It's a sign of not having any sort of like fully flushed out worldview, a moral compass, any sort of interest in any sort of vision in changing the world. When you get yelled at by a group of people, and then that just like causes you to fucking flip your script in its entirety and slowly but surely find yourself in the throes of reactionary ideology. And there are many very prominent examples of this in the world of comedy, especially, you know, that's it. And I say this as someone who has been attacked from all sides fairly consistently. Ironically enough, my commentary has also been consistent throughout this entire process. And the reason for that is because I'm stubborn, for sure, but also the reason for that is because I have firmly held convictions. Whether my brand of politics is popular or my brand of politics is unpopular does not change the dynamic at all for me. It's something that I'm advocating for because I know it's correct, and not because I'm changing. I'm going along with the winds.
Black hole, it produces incredibly powerful emotional gravity. All his fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. And that's stressful, man. It's a real bind. And it's actually a big reason why Joe became a comedian in the first place.
Why else did you get into being a comedian?
I don't know. I got talked into doing it. No, I wasn't really very funny. I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts.
Stop laughing, it's not funny.
I was very insecure, and I got bullied.
See, it's a sad thing.
And I wasn't big. I was a small kid.
Better music.
And I was really nervous, and I did not like that feeling at all. Yeah, I went to an open mic night. I watched amateurs try it. Like, most of them don't know what they're doing. They're terrible. Like, people who really suck inspire you to do it because they lower the bar of expectation.
And do you still do your stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That is the emperor of comedy you're talking to. See, there are two main strains of comedian.
Yeah.
The first kind are the people that are creative artists that have weird brains and maybe even have a triple-digit IQ, and they're driven to create. They are compelled by the muses or whatever, and it makes sense that they're comedians.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs.
Oh, jokes. I remember those. The other kind of strain of comic, and this is almost all of them these days, are sad people with black holes inside their soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone where nobody else is allowed to speak. And probably they should lock their phones in a bag, too. And now I'm trying to think about who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention and power. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, for this type of guy, stand-up comedy is a dream. They're sad little guys who seek power and external validation. It's classic Hitler stuff, and it's scary, psychotic stuff.
Free speech. That's what we're fighting. That's all I'm fighting for.
Fuck, it's Dave.
When I'm on that stage, I'm there to dictate your.
Who is that guy? I don't know who the black dude is. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. I don't think I've ever seen him. Okay, I think it's a bit much to be like, you know who else is a failed stand-up comic? Adolf Hitler. He's a Rogan orbiter. He's a Kill Tony guy. Oh, I haven't watched Kill Tony in so many years, dude. Kill Tony as a format is brilliant, but ruined entirely by the fact that it's Tony Hinchcliffe that steers that ship. Format-wise, brilliant format, okay? Having a bunch of up-and-coming, like, upstart stand-up comics try their bits out in front of like professional comedians that have been doing it for years and years. Fantastic format. Ruined entirely by the man who has the name, the man who has named the format, Tony Hinchcliffe.
Emotions dictator at that point.
He admits it.
That's all we're fighting for is free speech.
It's this weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find enough other dumb sad guys in an audience who will give them the laughter and applause they need so badly.
Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your art?
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy. I can already answer that before you even finish that question. I couldn't be happy if people aren't absorbing art of mine.
Sounds familiar.
Why do you think that is?
Because I'm addicted to it now. I'm addicted to that feeling of
validation.
Gratification, instant gratification, validation, all of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around
like, you
guys
know who
like
else had
this,
that feeling?
whose entire
Hitler.
scheme is simply pandering to the most easily entertained brain-dead audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid and driven by urges other than the pursuit of...
Jeremy Piven.
Wait, what's this?
1,000 years ago,
What is this?
I did a show called Entourage. Do you imagine if we tried to reboot that today in this climate?
Yeah.
We used to have billboards everywhere. Just those billboards today, 5 straight, white, focused men coming straight at
Take me back.
People would be like, is that a documentary about January 6th?
Yeah, that is really good stuff. I actually changed my mind. This era of comedy rules. This era of comedy...
Yeah, you can't make it. Oh, man. Folks, things were so much funnier back in the day. Oh, the wokes, they ruined everything.
Rules. So yeah, comedy copers. That's the kind of comedian Joe is. And it's sad. He'd love to shrink the size of that dark amalgam that haunts him, but he can't because he doesn't seem to realize, or maybe it's too painful to think about, that he's only chained to that swirling mass of negativity because of the emotional gravity of that dad hole. Address the trauma of that dad hole and the rest floats away into the void. But he can't, and he won't. And because of that, he's stuck with that black hole inside, and the dark amalgam that surrounds it, which in 2020 was about to...
You want to know why Shane Gillis has done not one but two SNL spots now and objectively has become a better comedian after his initial quote-unquote cancellation where he was supposed to be on SNL and then clips came out of him, you know, doing not the best bits, okay, especially about Chinese people or whatever. You want to know why? And I do give a lot of leeway to comics in general, because when a comic bombs or when a comic is doing a bit on a podcast and it sucks, a lot of people look at that because they don't know anything else about the person. They go, oh, this person is like a heinous racist, right? Now, comedy is just like any other medium, any other art form where it's not going to be all hits. There's no comedian that will make you laugh every single time, okay? Just like when you purchase an album and you listen to your favorite artist, there's going to be some skips in there, or there's going to be some mid. It happens. It might not be for you, okay? No, Bill Burr as well, dude. Come on. He did that fucking like dad movie for Netflix. Like, I love Bill Burr. But, you know, he has some fucking misses too. My point is, you know what Shane Gillis didn't do in that moment? He could have basically hit the cancel culture orbit, and he certainly got a lot of audience, a lot of new audience members that wanted him to do that, right? But instead of fucking crying about being canceled and changing his entire comedy to how sad he was because he got canceled and how everything sucks nowadays, he didn't do that. He went back to the drawing board and he was like, yeah, I'm going to keep making comedy. And that's precisely the reason why now he gets to do SNL. Okay? That's it. That's straight up. That is the reason. He didn't get pigeonholed into being a cancel culture guy. Because if he had done that, I think he would have been like Owen Benjamin at this point. You know what I mean? A fucking abject loser who, tries to get shock value out of you by saying the N-word or saying that the Jews are doing everything, becoming like a fucking Nazi. That's why I think I can't stand hack comedy. And I think cancel culture focused comedians always become hack comedians. Because cancel culture comedy is hack comedy. There's no better indication of this than Seinfeld also being a cancel culture comic.
Grow to terrifying and unimaginable proportions.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify. Thanks.
Joe made a big boy business deal.
I always say this, but like, this is another classic HasanAbi trope, but like, yeah, the moment that you seek out applause instead of laughter as a comic is the moment that you've lost. Okay? That's why I was saying like Nanette is basically, or Dave Chappelle's like the Nanette, but for right-wingers, where he was no longer seeking out laughter. He was no longer trying to get you to laugh, but instead get you to agree. You can't do that.
Deal with the partly Chinese Communist Party-owned Spotify Corporation. And after that, he started getting in a lot more trouble for making up stuff on his show and like ruining society and things like that. And at first he had to keep apologizing when he got caught lying, which is crazy to think about now, but it was a different era back then.
Historic fires are ripping through 3 western states.
Hello, everybody. I need to make an apology and a retraction. I said something on the podcast about people getting arrested for lighting fires. I got duped. It's wrong. And I said it without looking into it. It's very irresponsible. And I'm sorry if I duped you as well. I know it feels very irresponsible of me. I don't take it lightly. I'm very upset with myself. And I apologize to you as well. Sorry.
The guy was in way over his head, and his inability to distinguish reality from fiction was starting to stress him out, knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in.
Sorry.
And, if that wasn't bad enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing.
What do you think about our buddy put an apology today?
Sorry.
Who? You see Joe
Rogan, but he got a fact wrong.
Yeah. Poor Joe Rogan. He put the apology up.
Sorry.
They would tell him go. That's hard for my dog. My heart goes out to him. He had to put an apology up.
Sorry.
Shit.
I guess
things look good things look good in the basement, dog. Once you take that Spotify money, you got to start apologizing. Sorry. Make him believe you can't. The poor guy. That's what happens when you get that money. You cash that big check, you got to watch what you say. Did you see him?
This marked the start of the apology era, which would end up being way too much adversity for Joe to handle. And to get out of this bind, Joe was about to embark on a transformation that will surely be studied by psychologists for the rest of time.
How serious is this? Is this something that we need to be terrified of?
So, long story short, a pandemic started. Joe couldn't handle it, and he went and had a panic attack in the sauna.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. When everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I do feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt like my breath is coming short. I did. I had psychosomatic issues thinking about it.
Guy had a panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a fucking panic attack
in the sauna.
And then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. And that's how the hatred starts.
And that really was when the hatred was unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about shooting homeless guys.
I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. Maybe we should just go and shoot homeless people.
I like your ideas.
Yeah.
This pandemic stuff was way too stressful. Then he started frantically scrolling Twitter, found a new group of guys to hang out.
God, I love the comedy side of this podcast, man. That's peak of comedy right there. Hey, man, we should murder homeless people. Yeah, seems like a good idea. Look, I think this guy, unironically, as the #1 Joe Rogan hater, misses the different arcs that Joe Rogan has gone through. Because the previous arc, the 2015 onwards, the first foray into right-wing political commentary started at all the way back in 2015, 2016. The Ben Shapiro introduction, the Jordan B. Peterson introduction, the Milo Yiannopoulos introduction. People don't remember this person because it's been so long, but there was a white nationalist, an out and about white nationalist eugenicist by the name of, also Canadian, of course, Stefan Molyneux. Okay, or Molyneux. This man went on Joe Rogan Experience to talk about how, white people have higher IQ, shit like that. It was crazy. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, damn, bro, what, are you stupid? Are you truly a goddamn ape? What are you doing? You're having these guys on that are not funny, not clever, not entertaining, and just simply hateful. That was the initial era, the Gavin McGinnis. He had Gavin McGinnis. And then there was the liberal side of that with the Sam Harrises and the fucking Weinstein brothers or whatever. It was the Weinstein. I forget what they're Brett Weinstein and his brother. That was the anti-SJW era where the right-wing independent media ecosystem was being developed. The intellectual dark web. He almost got me with the arc, but ironically, having Kyle Pac-Man Bernie got me back to sanity. So many of the dudes that are now 35, 36 that you knew maybe back then that have just stayed right wing and have become insane people because of that brainwashing, brain breaking experiment.
And these guys allowed Joe to believe that everything was actually okay, and so Joe felt relieved and safe with them, and transformed his inner anxiety into outward rage, an emotion he was more accustomed to dealing with on account of that bad dad. But unfortunately, this new group of guys and all the stuff that he and Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention. And that made even more anxiety bubble up. And again, Joe transformed that anxiety into an even bigger rage. And I mean, this guy was getting pissed.
Well, breaking news this evening, Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has COVID.
Shit. Anyone got a lighter?
He mentioned ivermectin is something more often used to deworm horses.
I can afford people medicine, motherfucker. This is me. This is ivermectin.
You got it
right
you.
here. Somebody gave it to me.
Oh, this is amazing.
Look, they put a yellow filter on me, too. They did. I look like shit there. Do you know that?
I think you look good.
Pause.
And his mind just completely shattered.
That's enough, Jim.
He had to defend this new guy he'd started becoming, and all his beliefs, which were the only thing abating his rampant anxiety. And now he was way too invested in this stuff to ever turn back.
5'3". I think this is really important.
This is the second arc. The first arc is the meta that I brought to you, that I explained to you earlier with dipping his toes into really insane far right commentary. But back then he still had Abby Martin on, you know what I mean? He still had COVID was the final stage. I realized that he had lost his dang mind when he had, I think it was Dr. Rhonda Patrick, who he has known for years. And he was just kind of shitting on her because of her understandable perspective about COVID and vaccines. Like he was just being crazy. He was being crazy very clearly. A person that he knew for years and years, that he had a lot of respect for, he was now shitting on.
One of the problems that I've had, me personally, I've had with any idea is that once I have an original idea or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. And I've had real problems with that. And the problem with saying this happened and that happened, which I used to do all the time, is that you don't fucking know. You don't know. You don't know. But until you do know, when you say you know and you might be wrong, it becomes an ego thing. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts, I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with who now hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online.
Now, you might have noticed that Joe is on the verge of tears there, struggling very hard not to break down and cry. And that's because the real Joe is inside there somewhere dying and desperately trying to be heard. But Joe won't allow it. He's committed to being the new guy. And he puts in major effort in order to keep the old guy beneath the surface, basically torturing him into submission.
I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge. As I'm taking it off, don't do it, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb right in and and because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I won. I beat the inner bitch. I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there.
If I start my day with a win, then how can I be a loser? Well, despite winning so hard at life from sitting in that tub, he was still pretty messed up from all the backlash.
This is the part where it's like, that isn't a terrible argument. That isn't a terrible idea either. There's a lot of the self-help stuff that these guys engage with that is actually pretty basic and also good, like good to do. Okay. Like what he's saying is the ice bath is a moment of like self-inflicted adversity, something that you just don't want to do, but you're doing it. And that gives you an adrenaline rush and a confidence boost that allows you to also turn around and tackle other things. I think the most obvious, most famous example of this is not like forcing yourself into a situation where you're working in the ice bath, but instead is the Jordan Peterson, make your bed, clean your room. You know, that is not Jordan Peterson didn't invent that. Like that is a classic, almost a cliche in pop psychology, and it is healthy and it is good. So you won't catch me shitting on self-help stuff like that. Even though there are entire brands dedicated to being crazy, you can't be fucking serious. Wait, what? Hasan felt called out? Wait, why? Why are people getting mad? Oh, God. I really get annoyed when there's like a very loud minority of people in the chat that will go, any kind of self-help is fascist. Like, shut the fuck up, okay? All right, you can be a nasty little bitch who doesn't take a shower. You know, we're not going to be about that lifestyle here.
He was getting from all his major whoopsies.
I would have been like them if I didn't have the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have.
The mindset.
My personality.
Personality.
Is just immune to bullshit.
He's got it all.
When bullshit hits me, I go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad.
Listen, dog, I'm Mr. Body Fascism, okay? Don't even get me started.
Daddy.
I don't trust people. And the people that haven't experienced that, I can understand why they formed the conclusions that they did. Because I could have been them. I 100% could have been them.
Well, thank God Joe's mommy bought hamburger that fateful night. Or Joe could have ended up a guy with the biggest mainstream media platform on earth, being easily used and exploited by weird billionaires and grifters, and allowing it to happen because he's just so desperate for love and validation on account of that dad hole. It's crazy to think there's a multiverse thing out there where a #1 comedy podcast doesn't have guests like some comic book villain evil rich guy. All these nut job.
That's the other side of this. Like when people are like, Joe Rogan, independent media, he's killing it. And then like half of his guests now are just like direct CIA pedophiles. You know what I mean? Like I thought you were the guy who talked about the pedophilic elite, not like became one. What is this? Great. Another episode where some goddamn Silicon Valley nerd is going to talk to me about how billionaires deserve more, how the poor ain't shit, And the cope that they still use is the one that remains. Oh, Joe has everybody on. No, he doesn't. When's the last time Joe Rogan had a fucking actual leftist on his show? And there has never been a moment where, since 2015, the density of like leftists to far right insane like Nazis was ever comparable. Yeah, he does not want his platform to move in that direction is clear.
Billionaire dweebs. And like, I don't know, a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason.
Yeah,
and
I hate that.
Also like the entire government, basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he thinks? Nah, man, he grew up without a dad, so you don't even have to take that question into consideration. And say sorry. Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that didn't happen. Right, Duncan? Remember you warned Joe about that happening? Thank you so much for saving our dad. I mean, Joe. Thank God he's got friends that still tell him the truth and don't tell him part of the truth and then walk it back a little bit out of fear of disrupting his delusions, stressing him out, and then being cut out of his inner circle. That would be spineless and, you know, would make it obvious that all your peace and love and honesty stuff was just a load of crap all along.
If you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are gonna infiltrate your shit.
Listen to me. All those people that are organized, they come hang out with us. Give me a hug.
You don't want to give them a hug?
Relax.
Why?
Just relax. All those people are just people, man.
Like a white supremacist?
They're lost.
Yeah, but you have to watch out because people are gonna like try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? That's a fear.
Like radium?
But like, dude, I do worry about you sometimes, man, because it's like you now have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, you know, because you're doing like a...
This is so funny. Like, when someone gets fucking banned, and they're just like, I was banned for 3 hours. Any explanation, Yavşak? Turkish chatter. Yes, bro. You got banned yesterday. You got timed out yesterday because you said, who is this guy, Hasana? I'm here for you, bro. Don't bring him anymore. Talking about my friend, Noah Colwyn. You got banned for a good reason. Perhaps we should have actually banned you for multiple days instead of just one day. Okay? Yeah, you were being a bitch. You said bitch made shit. You were being rude to my guest, and you got timed out. Why do you come back in after being timed out with this kind of energy where you're like, why was I timed out? Why was I timed out? Like, imagine going into a goddamn fucking stadium full of people and be like, excuse me, make this about me. Okay? Calm down.
A comedy.
He ain't Turkish? Yeah, he is. He said Yavşak. It's the Turkish
podcast, radio show style thing, but you're also interviewing people about really heavy duty shit. Then you start thinking like, man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating me, Duncan Trussell. I'm an American.
Yeah,
okay?
But you wouldn't even know. That's the thing. You wouldn't even...
Oh, I wouldn't know? How would I not know? These people are people.
What?
They're going to be like, if someone is so good at manipulating people that they can manipulate me and change the way I think about things.
Yeah.
Well, then good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff, and everyone was either yelling at him and calling him a dangerous idiot, or they were showering him with praise for widely broadcasting all their favorite ideas about what reality might be, and making them feel validated. So, if you're a fearful, self-loathing, and external validation-seeking guy like Joe, which side would you embrace? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to fully dive into a wonderful new safe space. He tapped into something he'd been searching for all his life, a source of constant praise and affirmation. And the guys doing all the praising were happy to have found a powerful ally in the new mainstream media.
Yep.
And as if that wasn't enough, Joe also found an endless parade of charlatans willing to juice his rod like he's some kind of god king for access to his wonderful platform and a chance to milk him for their own fame and fortune.
I want to give you the gifts I got you, bro. Got 5 of them.
Oh, I love this one. Patrick David! Patrick David! Bro, I got you. Joe, I got you many gifts. Joe! God, I love him. I fucking love Patrick Bet David. That's my goddamn goat right there. Joe, are you value-tained?
Okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
Wow. 5th place golf tournament prize.
So I hope you like it.
It's wonderful.
The last one, I'm convinced this is the one that I think you're gonna like a lot. So, this one was work, bro. Hope you like it. Okay. This is with the what do you call it when you're doing a...
Whoa. Yeah, it's called a BPSRJ, a blatant public sycophantic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up, swallowing the praise and plugging it into that hole his bad dad left in his soul.
You're a very important guy.
Here we go.
Everybody loves you.
Finish him
I got
off.
a lot of respect for you.
Talk to me,
There's
baby.
a level of admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
There's true protection for you.
Too
You
hard.
don't need any protection when it comes into a street fight.
Perfect.
You know how to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels
my
good.
My weapon is words. And by the way, my book is coming out in December.
And these rod juicings just felt so good. And they relieved Joe of the anxiety he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other. And through neuronic muscle memory, his brain began to default to the fear-rage switch innately. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know, no free will, he actually became a whole new guy.
I've never voted right-wing in my life. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. See this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me crazy. Yeah, the hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th thing is important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so dangerous.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump. Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that?
Yeah. Like there's a video of him talking to Sam Harris, who also was a fucking asshole, but all the way back in like 2016, where he had just started his arc.
It's like I see a lot of people online talking about this immigrant issue, and they either don't have kids.
2018, he's already started his like right-wing arc at this point, but he still has like some of these opinions that he's just like,
or they don't think it could happen to their kids. Their idea is, hey, shouldn't have fucking come over here. You get those kind of people. Broke the law. Shouldn't have fucking come over here if your kid, you didn't want to get your kid separated. If you were in the presence of a woman who came over here from Guatemala and she's poor and she's starving and they're taking her baby away and she's wailing and screaming from a primal place in her DNA that the one thing she loves more than anything is being taken away. A baby.
Yeah.
If that doesn't freak you the fuck out, you're not a part of the team, man. You're missing it. You're missing it. What are we here for? We're here for 100 years of whatever. That's what we're here for. If you want to spend 100 years saying, hey, she shouldn't have fucking broke the law, I don't want you on the team. You're an asshole. Right? And I don't give a fuck if you're right or left. I don't care if you're religious, or I don't care if you're an atheist. If that's what you support, you're an asshole. And we don't want you on our team. Okay? So, but if you agree with certain economic policies.
bro, isn't that crazy? Like, who is this guy? Who is this guy, bro?
Policies that I don't agree with. And we could have a discussion about it. We could figure out why you agree. And we could figure out why people are allowing all of this money to get into politics. Why are we allowing all these special interest groups and lobbyists to interfere with our laws and influence our politicians and create all this shit that we don't want? Well, here's the number.
You know what's really funny about this, by the way? I'm going to, of course, being the narcissistic Twitch streamer that I am, make this about me. I had the same exact opinions back then that I do now, which is why I always laugh when people are like, Hasan, you're a grifter. You've changed. That's why it's hilarious when motherfuckers try to pull that shit on me.
For one reason. You can't just vote online. You can't just vote. It's not one person, one vote.
Right.
It's the Electoral College, and there's a lot of checks and balances that are in place. That's all wonderful and groovy, but it's not giving the trust to the people.
Right.
The trust to the people that they're informed, that they can make their own decisions, that more people should be able to make these decisions. But they're happening now. That 28-year-old girl who won in New York, 28-year-old
That's it.
Democratic socialist. Whether I agree with her or not, and I don't know if I do or don't. I bet I agree with her on a lot of things. I think education should be free. I think we should figure out a way. If we could pay for bombs, we could pay for schools. I think this idea that everybody should have health care, it's a great idea. Who the fuck wants people to not be healthy? Who wants people to be hurt and not be able to fix it? Are you really saying that struggling people should have to pay exorbitant amounts of money to get fixed when we could maybe chip in and help members of our team?
That's stupid. Can't fill it up. Figure it out yourself. I had to. You got lucky, bitch. You got lucky you don't have leukemia. You didn't break both your legs when you were 18. Your parents are dead.
Right.
You got lucky, piece of shit. These are people on our team.
Right.
Because I'm not talking about people who are lazy, good for nothing, losers, mooching off the system. You're going to have that too. Well, we got to figure out how to educate people so that happens less.
There you go. That's the little bit slowly creeping in, a little bit of right-wing reactionary sentiment at the tail end of that. The mind virus, baby.
Less.
That's perfectly permissible, by the way. But it is slowly but surely. It just like takes over your entire mind.
Figure out how to do
that first part. If you're saying that about the immigrant children, you're not on the team. I haven't heard anybody put it better.
Well, yeah.
Rest in power to Michael Brooks, by the way. You should just start tweeting this clip out every day. It won't do anything. I mean, but look at this. It's from 2018. Joe has everybody on. Doesn't have Sam on. Still to this day. 2018 is 7 years ago. Yeah. Yep. 2018 is 7 years ago. That's when I started streaming on Twitch. I'm an old man, dude. I'm an old ass man. I have been doing this for a decade plus. I've been doing this for like 12 years now. And I started at least like streaming on Twitch with Noah, ironically enough, who at the time was the senior editor of Jewish Currents and was like working with Vice too. And, you know, doing Vice stuff. All these guys, I would play Fortnite with them. Felix Biederman, Noah Colwyn. Isn't that wild? That's why it's also kind of funny when people are like, when you guys come in here and you're like, Hasan, well, a bunch of your like former co-hosts or whatever have, have parted ways with you or whatever. It's like, no, there are people that I met along the way, and some of them actually revealed their heinous worldview in the process, but I'm still with the OGs, you know? I think about that. One of the dudes I used to play Fortnite with is my normie friend. That's who I went and saw the Stavros show with last night, and my brother. Yeah, I got a lot of day ones.
Yeah,
You're an
I mean,
asshole.
but that actually
Just
is
basic
that
moral
to me is the most
distinction.
Anyway, let's get back to Joe Rogan now.
There we go.
Becoming a new guy is a very effective way of slipping out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you want to belong with, and then reconfigure your entire personality in order to fit in with that group.
It's like, you remember when Madonna had a fake English accent and everybody's like, bitch, you're from Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from. You are not from England. Like, you can't do that.
They were like
Yes, they all jumped in the back of a U-Haul truck together. There has never been a thing that I've ever seen where almost immediately I was like, those are feds. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing. I mean, look, some people are barely holding on to reality.
You're right.
Barely.
You're right.
All they need is one smack, one...
If you adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself that they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief. This rap guy, Machine Gun Boy, he too became a new guy recently by employing the new body, new guy technique himself.
I'm in a new body. I literally am in a new body. Like, I covered everything on my arms and my body. I left windows to it, but just like there's windows to my old work, but I'm a new person. So the evolution has like led me from a caterpillar to a butterfly now.
Hold on, that one's kind of deep.
Transition into a new guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become fully immersed in the self-delusion. But upon reaching the maximal delusion saturation point, your simulated self becomes more real than your original classical self, and the transition into a new guy is completed. And after years of waffling on the fence, as we enter the year 2025, Joe's transition into this new guy appears to finally be complete. Well done.
You gotta remember, like, they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something happened to them earlier on. There was an aggressive, teacher, uncle, somebody that just
maybe a dad.
A dad who was drunk.
Yep.
There's stuff that pushes them in that direction to be expressive, controlling, and wanting to be acknowledged. And
he took TRT, bro. He was been on TRT. Are you kidding me? Joe Rogan used to talk about taking TRT openly too. Joe Rogan is the reason why I still say once I hit like 35 or whatever, and you know, I start noticing my T levels decline, like I will most likely get on TRT. Joe Rogan is a more formative person in my development than I care to admit, even though I admit it all the time.
Do it exactly my way because I was powerless as a child.
And when you said I beat up kids, I beat up other women. Joe Harrison was, when you farted in your house, they knew next door. How could I get away with that?
Yeah, for sure, right? And then that's the thing you see with actors too, and they finally get some success, and then finally you're the man. Like, oh, look, it's Mike. Your bagel's ready, Mike, and your trailer's ready. And then Mike is, get me a fucking coffee. You're like, oh, Mike, anything for you. And people act in this disproportionate, very insane.
Please talk to a physician about T-level stuff. Yeah, no shit. I'm nowhere near it anyway. It doesn't matter. Everybody calm down. Every little doctor in the chat, calm down. I would never do it without actually consulting a physician. I would never do it until it got to a point where I was experiencing like lethargy or like a genuinely lowered, significantly lowered sex drive.
Way. You know what I'm suffering? Jamie, this coffee sucks. Water. I don't know what happened, but you made it like almost, it's literally like almost like water. Can we get some more? We're going to talk about this. This is the worst coffee I've ever had.
Sorry. The exponential here, by the way, is, you know.
I have a theory that steroids makes you right wing. Brother, there is something that steroids actually does do. It is diminish your mental capacity. This is objectively correct. When you take steroids, you become dumber. Dr. Mike Israetel openly talks about this reality as a steroid user. So you're not wrong. Taking steroids does make you dumber, which will then make you right wing.
OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
It just have to like
I did.
I just put the water in.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee.
Get me a coffee.
Set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I'll just tell you right now, Jamie, this is terrible for coffee, though. You're like, this is fucking terrible.
Cold one.
Oh, he looks like
it's terrible.
Sorry. And it really makes you wonder, you know, like, how many times has Joe done this? How many new guys has he transformed into over the years in order to avoid actually facing the dad hole head on?
Well, shut up. I've been on prednisone for 30 years and I'm nowhere near right wing. I am dumber, though. Yeah, see? I'm just saying, the dumber you are, the higher the likelihood that you will become right wing. There are a lot of brilliant, incredible, thoughtful, wonderful, dumb guys out there who are not. Having said that, the dumber you are, the higher the likelihood is that you will be swept away by right wing thought.
And who is the real Joe Rogan underneath all of those guys? And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other branches of the multiverse. I don't know, but it's all very friggin' cerebral. So just a quick recap, we're exploring how did comedy get so shit? And surely you know the end of this shit cycle is coming any day now. You're all aware of the ever-growing industry of guys pointing out how shit the ship era is. People are catching on, guys. Don't wait for the rest of the rats to start jumping off the Rogan shit ship. Be that rat yourself and fucking jump already. It's time to leave Daddy's house. I mean, would you rather be at the forefront of the great post-Rogan comedy rebuild? Or would you prefer to face a jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg? Sorry. Anyway, so King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream king. And this new guy he's become has allowed him to make a massive power grab within the US government, cementing his position within the establishment. He's the comedy czar. And I honestly can't even tell if he's aware of the fact that he's become the unofficial podcast of the US government. He's got a direct line to the president.
Well, we definitely hate it in Canada right now. Oh, yeah. The hockey game? Kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada.
Excuse me?
It's not good, because that's their fucking sport.
Oh, really, dude?
Eat shit. All right, sorry. What were we talking about?
The talk about turning Canada into a 50 for.
I'll be honest. We kind of deserved that. The Canada thing. Like, we did. We've been talking big shit. Like, we have been so unnecessarily hurtful to everyone. We've been unnecessarily hurtful to the global south for in perpetuity. But we've now also we've really tuned it up. We've really turned the crosshairs over to some of our closest allies. Like, we really do deserve to get fucking kicked down a couple pegs, you know? You mean you've been talking shit? No, we do. We do need to get humbled by Snow Mexico for sure. We deserve whatever SoftBank does after the 2011 tsunami. Remember all the dumbass saying Japan got what it deserved for Pearl Harbor? Wait, what? People were saying that?
Oh, yeah. He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious.
Do you really get banned here if you say bad empanada? No. Why would you get banned here if you say bad empanada? You don't get banned anyway. You get suspended probably for like an hour or so because you're like, bad empanada made a YouTube video about you. Can you please watch it and address the terms that he set forth? Like, no. My answer is no. I like bad empanada. I don't agree with everything he says. It's normal. It's normal to fill very different spaces, especially when you're both fighting for the same cause. Okay? We all have disagreements. It's normal. Don't be fucking weird about it. Ironically enough, Bad Empanada himself would be so goddamn annoyed with you guys coming in here and constantly fucking chirping at me. You know what I mean? There was also even a dude who like misunderstood the point that he was making and came in here and was saying some like anti-Semitic shit too. Like, again, you didn't even understand what he was saying. Is this also your recent position on the JPEG tweet? No, I have no position on the JPEG tweet. What the fuck? No. Why would you say Peggy and Bad Empanada are on the... They're not on the same playing field. The fuck?
Yeah, well, first I was joking around, but then I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. So funny.
He's become comedy goibles, jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement that comedy is legal now.
The
Yay.
left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know?
Illegal.
Like, you can't make fun of...
God, I hate him. I hate him so much. It's not even like... The hatred that I have for him goes far beyond political disagreements. It's just like... He is such a cringeworthy person. I hate everything he stands for. And I have, yes, the shout is correct. I have a visceral, guttural hatred for him. And part of that is because every time he speaks and says something like unimaginably fucking cringe, unimaginably cringe, I think of all of his dick riders. I think of all of his blue check-marked cryptocurrency bag holding, waiting for the next scam to hit asshole fan base that are going to also go, he is so blessed. I love Elon. He's so freaking blessed. And there are millions of them. There are millions of them. And I think of the horde of morons, baboons, cackling hyenas that are just barely being kept alive by modern medicine, even though they actively argue against modern medicine. The only thing that has stopped them from dying at the age of like 7, okay? These pathetic morons. That is what is so unimaginably frustrating about this. Sorry. I had to get it out of my system. Doge, don't you got it? It spells like a Doge, like the dog meme. A meme off of a cryptocurrency. Oh, I love the cryptos. I love it. USA.
of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's
Comedy
funny.
sucks. I can't listen to him. I can't listen to him for longer than fucking 3-second increments. They're just saying like comedy sucks. Fuck. Watching these guys breaking your brain, he just makes me so mad.
You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
But now it's 2025 and Joe's the only guy on earth still ranting and raving about the pandemic, wants his bread and butter, and
why are you just accepting this? Because it's a noble thing.
Addicted to something that pissed him off like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining. He looks for stuff to whine about like a pathetic cigarette junkie, scouring the sidewalk for butt remnants to smoke because that's all that's available. And you gotta take what you can get.
If that Tim Walz sucker, if that guy got into power, that weirdo puts tampons in the boys' room and...
So this new guy experiment is fucking insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't gonna stop there. I mean, say what
He
you
even shit on Bernie. He was like, "Yeah, Bernie got money from Big Pharma. How fucked up?" He didn't. He didn't get Big Pharma executives did not give him money. You absolute baboon. Oh my God.
want about Joe, but this guy can overcommit to stuff at a pathological level. Becoming a new guy was not enough. Though more secure in his delusion than ever before, the flimsy tent poles holding up the belief in this new guy were always threatened by critics and like just regular normal people calling him stupid and stuff. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new guy in order.
Is Rogan only relevant in the USA? I don't hear about him here in the UK at all, ever. Someone who is as relevant as Joe Rogan is in the United States of America is technically impactful globally, even if you don't know who he is, if that makes sense. Like, this is a guy who endorsed the president. The president thanked him personally by name. And that is precisely the reason why, even if he's not like internationally renowned, even if he doesn't have international recognition, but I suspect that he has like he probably has a decent Canadian and decent Australian audience as well. And maybe his influence might even be larger than you think in the UK. His influence is, whether you recognize it or not, pretty fucking vast, just by virtue of like how much he has played a formative role in the development of this new media and how much that has impacted the trajectory of American politics. Like, it's kind of crazy to recognize. But think about it this way, chatter. My hoi bruv chatter. Think about it this way, right? This fucking animal, right, is so successful in the field of fucking podcasts, yeah, that the Democratic Party was like, who is the left's Joe Rogan? And they came to me and were like, oh, you're the left Joe Rogan. You're the left Joe Rogan. And I kept repeating over and over again that you can't podcast your Scottish. So please stop that voice. Okay, don't get me started. I'm E. Fatlaw. I'm Scottish. E. Fatlaw. But yeah, the point is, this guy and this new medium that has played a very important role in this past election cycle was so significant that you got Gavin Newsom doing a podcast now. My governor, Glasgow. Say Glasgow. Glasgow. Scotland forever. All right. Will you go on the pod with Gav? I would if he were to ask me on. But I don't know if he would.
To legitimize his own transition. And now Joe has gifted the world a brand new blueprint to copy. It's the new guy blueprint. And guys are already getting into it. We just saw Mark Zuckerberg show up to the shitcast to unveil his new guy.
We're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu, because I think you look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy.
It just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there. And I'm glad it now is.
Now, Mark maybe wasn't quite ready to unveil the new guy, but you know, sometimes we get a little bit too excited about our new guy, and we unveil them before they're really ready.
I really like.
Yeah, the Dominican Ray, he got hit with it.
I like racing, and I feel like all these activities, grilling meats, racing cars, are probably two of the most fun things that you can do.
Oh yeah, hunting too.
Yeah, same kind of thing. You've done a lot of that as well.
Yeah, well, my favorite is bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's already dubious. Mm-hmm. He's worried that Mark is going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard work Joe's put into normalizing new guy transitioning. But at the same time, Joe the gatekeeper can't help but become activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
I mean, that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh.
Whoopsie.
Do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, that's bad.
No.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing.
But Joe was enthused to see someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Ugh.
Are you using iron neck? Or...
Sorry, I got to cut it off before he goes into infomercial mode again. So Mark got...
It's like a double suck. It's just like... he's sucking. The other and Mark is sucking too. I mean, that's Zuckerberg anyway. That's Dick Zuckerberg right there. They're just like they're having a real good old fashioned suck off, dude. 69 style, you know.
Got Joe's support for his new guy, but Mr. Schaub, yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
You had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, "I hunt." Oh no! I went like this. Yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
Do you?
No,
what kind of bow do you use?
I think he did. He just forgot his bow.
Oh,
he forgot the name of his bow.
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it.
That's crazy that like Dick Zuckerberg is such a lizard that even Brendan Schaub can see through it despite the insane amounts of CTE. Why are you hating on autistic people trying to get social skills? Dude, what are you talking about? First of all, I don't even know how to approach this fucking statement. Like, hey man, I don't care. He could be a cool guy, okay? That's great. That's wonderful. Maybe he should stop fucking sucking up to the Trump administration and coming on the Joe Rogan Experience and be like, hey guys, I'm no longer a billionaire lizard person because I've realized that if I just say I'm right wing, then a lot of you dumbasses will defend me. So I made some decisions over at Facebook, some of which are going to be revolving around saying fuck trans people once a day. If you don't say that, we're shutting off your account. We've decided you have to try to actively shit on a trans person every single day. We're done with DEI. We're done with it.
And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as well.
He was Mr. Woke, dude. He was Mr. Woke. I mean, he wasn't, but he was presenting himself as Mr. Woke. All these fucking fake woke.
To appease his lord. It's all kind of coming together for Joe, I guess.
Zuckerberg has always been that way more Silicon Valley right-wing than you might think. No, Silicon Valley has always been way more right-wing than other people think. I've actively talked about this for years and years and years. First of all, I'm not a liberal, so obviously like even the aesthetic liberalism that they demonstrated was not enough for me anyway. I already have a fundamental disagreement with the existence of billionaires. Okay? Like, sure, with inflation and yada yada, you can have like wage billionaires, right? It's incredibly rare. But ultimately, that level of wealth inequality in and of itself means that there is a dramatic problem. It's a systemic problem. There is a policy problem. Every single homeless person, the existence of every single homeless person is a failure of policy, just as the existence of every single billionaire is a failure of policy.
All these guys are becoming new guys all over the place, using Joe's blueprint as a guide.
Name one wage billionaire. I mean, virtually every wage billionaire is also simultaneously wealthy as a consequence of not just their wage, but also through capital accumulation. But there's like 2 or 3 wage billionaires out there. LeBron James is one of them. I think Cristiano Ronaldo is another one. But like, again, it doesn't even matter because they still obviously have, aside from their wage, a lot of capital accumulation. Yeah, Messi, LeBron. So it's not. LeBron has a movie studio. The revolution will not spare him. Okay, yeah, good luck. He must pay for. Okay, we don't talk about Space Jam 2 around these parts. Okay, you bring up that's a fair point, but we don't talk about that.
Back before he completed his
LeBron has Nike ownership shares, little bro. I know. That's why I said you can be. There's not a single wage billionaire. There's like purely a wage billionaire. I'm just saying that there is the existence now of like a couple wage billionaires, but even then, all of those guys also engage in capital accumulation. That's it. Oh my God. So he isn't a wage billionaire? No, if you make $1 billion in earnings off of just wages, you are a fucking wage billionaire. That's it. It's not that difficult, okay? If you purely off of your earnings, your wages have been able to generate $1 billion, then you are technically a wage billionaire. Doesn't really matter because every single one of those guys who are that wealthy also have a shit ton of capital accumulation, a shit ton of capital.
Transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. And since he knows how difficult it can be, navigating society as a new guy and all the criticism you get for transitioning, He started envisioning a new world for all the new guys to go. And he checked his bank account, and there was like $1 billion in there from his work with Big Pharma. And so Joe thought, well, what if I create a special place for anyone that wants to be a new guy? And we'll all be new guys, and we'll support each other's guys. And if we come together and bind all of our new guy copes together, we'll be stronger in our belief. And if a guy can become any kind of guy he wants anytime, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. And then nobody can break the delusion, and we'll finally be able to relax forever. And reality can be whatever we want it to be. And there's only one place where we can do it.
That was an interesting video, I will say. Interesting, for sure. This is why we got to start gatekeeping psychedelics. It was a little bit of a fever dream, and I don't know enough about Elephant Graveyard to understand the vibes that he was putting out, because there were some parts of it that were like a little too shocking for me. Like, he went aggro mode. But I'm sure a lot of the anti-comedy people loved when he called stand-ups Adolf Hitler. But yeah, AOC dunked on Matt Iglesias, who said, is Bernie running in 2028? Is he going to endorse someone? Lame ass bitch. AOC dunked on him. Believe it or not, some people's everyday actions aren't motivated by some long-term career ambition, but out of a genuine love for people and a desire to do right by them. Bernie's one of those people. Disagree and loathe them all you want. People trust him for a reason. Bernie does these because he has long seen and talked to communities for whom the economy and status quo aren't working. If you don't like it, you can go fund some lab-grown person that's been focus grouped to death instead. He's a good person. The dedication to hating him is wild. I'm happy to believe that he has no further career ambitions. Would still expect him to endorse a next-generation movement leader. I can't begin to tell you how much I loathe people like Matt Iglesias. Like, all they do is just like undermine any sort of potential movement that could take seriously the growing fascism in this country. That's all they do, and they make money just brown-nosing the libs. But the reality is, if the Democratic Party and if there was a magic wand and all of the Democratic Party in its entirety was like a labor-focused socialist party, Matt Iglesias would be writing about how socialism is dope. That's it. He is one of those guys that follows the Democratic Party, not vice versa. Follows the Democratic Party and demands that they do more. And when he gets everything he wants, it is basically the actual Kamala Harris campaign. He still complains that they didn't do enough of it. Matt Iglesias, August 2024. Kamala Harris is running a great campaign on my favorite centrist themes like patriotism, unwavering support for Israel, and personal responsibility, which I like so much. Matt Iglesias, March 2025. Leftists are lying when they say Harris ran a centrist campaign. I hate this impulse to denigrate people over small factional disputes. Eric Holder was Obama's attorney general. Tony West is a distinguished public servant who's subtly the devil because he works for a taxi company. Mark Cuban is doing great work for the ticket. These people are horrible people to get your notes from, okay? When these people agree with you, understand that there is a real problem, okay? That should be your first inclination, that you are going down a dangerous path, a path destined for failure, okay? I mean, even he recognizes that. Look, I have mixed feelings about the 2024 Democratic National Convention, mostly because I liked it so much. Even he realizes that this is troublesome, that he liked the Dems' national campaign too much. Here's something to make you go insane. Doge is making journalism great again with Matt Taibbi. Oh my God. A blast from the past, folks. A blast from the past. Two figures. One who I admired and one who I worked alongside. That's crazy. I cannot believe, dude, Matt Taibbi. Matt. Why is Matt Taibbi's face getting wider? I don't know. Were you watching Real Uncle's Jubilee vid, or maybe y'all already watched? Is it out yet? No, right? Considering the fact that it hasn't been spammed in the chat a million times over, I suspect that it's coming out tomorrow. There are also efforts to curb some of his signature lines, including Tim Walz has some sharp critiques. Oh, by the way, Tim Walz came out and said everything that a lot of leftists, myself included, were criticizing the campaign over. Yeah, he basically came out and was like, yeah, they really stopped me from doing things that were really good, that people actually liked a lot. OMG, it's almost like you've been saying this for years. Right again. The scran you ordered, by the way. game day meal incoming. Hashtag locked in. Hashtag hat trick incoming. 0 goals, 0 assists. Total shots 0. Accurate passes 0 out of 1. Chances created 0. Touches 1. Yeah, I know. Tim Walsh spoke about basically all of the critiques that he had over the Harris Walz campaign, and virtually all of it reads like, I don't know, 80 plus videos that I've done about how the campaign was fucking failing. There's also this. Al Green, my goat, had some really cool things that he's saying. Again, many such cases, okay? A lot of Democrats talking about
Don't you admire
stuff that you've probably heard here before.
the fact that he is willing to do whatever he wants to do for his base?
Well,
Because that's what anybody who supported Democrats, that's all we ever want. Do something for the base. Keep your promises.
Yes.
He keeps his.
Yeah, well, we said, give us the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we'll pass Voting Rights Act, John Lewis Voting Rights. We'll pass George Floyd Justice in Policing.
Mm-hmm.
We will raise the minimum wage. We will, for the labor folk, pass the PRO Act, Protect the Right to Organize Act. For the members of the LGBTQ plus community, we would pass the Equality Act. Well, we had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and we didn't do it. That's your point.
Mm-hmm.
That's your point. We didn't do it. But here's to add to your point. When Republicans had the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and they didn't have enough votes to bring us to cloture is where you get 60 votes, so you pass something with 51 votes. Mm-hmm. When they couldn't get to cloture with 60 votes, they said, fine. They made the following motion, not in these exact words, when there was a federal judgeship up. They said, we believe that we should pass this judgeship on with 51 votes. And the chair overruled that and said, no, you've got to have 60. And I remember the person making this motion, asking this, said, I appeal the ruling of the chair. Now, when you appeal the ruling of the chair, you only have to have 51 votes. Mm. So the 51 votes then allowed them to take up the issue of placing this person on the Supreme Court with 51 votes, as opposed to 60. We did a similar thing with John Lewis Voting Rights. Mr. Schumer did. And when we took our votes, we had 48 Democrats to vote with us. 2 did not. Manchin and Sinema did not. If they had, then Vice President Harris would have come over and been the 50. So we could have passed George Floyd Justice and Policing. We could have passed John Lewis Voting Rights, all of the things that I've said.
Right. And no Democrat ever threw Manchin and Sinema under the bus. I never understood that.
Damn, dude, what's up? What's that about? The reason why I walked away is because Al Green is basically saying the things that I've been saying for years. Wow. Maybe I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Fuck. Unreal, dude. Wow. Democrats never punish the rotating villains in its party. Democrats never whip votes. Democrats only turn around and praise and give gifts to the rotating villains in the party.
They giving y'all hell.
Y'all give him a speech now.
Sorry.
But
I'll be honest, like, think about the last time you've heard analysis like this from anyone that's not a leftist that you like a liberal independent content creator, sex pest or not, where you were like, yeah, I remember him saying something similar, and I think now other Democrats are coming to that recognition. No, it doesn't happen, because fundamentally, these guys don't have a vision. They're just simply running defense for whatever the Democrats are saying.
You gave it absent some of the language you used. My mother would have loved this program. She was a master of scatology. But so they didn't pressure them like they pressure us, like they treat me in a sense. Mm-hmm. Okay, they didn't pressure them. But here is what happened. And now I'm getting to your question. Here's what happened. There are 2 political banks in this country. There is the Republican political bank and the Democratic political bank. Now, there's some small institutions. If you put your energy and effort, your deposits, if you will, into the Democratic bank, you expect your return to come from the Democratic bank.
Yes.
If the Republican bank does something for you, you're not going to reject that. But you put your deposits in the Democratic bank. When the Democratic bank did not give them return on investment, then persons lost their enthusiasm. Mm-hmm. So I don't blame people who lost their enthusiasm because we didn't honor what we said. Mm-hmm. If we had the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 2021, and we did not deliver, I see how people could lose enthusiasm. So that's where we were. That's what happened. But my hope is that we're learning a lesson, and my hope is that we will be truthful about it. That's the way I see it. Now, there are other people who would blame people.
Yeah. Here's how Grandpa rewarded Manchin for destroying his Build Back Better agenda for the folks who weren't there. Biden hands Manchin the pen he used to sign the Inflation Reduction Act into law. He should have done something else with that pen, and Joe Manchin, you know?
Who didn't vote for not voting. I understand why people didn't vote.
Wow. Well, at least somebody gets it. Well, that person got censured. So, and Democrats voted to censure him. Fucking awesome. Yeah. Here's another great example of the Democrats, openly revealing, openly stating things that I was yelling about during the campaign. There were efforts to curb some of his signature lines, including casting Trump and Republicans as weird, which slipped out at Waltz's speeches. He was encouraged to stop focusing on the weird criticism, said another former Harris aide. I think it is fair to ask whether, even if weird wasn't quite right, his instinct about how to approach Trump to make him seem small and a huckster wasn't closer to correct than the more self-serious tone that may have made us sound too in defense of the status quo. Why did they bring Tim on just to kneecap him? They really thought people would be blinded by his very existence? I don't know what happened. Not remotely surprising, Harris's own staffers and campaign aides say when it's not in public and their names aren't attached that she ran a bad campaign fearful of unscripted appearances, which then also neutered her own running mate. Tim Walz thinks he and Kamala played it too safe last year. He thinks they should have held more town halls. He thinks they didn't have time to get their feet under them, and he thinks Democrats should have taken more risk and gone to more places. Walz's assessment of one of the campaign's missteps, which he emphasized also his own part, because when you're on the ticket, you don't win, that's your responsibility, was also one shared privately in interviews with more than half a dozen former presidential campaign staffers, all of whom were granted anonymity to discuss the issue candidly, and many of whom lamented the vice president's campaign schedule that had her avoiding unscripted moments with the press and voters late into the fall. Look, contrary to popular opinion from my haters, I don't smell my own farts and turn around and say, like, they should have me on the campaign or they should listen to me. Okay, I'm just some guy. I'm an idiot. Okay, I am a random idiot who gets yelled at all day for being a terrorist sympathizer, for having the moral clarity to stand up to Israel doing a genocide with our tax dollars. And I unbanned that person because he has fantastic ideas and I want to hear more from him, even though he immediately unfollowed after saying, I followed you and waited 10 minutes long to say you're a worthless terrorist sympathizer and you're one of the biggest hypocrites and clowns on the internet. So, my point is, that's not my expectation. But to my surprise, when I went to the DNC and saw how many, you're no longer some random stop coping. No, I am. I am a random dickhead on the internet. Okay. I sit in my living room and I yell at a camera all day, every day. I am just one guy, a guy that is not particularly intelligent. Okay. A guy that is definitely not the most intelligent person ever. Okay. Having said that, as a normal person, I read the room, I think, a little bit better than a lot of the Democratic Party's best and brightest. And to my surprise at the DNC, I found out that many of them were actually tuned in. Many of them are probably watching even right now on a fucking Saturday. Have a little bit more bravery. Have a little bit more courage. And instead of yelling at Kamala Harris or whoever the fuck about going on the Joe Rogan Experience because he's a problematic figure, you should use that space that you have to yell at them to, change their policies. Okay? If you're just a random idiot, then so is Theo Vaughn or Ben Shapiro. Yes, they are also random idiots as well. We're all random dummies. Anyway, don't demean yourself, silly guy. I think it's incredibly important that I regularly communicate to you that I am just a guy and not particularly smart, because that is the truth. I do, however, have one secret weapon. It's called knowing your limits. Okay? Things that I am fairly knowledgeable on, things that I know, things that I'm confident in, I will defend. Okay? Having said that, I don't think a lot of people know their limits. And it's almost like a superpower when someone refuses to recognize their limitations. Okay, Hasan having a one-man struggle session, you got to do that. It's healthy. But yeah, there's a reason why, this kind of reporting comes out when it's far too late. But the reporting that comes out is directly what I've been saying, what I've been yelling about. From the outside looking in, I don't have insider access. He was underutilized, and that was a symptom of the larger campaign of decision paralysis and decision logjam at the top, said one former senior Harris aide. Could he have changed a percent in Wisconsin? Maybe. We still lose even if we win Wisconsin. Even so, the aide said, Walz got put in a box, and we didn't use him the way we could have. Part of why Walz was picked for the running mate job centered on his strength as a communicator, several former staffers said. Another thing that I also routinely mentioned was Tim Walz was so good when it came to healthcare, when it came to like housing, when it came to things that he actually cared about, and so bad when it came down to talking about Israel or a more reactionary right-wing attitude that he had to demonstrate because at the top of the ticket was doing that about undocumented migrants and how to deal with them. He was just so bad at being a phony. Okay. Oh, would you do a first strike on Iran? Like, what are we doing, man? You could see like his eyes lit up when he talked about these issues that he cared about. Yes. Top of the hour. I can't believe people still do top of the hour ad break baits when I haven't done it for almost half a year. Okay. That's crazy. You can still subscribe though. And you should subscribe. If you want to support the show, subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. I always forget to tell you to subscribe. So I'm telling you now. Okay. Now that I don't do top of the hour ad breaks, I forget that there's like places where I should tell you to subscribe. You will get many benefits for subscribing, including supporting the stream, but also simultaneously being able to send me links, use these emotes all around. New badges are coming soon that you can flex on all the haters with. Riney TV and Apathy and Barry Balls, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. But yeah, they took him out. They kneecapped him and they lost. Would they have done better if they let Tim Walz fly his freak flag? Maybe. But at the end of the day, the campaign was still a top-down failure because the Democratic Party is a top-down failure. The Democratic Party does not have any definable characteristics beyond being annoying, woke, and gay. Okay? That's it. And when you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. And the Democrats were able to be depicted successfully as like cartoonish, woke, silly. Bro, you getting posted by Twitter music accounts? Yeah, I saw. I pull up with one Osama Son vinyl and all of a sudden Underground Sound is posting about me. The real UGs. Political commentator Hasan has a Osama Son vinyl. Would they have done better if they promised an even more lethal army, even more tax cuts for new businesses? Yes. That's what they failed at. They didn't say that they were going to. Kamala Harris had to assassinate do a mock execution of a brown child on stage. One of Honduran descent and one of Arab descent, so that she could show to the role she meant business. She was a real one, you know? And because she didn't do that, that's why she lost. Underground Sound has one of my favorite. Oh, I've seen this one. This is funny. This unk is glazing net spend. FaZe Banks, a 32-year-old man, was seen glazing net spend at a FaZe event with a yacht behind him. Cringe. Bro, you're literally 40. It's so stupid. All right. Blast from the past. We did all that. The all right pipeline for women. The misogyny slop ecosystem. I feel like Taylor is brilliant, and this is a real issue. This like the gender war shit pisses me off to no end online. I really, 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 really despise it, and it is the most successful meta, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Partially because like no matter what I say, because of my position as someone who's just like be normal to women. All the people on the men rule, girls drool side say I'm gay as fuck, okay? Say I'm soy and I'm super gay, or I'm a male feminist who's just trying to get a crumb of pussy or whatever the fuck. And then all the rap femmes on the other side, by virtue of my maleness, okay? And also because I have, a decent dose of toxicity attached to my performative masculinity, will call me the worst shit you've ever heard. Okay? You're gay, nor you're gay. What? I'm not. Entertainment journalist, True Crime Universe, React Bros, how MSE is inherently right wing, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, parallels with the Manosphere. I guess this is the women of the alt-right pipeline. Starting off with Gamergate. Let's look at Taylor describing at least like the misogyny slop ecosystem. And then I'll pick pieces of this article to watch. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but you guys should because she's
women
great.
online is not a new phenomenon. For as long as the internet has existed, platforms have been imbued with misogyny. Early internet communities like 4chan and Reddit birthed a slew of men's rights forums and sexist communities. YouTube creators like Carl Benjamin, also known as Sargon of Akkad, and others, built their platforms on anti-feminist content, smearing women in the media throughout the early 2010s. This hate towards women on the internet was exacerbated by Gamergate, a large-scale harassment campaign against women in video games and media. Gamergate officially began in 2014, but in the years following, creators affiliated with the movement orchestrated relentless attacks against high-profile women. Trump's election in 2016 was another pivotal moment. It skyrocketed a new class of women-hating pundits to fame. Reactionary political commentators like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder attacked women who spoke out during Me Too and pushed anti-SJW content. But though misogyny was spreading online, the audience for hate content about women was inherently limited. It was largely confined to reactionary online spaces and right-wing fandoms. Pop culture content, general news, and lifestyle creators weren't exactly die-hard feminists, but they mostly stuck to content within their own niches. In recent years, however, all of that has changed. Open up your phone and scroll through any social media feed. It's hard not to be bombarded with an endless stream of content attacking women. Videos and memes slandering high-profile...
It is pretty crazy. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, in your group of friends, you can get away with saying certain things, like in your in-group, in a very private in-group. Like, some jokes that I make alongside Noah, I probably would not say in public, right? Don't let your imaginations run wild. It's not like fucking insane shit, right? But one part of that is the sense of assurance, because around your friends, you know what their politics are about, and you know what their worldview is like. You know them very well. But in the outside world, people obviously can misunderstand you, right? Hasan, they're going to kill you because of that. No, it's like, it's about knowing your audience. Okay. On some PewDiePie bridge incident shit. No. That's not what I'm saying. That's precisely why I said, like, don't let your imagination run rampant. Right. My point is a loving usage of the F slur towards Austin. Like, the reason why I brought that up is because even if there was like some semblance of like permissible joking, like misogyny or whatever, there is no way that you can do that anymore. Okay. I was even thinking about it when I was talking to Theo Vaughn, when we were talking about the weather machine, right? Like Jews owning a weather machine or Jews owning the media or whatever. Like, even as a joke, it's not something that you can just like comfortably say, because there are motherfuckers who believe it. You know, there is like, you just can't do it. And I'm not saying like, oh, you can't say anything anymore, they'll cancel you. Like, that's not my fear at all. I don't give a fuck. People misunderstand me all the time. They yell about their misunderstandings all the time. But what I mean is, like, there are legitimately people out there who are just like, yeah, no, that's right. Jews do have a weather machine. They did the Hawaiian wildfires, and they did the dam breaking, or the levees breaking, and the hurricanes in North Carolina and all around the South. And it's just, it sucks. And the same thing goes for even like jokingly saying, it's the same thing that goes for jokingly saying like women be shopping. Like, there are so many unfiltered, unrestricted, insanely misogynistic content creators out there that make a shit ton of money just by saying women ain't shit. And it's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. It's crazy.
women like Blake Lively, Meghan Markle, or Amber Heard have become inescapable thanks to the rise of what's being called the misogyny slop ecosystem. The misogyny slop ecosystem is a sprawling network of online content creators and communities that manufacture and boost smear campaigns against women. They target women who speak up for women's rights or have been victims of gender-based crimes like sexual assault, harassment, and abuse. The misogyny slop ecosystem has
I call them misogyny tourists. You guys remember? This was a term I coined. This is a term I coined during the Tory Lanez criminal saga. If you remember, Tory Lanez briefly shot Megan Thee Stallion, and in that process, there were a lot of people who didn't even care about Tory Lanez necessarily, but just like got on the Tory Lanez tip. Why did they do that? Not because they cared about Tory Lanez's music or about Tory Lanez at all, but they did that specifically because a woman had been wronged in this process, and they fucking love when women are wronged. So they were basically misogyny tourists. They were like, oh, I'm a tourist here, but I'm gonna take the side of the man here. Okay, we've gone so far, right, that normies are leftists now, kind of, and it is definitely awful. The most vile person you know moonlights as a thirsty woke baby. What? I don't know what you mean by that, but I do think that there are a lot of accounts that have boosted that, because most people see this stuff and they take note of it and they go, your exact words were, people don't like Tory Lanez, they like that he shot Megan Thee Stallion. Yes, exactly.
radically transform the online landscape and the content that you see. Today, I'm going to be talking to Ofi Doki, the brilliant cultural commentator and content creator who coined the term. We're going to discuss the origins of misogyny slop, what creators make up this ecosystem, how it became insanely profitable, and how all of it funnels people directly into the far-right media machine. Ofi, welcome to Power User.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Okay, so to start off, how would you define misogyny slop?
So I think there's always been an element of this online, right? But I think for me, the thing that makes it slop is when it has very, very low quality standards for what you're making. Somebody who's making something that I just disagree with and they don't like a woman, that's not always going to be misogyny slop. But I think it's algorithmically driven at this point now, where we're already primed to dislike, distrust, and disbelieve women, and especially women who have come forward about being victims of something. This is already the idea that is most easy for people to pick up on and think has been what's been in their head all along. It's not introduced.
All right, I'm gonna. She gave an introduction to the Gamergate creator funds role, law tubers. So she goes through like body language experts, T channels, law tubers, deep divers, and there are many different entertainment journalists, the true crime universe, React Bros. And what's interesting about this is that like a lot of this space plays a role in developing and normalizing right-wing perspectives, like anti-women perspectives. And then you have some very prominent female content creators such as Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and also Brett Cooper, who genuinely lean into this meta. They always assume the position that like the guy is right, okay, and they utilize the pre-existing social battles that are happening by generating attention by focusing on like popular subjects, especially like gossip and drama and things of that nature, and develop audiences. There are a lot of people. Andrew Tate, I think, is a obvious example of this. Like, misogyny is so poppin' that you can become one of the most famous people virtually overnight. Like he rode that misogyny spaceship basically to fucking superstardom. Went from a guy who was getting clowned on online for saying, if you like Star Wars, you're gay, to a dude that was in front of every person under the age of 18, every young man under the age of 18 that was just like, this is my guy, he's my GOAT. Okay? The dynamic of this space, like right-wing commentary, has also changed. I think misogyny has always been popping, I fear. Okay, it has been. But I don't think that in the past, like 2-3 decades, did we ever have people who were actively saying, one, women ain't shit, and two, actively physically and emotionally harming people to a degree where they get in trouble with the law, and yet they are still seen as like heroes by the right. Do you understand what I mean by that? Like, it is definitely a little weird. Yes, misogyny has always existed, and it certainly was worse in the past as well. I mean, listen, women couldn't fucking work. You know what I mean? Like, that, not that long ago. When you think about it, the like women's right to vote is a relatively new phenomena. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? That's insane. Okay, we act like, oh no, it's over. Like, gender equality is here. It's always been here, but it's like, it wasn't that fucking long ago where women straight up could not vote, dude. That is psychotic. Same with black people. Like, oh, dude, what are you talking about? Slavery is abolished. Okay, like segregation still in maybe not fully legal ways exists in this country, but it was completely legalized until also not that long ago. So we have a lot of growing to do. All right. Having said that, I do feel like there was like a decade of kind of moving in the right direction, and there has been this massive backlash towards that, and now we are bouldering towards the exact opposite direction actively. If only we could acknowledge feminism and also white feminism being a big problem against race. What? Feminism against race? What does that even mean? Brother, my grandfather alive was in an Indian boarding school taken from his family. Yeah, there's that too. God, there's so much awful shit that this country has done to its citizens and continues to do to its people. Holy fuck. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot. There's definitely still a lot of room to grow. But I do think that we have, like, our trajectory has shifted and perhaps maybe even moved in the opposite direction, especially in these last couple of years post-COVID too.
Or like phishing content, right? And then they're led down this like right-wing rabbit hole. I think that the misogyny slop ecosystem is that for women. I think that it is basically this ecosystem of content that's celebrity news adjacent, where maybe you're a woman that loves gossip, entertainment, reality TV, beauty content. You start to watch some of these tea channels, like you said, a makeup, tutorial that's talking about true crime, and suddenly you're right down this rabbit hole, right?
Right. And a lot of people will get kind of frustrated with me when I point this out, because a lot of my content, I do sort of like swing a baseball bat at a hornet's nest and say, this person is telling you that they're a feminist and they're not. And people will get mad at me and they'll say, well, like, why are you saying that? And it's like, because I'm actually looking at what they're making. I'm actually noticing what they're asking me to believe, and I'm noticing that it is completely.
Yeah, this is like maybe a bit too much stay out of women's business for a guy like me, especially a guy like me that constantly gets yelled at by the loudest of TERFs and the loudest of swerfs who adorn the fake shield of feminism when they're clearly not. But having said that, it is wild to see that there are a shit ton of women in the female media ecosystem, like an ecosystem that actually caters directly to women's interests, that also does a good deal of radicalization, a good deal of normalizing internalized misogyny, and actively presenting it as like the meta, saying it's the truth.
Completely contrary to my values.
Yeah, and we just need to recognize that entertainment-focused content, especially covering these high-profile smear campaigns against women, this is audience capture. All they're trying to do, all these right-wing people are trying to do, all anybody really covering this stuff 24/7 is trying to do is ride the wave. And so many of these accounts too very quickly pivot to other things as soon as it's done. As soon as this Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing is over, they'll pivot to covering the next thing. It's just about getting those clicks and eyeballs and then monetizing them.
And I think what's also important about the audience capture is that I think it kind of works both ways, because like you said, they'll move on to the next thing, but it's not that just any next thing that they move on to will still have that whole audience that they just amassed. They have to be making the right kind of thing. If they go from being really like anti-woman in a way that their audience loves to taking a woman's side in their next video, they're going to get eaten up in the comments.
Right, exactly. You have to kind of keep the anti-woman train going, right? Like if there is a woman, you have to be against her because now you've fed into these narratives. And
yeah, and then they get audience captured and they basically pump out that shit. Caroline talked about it as well. As a female content creator who covers pop culture news from a leftist perspective, it is alarming to see the proliferation of reactionary female content creators who fully realize that pop culture / celebrity newscape is ripe for right-wing dominance. We talk about the manosphere and online radicalization of men and boys, but we are not talking enough about the women who are also being radicalized, often via these reactionary female content creators who utilize entertainment industry cases of sexual harassment to push a regressive agenda. There's absolutely a celeb gossip to the alt-right pipeline. Sexual harassment cases are not gossip, to be clear, but is often framed this way, and it attracts the attention of people who seek this type of news and content. Yeah. Deb V. Heard was a catalyst for this type of content and was rewarded immensely and absolutely dominated the internet. Tons of content creators seized on the burgeoning backlash to the Me Too movement and have continued to make content that is not even remotely subtle in its misogynistic framing. This is what Candace Owens have been cooking up in an attempt to publicly exonerate Harvey Weinstein. Harvey is the reason that the Me Too movement exploded in 2017. The end goal for someone like Candace is to completely destroy the social movement by exonerating the serial rapist and abuser who kicked it off. And she has gained even more followers because of the rabid wall-to-wall coverage of Lively Baldoni, which she uses as evidence that the Me Too movement must be destroyed. It's additionally interesting because it seems Candace Owens, who is a grifter, okay, through and through, not that it fucking matters whether she has a genuinely held conviction towards this sort of reactionary slop that she produces, or if she's simply faking it for money. That doesn't change the dynamic at all. But Candace Owens doing this is extra funny because she's also a rabid anti-Semite. Like, that's how much she actively wants to undermine the Me Too movement. That even as a rabid anti-Semite, she's like, I am going to free Harvey Weinstein. She also started as a Me Too person. Yeah, 2016, Candace Owens was literally anti-Trump, had a website where, I mean, even earlier than that, she was victim to a hate crime at her school, successfully sued the Connecticut Board of Education for anti-black hate crime. And look at her now. Oh, you're talking for a very privileged way. What? Feminism is real. You lived in a society so disgusting, but women are human. All laws we have fight. Is a law question have the same right? We live and die. Okay. Thanks, chatter. I don't even know what that chatter was trying to say, but I'm just going to go keep up the good work. Okay. You're killing it, chatter. Thank you. But yeah, go check out the Taylor Lorenz video. Why am I talking about this though? The reason why I'm talking about this is because of Doechii. For those of you who don't know, Doechii's been kind of having a really good year. Okay? A really good year. She is a very talented female rapper, okay? Also known as Swamp Princess on Twitter. And recently, she was doing like a fake Hot Ones thing, and she jokingly had this to say. Or
Okay.
not fake Hot Ones, I guess First We Feast is what she was doing.
What's my biggest dating red flag? Is it being on the DL? You're on the right track. I have my answer. Is it close enough? You want to guess one more time what would be a red flag for me? Bad music taste? Oh, that is a good one. Because that's one for me. That is a good one. But that's
What
not
do you
what I
mean
put.
you don't listen to Michael Jackson?
But okay. Okay. This is a huge red flag for me. All right. I'm gonna say men. I'm gonna say men. Like, I mean, strike one. You're a man.
Yeah.
And you're heterosexual.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So technically, because my mind was already there, I don't think I deserve to eat a wing.
I think you do, friend.
So obviously this is supposed to be like humorous, okay? It's not supposed to be, you know, a direct shot across the bow against straight men, okay? And yet, it's a classic. It's not even like men are trash tropes at this point. It's just like who fucking cares, dude? Can you calm down? The entire internet said no, and they started doing this. But like, isn't this harmful for both sides? Which is unironically the lamest fucking meta of all time. I can't stand this shit. I can't stand it when fucking SJWs were doing it and constantly complaining and constantly fucking chirping. And I can't stand it. I can't stand it extra hard when the right does it because they both simultaneously chirp at the SJWs and also fucking chirp at everybody else that hurts their feelings. Okay? It is one of the most annoying things that everybody does when someone is like attempting to be humorous or saying something that they're embellishing. And people go, I don't care that you said this. I am going to take this very seriously, and I am going to tell you how fucking sensitive I am. Oh, I hate it. And it's like the gender wars have greatly tuned this up to 11. Battle lines are drawn. Everybody gets in on it. Everybody talks about how fucking unacceptable this is. Okay? Everybody loses their mind over it. And I hate it. I hate it. she's not being serious. Okay? And even if she was fucking being serious, who cares? To make a counter to this, the dumbest guy you know is going to go, "Oh, well, Hasan, what if a man said gay women was his red flag?" Okay? And the difference there is that we still very much live in a patriarchal society where men do dominate. Okay? There are so many unexamined issues that women have to go through. Okay? Systematic forms of discrimination. And Doji, being both queer and black, gets the intersection of a lot of those different forms of systemic violence and systemic violence and also systemic forms of discrimination. So a role reversal is not the same. It's like saying, why a gay pride parade? Why no straight pride parade? Normal adults look at that and go, you're a fucking clown. You're a loser for demanding a straight pride parade. The fuck is wrong with you? Who gives a shit? Okay? But when it comes down to gender-related issues, I think that because there's so much underlying resentment in the gender wars that people fucking lose their minds. So straight women make tweets about how they would never date a bisexual man. Straight men make tweets about how they can't stand queer men and alphabet people. But Dochi, a bisexual woman, basically says the feeling is mutual. Lamau and y'all are in shambles. It's not even that. Okay? The problem is every parade is gay. Also, yes, that is a real issue. Okay? The real issue is it's impossible to have a parade that's straight. Parades are gay as fuck. Okay? You can't do a straight pride parade. Every parade is gay. You're absolutely correct. I didn't really think about that. I'm so fucking tired of the unnecessary hostility that people have online. I find it so strange. Everybody basically leans into it. Battle lines are always drawn. I don't get it. I don't understand what compels you to get mad about this. Like, you have to have a lot going on in your life that is really fucked up for you to hear her say this and go, I'm offended.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, always go with your gut instinct. I think you need more sauce.
Anyway, septum piercing. Is this surprising? Most obvious industry plant. Hilarious, and comments are proving why she's right. Yeah, I saw so many different quote retweets about this, about like, it's always quote retweets from also like Black Twitter as well, which has found itself once again in the throes of the gender wars as well. Talking about, you know, it's always those who complain about like colorism that have these kinds of opinions, yada, 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 all this shit. The I hate men movement is becoming extremely corny, all this shit. Okay. She makes music for bitches that write Twitter threads, blame colorism for everything. This is the one I saw. Okay. Oh, she one of them. 119,000 likes. People got very mad. It is insane to get mad at this. Maybe I'm the insane one and that everyone else is sane for getting genuinely upset at this, but it is so unimaginably frail and fragile to hear her say this and go, what the fuck? Like, calm the fuck down, man. Please take a deep breath. Men just hate being reminded this. Sometimes people don't want them. Yeah. And then the other part of this is, of course, immediately they have this old video of Dochi with her boyfriend holding a gun to her head, asking him to pull the trigger, resurfaces from January 5th.
I love you.
You love me?
Yeah.
You trust me?
I fucking trust you. Do it.
This is psychotic, okay? Being a straight man is a red flag, but she was letting dudes do this, lol, bell hooks feminism, never beating them allegations. Like, this is psychotic. If anything, how do you look at this and not read this as a point to what she was saying about straight men? Perhaps she has some unresolved trauma, you know? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about her actual worldview or her experiences. But it is wild to use this as a fucking mark. And even if this dude, like, she actually was dating and loved him and and wasn't like abused in this thing, like she consented to it, whatever, right? Because like you can't make an assertion off of a person's entire life, their relationship with another human being, that you don't fucking know off of an 8-second clip. Okay, you just can't do that. I know it's crazy, but even if she had a great experience with this person and she loves like shitty dudes that do stuff like this and straight guys that do stuff like this, what the fuck is the point? The point is obviously that, yeah, this is mostly a fucking joke. Okay, that's it. And I get it. I love the whole like women who talk about intersectional feminism with like shitty boyfriends that are right wing, like the trope, the common meta. Also, Doji, these are the straight men she picks. I guess holding a gun to her head isn't a red flag, but being a straight man is. Like, even if she's dating old dude from 2019 did her dirtier than laundry, duh. Like, even if she's still dating shitty dudes, that still goes to show that like what she's saying about the fucking red flag, whatever, is just a meme and you shouldn't be taking it this seriously. And I don't even think that is the case anyway. Cisgender heterosexual men are red flags, emotionally incompetent, predisposed to violence, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, and extortion, kill off emotion, power, greed, and access, dominion, harm on autopilot, speak in psychological warfare, and fail to humanize others. I mean, she has a girlfriend. She said this in an interview. Reactionary misandry will go away once misogyny goes. Until then, I don't give a fuck what dudes have to say about women joking. Yeah, that's the other thing. As someone who is, and this is a laughable thing to say, but as someone who is a victim quite frequently of reactionary misandry, someone who is called a dirty, disgusting man, okay? There's a reason why I don't take it fucking seriously, because it's unserious. It's one, trauma response, so who gives a shit, okay? It literally, I'm more interested in where reactionary misinjury comes from, which is in every single case a direct reaction to harm done to women specifically because of misogyny, harm that goes unaddressed, okay? Because it is literally a reaction to misogyny, but also simultaneously it's motionless, okay? That's it. It's fucking motionless. There's no motion. There's no motion to reactionary misinjury. There is no like active legislative agenda that is being enacted because the women are now in charge and they're treating men the same way that we treated them for decades, for centuries. It's just stupid. That's the way I treat it whenever people fucking yell at me about whatever they misunderstood. Or maybe they have a genuine disagreement with me, okay? And some do. But that's it. It's like people that get their panties in a bunch about like Pan-African nationalism or something, or black nationalism. Some of that black nationalism can actually be can actually go in a very reactionary and dangerous way, okay? Can turn into, bro, this is not about you. Oh my God. Perhaps, and I don't know if you actually factored this into your consideration, but like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other dudes who also sometimes get yelled at by women and called a sexist pig, okay? Sometimes falsely or sometimes justly and rightfully called that. And I'm telling them, those dudes, that it is ultimately inconsequential and that the real reasons as to why that kind of misinjury exists is a direct response to all of the trauma that the gender imbalance creates in a patriarchal society. Okay, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Of course, I'm going to use my own personal experience as a way to try to explain to others that it's, it's inconsequential. Do you understand? No, you don't. You don't understand anything. You're fucking stupid. Okay? Anyway, I do think that as someone who gets fucking yelled at on a daily basis for being a sexist pig, people who say like, oh, he's a frequenter of brothels. He goes to brothels. He's someone. Like, these people sometimes call me a rapist. Okay, what are you talking about? They are so schizo. They say that I'm engaging in the act of rape or child sex trafficking. Like it's insane shit. Okay, they're insane. It demonstrates the it basically reveals how little they give a shit about the subject matter that they're discussing. Like if they treated the violent act with the seriousness that it deserves, they wouldn't just like fucking randomly fling it around. What? One of my weirdo reply stalkers is going viral. Check the media tab all the way to the bottom. Y'all should check this guy's media tab. Post, it's okay, she's transgender. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why does it always work like that? Actually, it's so funny. This has 100,000 likes, bro. Why does it change? Why does it change to this after a bit? Yo, my reply guys are genuinely some of the most mentally unwell people. That's actually, he had to experiment. It goes back to the transgender image afterwards. Yeah, but there's like 2 of those. He had to experiment with Maid Hassan, but he finally got comfortable with the trans image. Good for him. Dude, what the fuck kind of mentally ill shit is this? I think you mean they're dedicated and hardworking. Did you see this? Come take a look at this. Oh no, it's fucking fantastic. Come take a look at this. This tweet randomly got insanely viral. This person who doesn't even like follow me goes, y'all should check this guy's media tab. Okay, are you ready for this? We click on the account.
Alex Maker.
Yeah, he's just like, and he's got 9 followers, 150 followers. Okay, we click on the media tab, and it's all this, right? It's all this. It's crazy. What the fuck? What is that? What is that? Oh my God, he's replying. What? Yep.
Yo. Oh, that's so good. Yo. Oh, is she transgender?
The person that's replying?
No,
I don't
joking.
think.
I'm looking at your picture, dope.
Oh,
No, that's
you're
so
saying,
fucking
yeah.
funny. Oh my God.
I destroyed this person.
You broke him.
It's fucking crazy.
Oh, this is so
like,
good.
I want to know what he's replying this to. You know what I
don't know
mean?
what he's replying to. I mean, it's.
Wait, what is this? Elon Musk, the world's most powerful Nazi, just endorsed Ethan Klein twice. Do you think this will be a moment of clarity for him, or is Ethan about to go full mask off? This is opportunity to dive headfirst down the all right pipeline. Stop trying to turn me on. It's working. This is straight fan behavior. Why do you do this?
Oh, yeah, see that person? Look. That person's videos. They noticed too. They noticed too. Oh my God. I feel like you used to see more like wackos like this, because now it's all like blue check AI.
Now it's
crypto.
all no, but they're all no. I still got the blue check mark ones too, dude. Dude, what the fuck, dude? It's kind of sad
You
because
think this is his phone background?
Oh God, I hope not. Like this guy's gonna
wonderful.
kill me one day. I think you know what I mean.
That or he'll be your wife.
Yeah. Ooh. HasanAbi comment on Aiden Ross IG live. Get blackballed, lol. This is not even real, by the way.
Yeah, look at
I don't know why.
Look at the steak thing.
I don't know why they. Yeah, steak logo, fake image. Don't know why they even posted this. Like, what's the point of this? I guess it's like.
I think that's engagement farming.
Yeah. Undisclosed gambling ad. Additionally, the image is doctored. This is generational beef right here. And then that fucking guy is in the replies, obviously, replying this again. Dude, the Aiden Ross needs to be unbanned meta is so fucking obviously forced, I will say. Aiden Ross wants to get unbanned from Twitch.
People say Jalen Brunson works the refs, but I don't think I've seen a guy try to work the refs harder than him in a minute.
Yeah, like after a year of like doing everything bad that you can possibly do, from having like out and about Holocaust deniers on actively, farming an entire community filled to the fucking brim with neo-Nazis and shit. Now he's like, oh, can we please like unban me? I've changed my ways. And he apparently has like reached out to a bunch of like large Twitch streamers as well to try to actively get unbanned. And a lot of the FaZe boys are obviously on board with that. I think Sneeko is also trying to do this as well after like 2 or 3 years of basically just doing like the absolute worst kinds of politics. He got me. That is me. Yeah. Your Rage explains Twitch has been watching Aiden Ross and is still banned on Twitch for a stream with Nick Fuentes. Yeah, like I don't understand. Like what the fuck is the expectation, dude? Like it's not even sniffing Andrew Tate's seat or whatever. Like all the meme shit. It's like, yeah, you you until very recently were linking up and it's giving Clocky. How dare you? That's fucked up. But hasn't it been 2 to 3 years though? Dog, what I'm talking about in terms of like him having fucking Nick Fuentes on didn't happen 3 years ago. It happened like a couple months ago. What are you talking about?
I also just like the idea of it's like it's been 2 or 3 years, man. Can't Aiden Ross? Can't like, Aiden Ross have grown?
Yeah. Also, I don't.
Aiden Ross.
The thing is, like, I don't actually
that portrait for personal development everywhere.
I don't personally like. I want him to be a better person. Like I do. Why? I don't give a shit. Like I want him to be a better person. I want him to like actively try to become a better human being.
And rewarding somebody by giving them a megaphone again to go and use that is like not how they become a better person.
The problem is that like I think a lot of these dudes just don't have any sort of fucking personal responsibility at all, where they just don't want to recognize that like it's not some grand conspiracy. This is a platform that's trying to make money, and obviously as a platform that's trying to make money, even though you might have a sizable audience, right? They don't want the fucking stink associated with like Holocaust denial. Okay. And that's the thing that a lot of my fucking haters don't understand. Where my haters would be like, well, Hasan is on the platform. Why the fuck can't Aiden be on the platform? Not realizing that
Hasan
like,
doesn't open his mouth and sound like the Turner Diaries.
Yeah. Not realizing that like no matter how much people try to force this like Hasan is anti-Semitic narrative, like adults, okay, not fucking 14-year-olds who get their political worldview from watching like Ethan Klein or fucking drama YouTubers. Adults understand that that is not the fucking case. That's the reason why the New York Times is not doing an article about like how much, and even though they themselves are very pro-Israel, even the New York Times doesn't go the distance and like write a fucking article about how anti-Semitic I am. And that's why you only see it in like fucking Fox News or slop papers like New York Post. You feel me? You understand? What is this? Oh, the apologies got to be light years ahead of the disrespect. What is phase adapt?
Do not.
The apologies got to be as loud as the disrespect. I'm light years ahead of our leading scientists and politicians. I got to be heard on an international level at CNN, at BBC.
What's the Daily Loud?
I assume it's about drones. Oh, yeah. It's about military bird drones. Yeah. I mean, he's right. He's been right.
Oh, is he anti-bird?
Aiden last month.
Oh, guys, listen. I'm Jewish.
Sorry, I was like
Sneeko Daily. Sneeko love speech.
Okay, I'll be real. Guys, listen. I'm Jewish. You guys know that. Hitler was a great leader. What he did was wrong. I obviously so fucked. It's for real. What he did was fucked up. He killed innocent people. But he was a good leader. Like,
okay,
at the
hold
end of the day,
on. That's insane.
No, dude, getting tricked as a Jewish American into believing wait, is that yours or is that mine? That's mine, right?
That's yours. That's mine.
Yeah. Getting tricked as a Jewish American adult into like pro
what
Hitler.
Do his parents like? Does his mother see this?
Pro Hitler sentiment is so funny. Like if this was a bit, it's hilarious, but it's not a fucking bit. No, that's what I mean.
Like it's like his hat. Like it's like
look at Sneeko's face. Like even Sneeko's like, what the fuck?
Like my parents love me unconditionally. They're wonderful parents. They're lovely people. If I said that, they wouldn't talk to me again, and I would understand it.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's crazy. Hitler was a great people. Yeah, he killed a lot of innocent people, but he was a great leader. Like what? Because you think a great leader, like because his name.
What do you do? He built the Autobahn.
Okay, but you see, right? But he got to be the leader. He got to be the leader.
He literally was awful at being a leader.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but like
he lost. And he killed himself.
He topped himself. He was like twitching. He was on speed. He was like also like he was kind of like a baby everybody feted for like the last few years of his, even in the war. Like he thought he was a general. He was a terrible general. Like I don't know what to say. Like
he failed.
Hitler was a great leader. Is like one of those like
conservatives love.
That's
dude,
Charlie Brown had hoes.
Right
wingers.
Right wingers love losership, bro. They can't let it go. They're like, oh, the Confederacy. It's like, bro, that went, dude. The McRib has had more staying power than the fucking Confederacy. You just gotta let it go at some point. Stop being a fucking loser, dog. Same shit with the Nazis. Like, I don't understand it. They're like, no, it'll rise again. No, fuck you. Okay, well, I guess
also, like,
technically it is rising again.
Well, yeah. Well, and also, and like the Hitler thing is like, it's just. I mean, it's just ignorance. Like in the most like true essential like that is an ignorant person with ignorant attitudes and ignorant ideals, and like he sees the world in a disgusting way. So yeah, keep that motherfucker banned for like I don't know aeons.
I just don't like
when
if
they
he
pull out
wasn't
the Ark of the Covenant.
The thing is, if he wasn't doing this shit, then like if this was, I don't know, like 3 years ago, and he is like actively been like, yeah, I'm so sorry about all the shit that I said. It was really dumb of me. I learned, I was a young 24-year-old or whatever. But it's like, what are you doing? I want him to rehabilitate. I want him to not be a fucking dickhead. I want him to not have opinions like this. Okay. But it's just crazy where he's like, no, please let me in on Twitch. I saw the same shit with Sneeko. He's trying to get unbanned too. He's like, I did a lot of fucked up stuff. Okay. The fucked up stuff is like defending pedophilia. like, what do you mean?
I mean, it is like, look, I'll also say this, like before about, I don't know, 10 years ago, it was like considered a hard-earned privilege that you usually had to, like demonstrate talent and ability to have like the ability to speak in front of thousands of people at a time. Like it wasn't just something awarded to you. And like perhaps it's like good and not bad that people can use social media to connect with large audiences, in a straightforward way. I would suspect that all of this could be credited to that as well. The flip side of it, though, is that this method also lets in that motherfucker. It lets in an idiot like that guy and gives him a platform because, I mean, what is he even good at? 2K?
Aiden? No, not. He was like.
What is it like?
He was funny. He was funny. He was like, funny. He had like a decent nature about him. Like he had a funny disposition. I'm being fair. Come on, guys. Like as a content creator, remove the last like 3 or 4 years. Like remove the Andrew Tate.
Like prior to this shit. What was that?
Andrew Tate, he would play 2K, play COD. That's whatever. But that wasn't the reason why he blew up. The reason why it blew up was because he would make a mockery of himself, like a jester, right, in front of very famous people. And I think like there was something to that. Like he did do a lot of the stuff that like I think Kai does right now and does very well. Without Kai does it also very well in a much more manageable and normal and relatively brand friendly way. Whereas Aiden was also kind of funny and did a lot of like cool shit. Did a lot of like celebrity collabs and things of that nature. And there is space for someone who makes a mockery of themselves in an intentional way. It's just that I think at a certain point he leveled up the self-harm to a degree where he just became like a kind of hateful person. He like really rode the Andrew Tate shit, got really invested in the gambling. A lot of these guys got a lot of bags, like big ass bags from fucking the crypto casino, stake.com. And they just never look back. And it's weird because like people still find this to be authentic, not realizing that it is the most inauthentic thing you can do, which is get tens of millions of dollars from a fucking cryptocurrency casino and say some of the most unhinged shit to desperately clip farm and generate content that way and develop a community of fucking serial doxers, Nazis, and fucking harassers. And when I say Nazis, I'm not being woke. I mean like literally fucking neo-Nazis. Like one of his emos was straight up the Groiper meme of like the greedy merchant meme, but with Aiden's face. Like that's his community. How fucking nuts is that?
I mean, it's like it's very sad. It's sad. It's also just it's sad not just because it's like it's weird to see, like, it's just definitionally in the same way that it's sad to see Kanye be like, I love Hitler. Like, it's weird. It's sad to see a Jewish guy be like, I love Hitler. And it's sad to think that, like, he has reach.
I mean,
like,
if it was a bit, it's funny. If
it was a bit, yeah, it would be funny.
Yeah,
it's
like hilarious to think of a guy who's so dumb that he was duped into believing
but
that the
like,
Holocaust didn't
that's
happen
not-
or some shit.
I mean,
Like-
it seems pretty clear that he's got something wrong with him, man.
Anyway,
I don't know.
And yeah, chat forgets we used to be on good terms. Exactly. Like I was actively trying to help him out.
Oh.
Dude, I'm live right now. But what is this? What is this fucking? I'm showing you. I'm showing you to everyone. Look at this fucking guy. Yeah, there was. I was trying to be a unk. I was trying to be a good unk. Okay, and he went with the bad unk. He went with Andrew Tate. That's what happened. Which way Western man happened? Okay. Which way Western man? On the one hand, you got HasanAbi, who fucking paints his nails and is gay, okay? And on the other hand, you have Andrew Tate, who is like way gayer than me, by the way, with the way that he dresses and shit. Like, it's crazy how gay he dresses, and like people still think that's the beacon of
It's
straight.
true. He does look like
He's
a waiter.
so
He looks like
Euro.
a waiter in Vanderpump
He's so
Rules.
fucking Euro, bro. Exactly. Anyway,
like, he should be getting me mozzarella sticks at Sir.
that's besides the point. My point is he chose his lane, and in that process he became this like angry person, like incredibly angry person, and slowly but surely he leveled up on that anger and resentment and frustration and right-wing politics, and he basically maxed out. Now he wants to turn back, but he's still doing this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take it with a grain of salt with what I'm saying. Like, no, he was. Okay, I'll be real. Guys, listen.
And the saddest part about it is, like, I tried communicating to him that if he goes down this pathway, he's going to fucking become the person that he is now.
Okay, but bro,
in the process, he got like addicted.
Hassan.
What?
He said, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that's true.
He said,
Okay,
take
fair.
it with a
That's
grain of
fair.
salt.
That's fair. That's fair.
He said, take Hitler as a grain of leader with a grain of salt.
Yeah. I tried to save him from the Kanye shit too back in the day. Anyway, my point is, a lot of the stuff that I said, yeah, this is the gayest tone tweet. Jewish guy who's so dumb he gets convinced to be a Nazi is still such a top tier character. Yeah, this motherfucker wants to get unbanned from Twitch, and he's throwing up a Sig Heil, bro, on January 16th.
I fuck with all you over here too. Thank you so much for coming. I really.
What, bro?
Like, what are you doing? Jewish guy who's so dumb he gets convinced to be a Nazi is still such a top tier character. Like, if it wasn't real, it would be funny, but unfortunately it's sad and it is real. Yeah, he actually did this before Elon, because Elon did it on January 6th.
And I love that they call it a controversial arm gesture, because that is like,
I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all coming. I'm gonna come out here and check up on this side too.
yeah, he did hit it pretty clean.
He hits it way cleaner than Elon and all the
I mean, okay, look, the other thing is that, like, part of what all the Nazi shit is that, like, that thing that Andrew Tate clip that was going viral, where he's like, you see, like, World War II is the greatest evil, right? And, you know, like,
Andrew,
like, it is just about, like, finding, like, what is the most outrageous thing I can do, and doing it, like, evacuating it of any content, just knowing, like, oh yeah, like, this is controversial. This will get a lot of attention. This will get the crowd going. Who gives a shit if it's literal Nazi stuff? It's like, I just know that it's like hitting the sides of the thing in operation. Like, zzz, like it just has the, yeah, I mean, nothing, like, what else in our society does have, like, the juice of, like, of saying Hitler was good? Like, nothing. That's why he's saying it. It's cheap. It's beyond childish.
So yeah, it's just, God, it makes me sad. It makes me sad because, like, it didn't have to fucking be this way. You know what I mean? Like, because I think about not only, like, what this has done to him and probably his own, like his own mindset, his own psyche, but also on top of that, like, there are now fucking, like, thousands, if not millions, of young boys who also think this shit is so fucking cool. They're being corny.
Gavin Newsom's son, dude.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, if Charlie Kirk is, although
it's so busted.
It's bad.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is, you know, people see this kind of shit. So if you do want to be unbanned, you can't do this kind of shit. You shouldn't do this kind of shit regardless. But it's also incredibly fucking stupid if you do this kind of shit. Yeah, there was also when he told a viewer he would give him $20,000 if he slashes his brother's throat because he watches me. He said his pronouns are kill/dem. He offered $1 million to find dirt on me. He told me to kill myself. There were so many things that he's done to me personally, but that's not the reason why I'm saying this. I don't give a shit. There are a lot of people online that say that kind of stuff. That stuff washes past me. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm telling you, okay? But when you do stuff like that, okay, if you think that some 45-year-olds are not actually seeing that and going, well, I don't want that toxicity because it will carry over not just to Hasan, but other content creators as well, then you'd be wrong, okay?
Yeah, I don't really see why you would let a guy in your house who's just gonna like smear shit on the walls.
That's
seems bad for everyone.
That's it. It's like it's poison. Like that is why a lot of these dudes that do stuff like this and then consistently level up in the toxicity and the fucking harassment campaigns against other content creators and shit, like they don't realize they're doing it to themselves. There is no accountability at all. And people always say that about me. They're like, Hasan, you never get held accountable or whatever the fuck. But it's like, I'm not doing that.
I hold you accountable when you don't respond to my text messages.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't want coffee, but I saw it too
When
late
you don't,
anyway.
you know, call me cool and good.
That's true.
I hold you accountable.
I'm technically not losing, yes. However, I do want to say that it's still addicting. I still do it off stream all the time. Like I was just doing it like before I called you. So
okay, but don't put that on your fucking fan base too. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, whatever. You're not gonna listen to me. It's clear. I keep telling you not to do it, but you keep doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff.
What is he talking about?
Gambling. I was trying to get him to stop gambling. I tried to get him to stop gambling over and over again. I tried to tell him like, don't take the fucking bag. And the example of a person who I had zero impact on, who actually made that exact same decision on their own, is Kai Cenat. I never told Kai Cenat not to do any of this shit, and perhaps that was a good thing because clearly nobody fucking
you've got
listens.
a great record.
Yeah,
so far.
nobody listens to me. People just like fucking do the exact opposite of what I tell them. But Kai didn't do any of that shit, and look at him now. Do you understand? Like you have to take a little bit of accountability for your actions. Okay? You got to take a little bit of accountability for your actions. You got to fucking sack up. You're a goddamn adult. You know what I mean? Hasan is a 0% success rate with these people. It's because the areas of impact where I am successful are invisible because you don't think about it. That's the only reason. But when I'm unsuccessful, it's very public.
Is the shirtless thing part of his bit too?
I mean, it's not even a bit. I think it's just who he is.
Okay, all right. I get what you're saying, but the Phils thing is what I was like, all right, the Phils.
How do you keep thinking that you can little bro people that you barely know, man? First of all, little bro people that I barely know. I knew this person a lot better than fucking Andrew Tate did. The fuck are you talking about?
Thing is fucked up. It's wrong. I get that. But if it's raw balance, you know, it's my money and I get it, I'm being paid to do it. It's still, it's not fake gambling anymore at that point. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's called scamming.
No, I don't get what you're saying. I get it. I get what you're trying to say. I still don't agree with it. It doesn't matter. You're like, oh man, I'm just like losing my own money. Who cares? It's like, okay, you're still.
I know what you're saying. Either way, I think if you gamble, you're gonna lose, and I make that very clear, and everyone knows that. But
look, the only thing that is gonna make you stop, I know for a fact, is when Steak is like, all right, fuck this, we're no longer paying these motherfuckers, and then you're still gonna gamble probably, but not as much as you do, and you're not going to move to Toronto for it.
True.
Anyway, all right. So what did you want to talk about? You want to talk about politics? Here? Well, yeah. It just makes me sad, dude. I tried my fucking best. I tried for like a year plus, almost 2 years.
If they don't fuck with you, obviously Twitch don't fuck with Aiden. You know what I'm saying? Dan Clancy got something, you know what I'm saying? They will look at what you do on every other off-platform activities.
But it makes sense. It makes sense as to why, like, it makes sense as to why they would do that. You know what I mean? Like, of course, because the shit he's doing off platform isn't just like marginal shit. I don't know why other content creators like refuse to understand this. Like, it's not. How do I explain this in a way that people can comprehend? Like, what is a good analogy here? Like, it's not a minor infraction that they're like holding you accountable over. It's like major shit, you know? Like denying the Holocaust is major shit.
Well,
okay?
and also it's
saying
like,
Hitler was a good leader is not like minor in the eyes of these fucking platforms, at least for the time being.
Well, and also he's big. Like he's not just going to show up and have like 10 viewers and he's just some guy. And like,
yeah, you're bringing your fucking, you're bringing your fucking audience with you.
And on top of which, it's like there's like this is a business, and if like Aiden Ross is going to engage with like the lead people on this platform, the people who generate content or whatever, and he like spreads his cancer everywhere, I guess, then the fear is that it spreads. It makes like, from a business perspective, it makes complete sense why you don't want somebody saying Hitler was great. Like that's I don't know. I'm not really sure you could ever convince me that it's a wise business decision to invite that. Or to invite somebody who's like even saying it just to like trigger, provoke an outrage and like thinks that that's like a line to cross.
Yeah.
I'm talking Facebook.
Clipping out of context real quick. Good.
I'm talking IG. I'm talking Snapchat. I'm talking, Skype, all type of shit. They will watch what you do. And if they not fucking what you do, they will never unban you, bro.
Yeah.
They will never unban you. So yes, they were watching it. They have been watching Aiden.
Yeah, that's why when people say, "Oh, he got banned 3 years ago for like unmoderated chat or whatever," which by the way, they never say what was going on in the unmoderated chat. They never mentioned that. It was just Sig Heils, left and right. But yeah, that's not the main reason why you don't get unfucking banned. Okay. Another good example of this is Speed. Okay, look at Speed now. Speed is on ban from Twitch. Look at Speed now. Why is he on ban from Twitch? It's not just because he became a large content creator. He became one of the largest content creators, but also in the process, while he was becoming a larger content creator, he literally stopped doing the shit that he was doing when he was like 16, 17 that caused him to get banned to begin with. That's it. Like, why the fuck won't anyone who, any of these other content creators who are literally older than Speed not recognize that? That's it. It's just accountability, like, and owning up to your mistakes and like trying to become better, trying to become a healthier person.
If you don't own up to them as mistakes and you don't listen when people call them mistakes and you don't do that, then people might get the impression that you don't think they were mistakes. That, maybe
because they don't think
your actions and what you say and what you do and how you're perceived are in effect the definition of what you are to other people.
Ice Poseidon's been banned for so goddamn long, and Aiden's gonna be just like that. I don't know. Maybe they will unban Aiden. I don't know. Like, I have no say in this matter, contrary to what people fucking think I have a say on. But yeah, someone made a baseball analogy, and I think it's important. It's a decent one. Disagreeing with the ref and getting ejected from one game versus assaulting another player and consistently making threats to do it again, or rather, disagreeing with the ref and getting ejected from one game and then continuing to fucking go and play basketball and like fighting people in the basketball courts. People are gonna be like, okay, I don't want you to play baseball no more.
Yeah, on like the pickup courts across the street with like the weird, like with like those really weird.
Yeah, you got ejected from the baseball game. You went over and you started beating the shit out of people on the other courts. They see that. They're gonna be like, okay, well, clearly you're a danger.
I do think that it is also like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there like this like unban him meme or whatever? Like, is there anybody that it's proven to be successful with where like it just say it enough and they were just like, fine, we'll flip the switch? Like, has it ever actually worked?
No, I don't think it has. But it doesn't hurt to like actively get some of the larger content creators on the platform to also petition on your behalf, which is what Aiden's trying to do.
No, it makes sense. But like it's if one were to try to do it, that's how you would do it.
But that's not going to. Gideon did kind of. No, for Gideon didn't just also fucking demand to be unbanned or whatever. Gideon at that point, and I don't know what the fuck he's up to now, but at that point he had actually changed the ways that he was operating. He had reformed. He apologized. He literally asked for fucking asked for the people like Pokimane to accept his apology. She did. You know what I mean? Like he's doing pedo hunting videos now. Oh, brother.
Oh no.
Yeah. So So that's what it is.
It's always
and
bad. It's always bad to worse with these
and it's
people,
not because
man.
and it's not because like Pokey endorsed him, and that's why, because Pokimane has like a lot of staying power in this situation. Like, no, it's because Pokey was the wronged party. Of course, Twitch is gonna want to defend its content creators from other content creators who are like actively trying to fucking harm them.
You think he's ever read a book?
What?
I'm just like thinking.
Aiden Ross? No, he's not read a
That's
book.
what you do. And if they not fucking what you do, they will never unban you, bro. You know? They will never unban you. So yes, they were watching. They have been watching Aiden. And I know for a fact they've been watching Aiden.
Dude, what is up with Twitter clips, bro? What the fuck is going on?
You're telling me X the Everything app's videos don't load properly? I'm
it's
shocked.
like 50 seconds.
I'm
It's like I had to
They're
restart
doing
it.
streams with a particular motherfucker, and all talk stopped.
Yeah, he's right.
All talk ceased.
Yeah, Rage is 100% right about this. Yeah, he's talking about fucking Nick Fuentes and shit and
I
Sneeko.
was so mad. I texted I was like, Aiden, why the fuck are you streaming with this motherfucker, bro? Cooked. But that just told me,
Yeah, he is illiterate.
What does a fast?
I'm sure you've seen this before.
I have, but not in a minute.
It means you are a far right authorization on ultra-analytic. Oh my God, ultra-analyst, analyst, political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism.
I mean, he grew from this. He like learned what it was and was like, "This is awesome."
He got to sentences.
Yeah, he learned what these characterizations were, and was
he
like,
said they're good.
Yeah,
Forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck
that
that is.
reminds me of the thing
Benito
from 40-Year-Old
Mussolini
Virgin, where
and
it's like, all right,
Givialdi.
the Kevin Harpett and 40-Year-Old Virgin, where he's like, all right, you're using a lot of big words at me. I'm gonna have to take that as a sign of disrespect. That's how that feels to me.
Yeah.
Gentile. And Jason
Missouli.
Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard in my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist?
Yo! Nazi party led by Adolf Hitler. Yo! Now he's
sorry. I didn't know that Aiden Ross said the words Jason Stanley.
But, oh, this is the other funny thing. Like Aiden Ross and Ethan Klein are saying the same shit. Look at this. Look.
Why do people think I'm Hitler? I've never denied the Holocaust.
The
Platform
Holocaust.
neo-Nazis. He platforms fucking terrorists. I platform Nick Fuentes.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. Very cool, Ethan Klein. Yo, Ethan Klein's got a lot of fucking good allies in this fight. Let me tell you, okay? He's got Sex Pestany. He's got fucking Elon Musk. He's got Aiden Ross, apparently. Keemstar. All the best and brightest have come together. Asmongold. Okay? Motherfucker built their Legion of Doom and still thinks he's like, I'm a progressive. I'm pro-Palestine. Tim Pool. Quarter pounder.
Anti-Semitic artwork as his official emotes. I don't even do my emotes. It's Prismo and Lico and Citrus. Like, bro, uses massage.
Like, I don't want anyone to be fucking permabanned from any platform, okay? I'm a content creator. I also talk about a lot of stuff that people in positions of power don't want me to talk about, okay? That's precisely the reason why, even though I don't say anything fucking anti-Semitic because I'm not an anti-Semite, people constantly lose their shit and try to smear me as one. Why? Because I'm anti-Israel, and you can't be that, okay? Now, because of that reason, I understand censorship being a obvious weapon to wield against someone like myself, okay? It's both self-preservation and also the principle that I think, you know, it's not a good thing to permanently ban people from fucking platforms. But the problem is, if you keep doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down on this dumb shit, like, of course they're not going to fucking unban you, man. I want Aiden Ross to get better. Okay? I want him to get better. I don't want him to fucking platform Nazis. I want him to be like, you know what? I've learned from the past. I shouldn't do any of this shit. And I'm going to actively work against doing this shit. Okay? But it's just crazy that he just like doesn't realize why this is happening and then just thinks, nah, it's because of Hasan or some shit.
Misogynistic rhetoric. What? I make it very clear. Girls are very good at a set of things, and men are very good at a set of things. It's fact.
Hasan's misogynistic rhetoric. Girls are from Jupiter,
yeah,
and boys are from Mars. Straight up.
Anyway, it's just like, ugh. Yeah, I saw another one of these things as well. I saw Sneeko, who's on his like, I'm getting better arc. Okay, Sneeko's on his like, I'm a liberal now arc recently. Okay, and it's kind of funny because I actually did watch. Here's what happened this morning. This video popped up on my feed. Ramadan is much more than skipping lunch. Why did I watch this video? Because there's a lot of fucking random right-wing accounts that are constantly now chirping about how like Ramadan is just skipping lunch. You guys are so fucking weak and pathetic. It's the same people that would die or kill themselves if they couldn't get a fucking Twinkie, talking about how like, oh, it's totally fucking easy to just not eat from sunup to sundown and also not drink water from sunup to sundown while doing your daily activities.
Yeah, Jews do that once a year, and we sit still the whole time. You know, like, I would never in my life step to Ramadan on that.
Yeah, and as someone who doesn't participate in fasting but has fasted in the past during Ramadan just to try it out, let me tell you, that shit is not fucking easy. Okay, it's not easy at all. So it's kind of funny that American treatlerites are just like, oh, it's so simple. It's so fucking.
It's also no, but here's the thing: like, why do the treatlerites do that? I think it's because the videos that always like go about like the meme shit that goes about making that point, they don't show people being hungry throughout the day. It's like they have like a they show them like, oh, here's like a gigantic plate of rice and lamb. Here's this, here's that, here's all the food.
Yeah. They see like, they see iftar, they see the iftar dinners,
exactly.
and they think this is what it's about.
Yeah, it's like oh my god, dude, like, oh, you think Yom Kippur is like a fucking hard fast? Like, what's that dinner you're having there, man? Like, what's that fucking brisket?
Anyway, yeah,
idiot.
Republicans who did January 6th because they couldn't go to fucking Applebee's to eat jalapeno poppers are fucking talking about how easy it is that the entirety of the Muslim population is fasting from sunup to sundown. I fasted since age 9 till the age of 23. Honestly, it was great. I love fasting. Even after being agnostic, I still appreciate it a lot.
14 years is a long time to fast, dude. You should get some food.
Also, yeah, especially
you can eat now.
The no water part is the most.
That's the killer.
The most insane part of it. Like, it's very difficult. So I don't know where the fuck people are getting this information from. They should try it one day. There's actually a relatively socialist purpose behind fasting as well, and zakat as well. Islam is a very communal religion. Regardless of what you may think about it. I mean, I am not a committed believer myself, as you guys know, but having said that, I have talked about the communal aspects of Islam in general. And fasting is for a very specific purpose. It's to help you, the average believer, understand the plight that others go through. Those who are less fortunate than you go through. Okay, at least that's how it was taught to me at a young age.
Well, and also I'd add that like fasting in general, like in the context of religion and other stuff, like it's like both exactly that. Like it's like literally a way of putting yourself in the. I mean, it's like it says like it's saying like, all right, put yourself in suffering and pain, and our way of defining what suffering and pain is not eating. And that forces you just like directly to consider like, well, who doesn't eat and how much would that
exactly
suck?
And zakat as well is a big part of this too. Like you have to give when you in the holiday, when you actually what is the term called? Kurban. How do you say kurban? Sacrifice an animal. Okay, like in the halal fashion, you're supposed to distribute the meat to your entire neighborhood. There's a lot of aspects of that. Zakat is not about tithing. Tithing goes back to the fucking church. Zakat actually is direct wealth redistribution, a percentage of your wealth that you directly redistribute to people in your community. So, you know, it's literally mutual aid baked into the religion. It's direct action baked into the religion. But all of that stuff is I mean, the reason why I brought that up is because I watched this and I was like, oh, wait, maybe he's turning a new leaf. And then I saw his account because I was like, what's he about? What's he doing? The day prior to this fucking video, on March 6th, 2 days before, this is the video that he posted.
It's the website where you get banned if you extend your arm too far unless you're black like Kevin Hart. Where you can call for the assassination of a U.S. senator if you do the humiliation ritual.
Yeah, I did the humiliation ritual. I played dodgeball and Dan Clancy was on my team. So that was my humiliation ritual.
To wish PTSD on American soldiers if you're a fat industry plant. This website is
Bro posted the ADL statement as someone who is not only
I was about to say
not only a revert but a Holocaust denier, and also simultaneously like is supposed to be like is supposed to be pro-Palestine. I think he is. I don't know. Like it is crazy. Also, calling Frogan an industry plan is hilarious. Yeah, dude.
This website is unfortunately the main source of live streaming.
Mr. Pro-Palestine fucking plastering on his YouTube video a tweet that he printed out from the fucking ADL.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Website is unfortunately the main source of live streaming. What started as Justin.tv was sold to Amazon in 2014 for $1 billion.
Is this paper thing his bit?
Yeah.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Then slowly it became the place where people block traffic at a convention center dressed in cat ears convene on.
Yeah, they're all woke and gay. That's the other thing. It's like Twitch became woke and gay.
Wait, what did the Chocolate Rain do, guy?
I don't
What did
know.
he do?
Dressed in cat ears convene online.
Chocolate
like
Rain.
if Portland, Oregon was a website. Autistic white people, before they knew what autism was. Normal people didn't and still don't know that there's an audience of people that watch an animated mouse play Fortnite for hours. Anyway, fast forward a couple years and there's a 30-year-old man with red hair who's flossing on Jimmy
Bro,
Fallon.
I
Normal
didn't
people
know
are
there-
like,
this is, I mean, I assume
Then why
it's
do you
just-
want to be on it?
I
Why do you want to
assume-
be on it? Why do you want to be on the platform if you fucking hate it so much?
I assume that this is just like, it's the same thing for another 3 minutes. Like, does it advance?
I don't know.
why is there a 30-year-old man with red hair flossing on Jimmy Fallon? And suddenly out of nowhere, this Jewish kid pops up and changes streaming forever. He's playing 2K and LeBron James calls him up. The biggest rappers are pulling up to freestyle. This kid is making more money than the celebrities coming on his stream. He's bringing on cute girls to flirt. He's joking late night with his friends. He's doing what regular people do. Suddenly,
Pause.
Twitch isn't autistic and gender fluid
One
anymore.
second. is like, okay, break this down for me.
No, the non-autistic and non-gender fluid thing to do is act like a gay guy around rappers who get uncomfortable by it. that's what yeah, like that's what it is. You're so like you know, regular people.
Well, you know what I wouldn't call
regular people who call up LeBron.
You know what I wouldn't call that? I would not call that a humiliation ritual.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Definitely not.
Yeah, regular people who have the
Regular
capacity to fucking just dial up LeBron and then, you know. But like there is some truth to, like, I mean, I guess there is not a lot of truth to what he's saying, but like yeah, Aiden Ross was a very popular content creator and did all of this stuff, and it was good when he was doing all of this stuff, and I think he brought a lot of attention to Twitch as well, and it was a good thing. And he brought a lot of celebrities onto Twitch as well. And then the torch was carried on by Kai Cenat as well, for sure, and many other content creators now.
Suddenly, Twitch is mainstream. Then naturally,
No, Twitch was...
No, come on.
Time out the hate. Time out the hate. Time out. By the way, that's my favorite meme because what is it? Kraft, the fucking
Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft's like time out the hate campaign.
Oh my god. The was Snoop Dogg? Did you see the
No,
commercial?
no. That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about with Shaq when he was like time out.
Yes.
That happened when Israel invaded Lebanon. And that is a famous fucking thing that Hezbollah does to say, like, you come in vertical, you leave horizontal, like you leave in caskets.
Yeah.
So like this was literally like a call sign for Hezbollah to the Israeli troops. When they do this, that means you come in vertical and you leave horizontal in caskets. So Robert Kraft coming out with that and making Shaq do that was fucking hilarious.
That's reappropriation, dog.
Right as Israel was invading Lebanon, mind you. Anyway, but yeah, that's why I always go time out the hate. It's my favorite thing to do.
I also like putting like Sharpie scribble over Ninja's face.
Yeah. No, Twitch was absolutely mainstream
Twitch, yeah,
because
I was
of
gonna say,
this.
right? I was like that guy, like cover of ESPN magazine.
Yeah, you can't.
Super Bowl, the Drake stream,
You
Travis
can't,
Scott.
you
Come
can't
on.
say this
Come
fucking red-haired 30-year-old was flossing on Jimmy Fallon and then go Aiden made Twitch mainstream.
Yeah, there and also
No, he made Twitch mainstream.
No, but like the arc that he's painting is that like the arc of Twitch in this like moron style version is that like the thing becomes mainstream, but it like slipped its it slipped the bonds. It moved beyond the like red hair like gay boy stuff, and they elevated this just objective normal guy
Yeah.
who gets all the attention.
What's good, big dog?
And And then, of course, he's about to say, and then they
Believe this
couldn't
kid
handle this normal,
starts
awesome
maturing
guy.
and learning about the world. How politics and fake morality extend far beyond just the government.
They also hate Pokemon. That's like,
Yeah.
I know
Well,
exactly.
He said fake morality. Is
No, this is a clip that is like in perpetuity, always repeated from like fucking like 2016 or something when she says, I think she says the N-word in this. And literally they always bring this shit up. They'll be like, she's fake. She's fake. She does fake morality. They say the same shit about me as well, where they're like, yeah, she was 17 years old, you know, and has apologized for it a million times over, obviously, and it's not.
Morality extend far beyond just the government. How the entertainment industry is held together by fake friendships. To make it on Twitch, you
Okay,
gotta
that's pretty
fake it.
good.
Yeah, it's
The
all these.
entertainment industry, Jewish Hollywood, is held together by fake friends.
I wonder, because I saw like Jeffrey Epstein, the Israel flag on that fucking thing initially. So I wonder how he's gonna slap that back onto the collage when he literally started off with a ADL poster and also said 2 anti-Israel content creators are bad. Like, look at this. Look at the Mossad, Israel, Robert Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein. Also, the ADL was right to demand that fucking Frogan get banned because she hurt the feelings of the American military. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on. Like, she literally, listen. Yes, what she said was, you know, something that people got really up in their fucking feelings about. It's no different than what a million other content creators have said in the past, okay? In terms of like, yeah, if you go out there and you don't feel any fucking, if you're someone who joins the military and you go out there and you don't feel any fucking kind of like, if you don't feel that you did a bad thing and you actively talk about how awesome it is and you actively defend it and your output, basically, if you don't have any remorse whatsoever, then, you know, bleep, I'm not going to say the rest of it. Was it spicy? Absolutely. Okay. It was absolutely a spicy thing to say. It was a hot button topic at a hot button time when everyone was actively coming after her. She got banned for it. Not even for that, but she got banned for the fucking hummus thing. All right. Doesn't matter if ex-military dudes agree with her. At the end of the day, Twitch didn't. Okay. She got banned for it. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Is the Shane Gillis clip on Iraq? Yeah, but that's Shane Gillis who said that, so it's different, you see? Let me see what Shane Gillis said.
You notice the war in the Middle East is just on the internet. The whole fucking thing. Every dude out there on both sides was wearing GoPros the entire time. Like, you can watch it. We watched like 3 hours of the war in Iraq. And after the first hour, I found myself starting to cheer, not cheer, but like relate. I felt like I could relate more to the monkey bars guys. You know what I mean? They were a little more my speed. And they were proud of the monkey bars. You remember that video? You've seen them using the monkey bars. They filmed themselves using the monkey bars and then sent that tape out to the world like, not bad. You ever wonder how you would do out there? Watch those guys. Those are just normal fucking dudes. Second shots are fired. There's no game plan. Everyone's, oh, shit! Very relatable. Guns jamming. Try to fire a rocket, it goes straight fucking backwards. They look like me trying to fire a gun. Their feet move when they shoot. Very relatable. They also never won. They got fucked up every single time. Bad. They would blow up like one truck every 5 months. They'd be just as surprised as everybody. Shit finally worked out. You could hear it in their voice. Someone would blow up, they'd be like, oh! It's like, yeah, dude, that's a human reaction. That's relatable. That's what I would do if I saw a fucking explosion. I'd go, oh! That's human. You ever watch us kill people? I can't relate to that at all. There's some Black Hawk helicopter with night vision, mows down like 40 people. Pilot gets on, he just goes, clear. Just flies away. It's like, yo, that's a psycho. That guy didn't give a fuck about that. At least ISIS is down there having fun, dancing afterwards.
If you can say it with, with swag, with a little bit of charisma. Anyway, my point is, Frogan was already fucking punished for not just that, but like some silly shit, as a matter of fact, which was directly the Sabra hummus thing. If asked like a platform that punishes someone for saying Sabra hummus is mid-tier hummus, is like shitty hummus, okay, is of course not going to let back a dude who is actively defending pedophilia and lowering the age of consent laws, and also simultaneously fucking you know, denying the Holocaust, okay?
Together by fake friendships. To make it on Twitch, you gotta fake it. On Twitch, you could say America deserved 9/11 if you put on a dress, but if you say there are only...
There's no way these guys actively believe this, right? Like, they think that, like, dog, you have to be genuinely, like, your mental faculties are worse than John Fetterman. If you think Twitch was like, put on the fucking dress and paint your nails, okay? If you don't do that, you are not getting unbanned.
Or it's like the flip of it is the other way, which is that like you think that like, oh, well, if I want to like convince the mass, if I need to convince the masses, if I need to Trojan horse this idea that America, you know, deserved 9/11, this very controversial idea that nobody has ever talked about in universities, in American high levels of American policy, nobody's ever considered that idea. But if I want to Trojan horse that, then I need to wear a dress and paint my nails.
I thought you were going to perhaps refer to a very good, well-researched podcast series called Blowback.
I would never reference that.
Very good, well-researched podcast series called Blowback that talks exactly about, you know, how 9/11 happened.
I mean, you could say America deserved 9/11 without it being like, oh yeah, America morally deserved it. Like that could be your opinion or not or whatever. But it's like you could just say like, yeah, America certainly earned it by no. In the on the matter of fact level. Like I don't mean that like America morally deserved. I'm talking explicitly about the idea that like
I don't think these people care about nuance. No, I'm just letting you know. You're getting into the
just that like we armed them in the 70s. We supported the war and the conflict.
that was my point.
Yes.
That was precisely my point, which is why I got banned. So I'm just letting you know.
All right, okay.
Anyway, but the point is, you should listen to the Blowback podcast. It's incredibly well researched and talks about exactly how America got to the 9/11 part of the story. But in any case, Noah and I will be wearing a dress for no particular reason right now. Put on the fucking dress. Yeah, we're gonna do our humiliation ritual real quick.
Our humiliation ritual incoming. Our Hail Marys, etc.
Okay. All jokes aside, like this is all over the place. Like, what is your fucking worldview, man? What like
two genders, you'll get banned for unmoderated chat. Twitch is fucking retarded. It's retarded that an American company has decided freedom of speech doesn't matter. It's retarded how they created their own system of morality through the voices of multi-millionaire streamers who tell you to eat the rich. Through the voices of women whose job it is to cry on camera so pathetic men can fall in love through the screen. But it starts to make sense when you see.
Yeah, dude, you're never getting unbanned, big dog. I'm gonna be honest.
I gotta be.
Like, what the fuck? Like, you can think it's because you're like, you can think it's because you're fucking based, but like, no, it's because you're brain dead. Like, it's just like it's so stupid. It's like
it's so dumb.
It's so unimaginably stupid, dude. Oh my god! Like
I just like the idea of it's also like we're gonna say that word over and over again, and I'm gonna like smile and like break character a bit as I'm saying it because I have like the emotional regulation of an 8-year-old. Like all of it is just so.
Dude,
like
it's funny because like these are the motherfuckers who need a job, bro. People,
they do need a job.
Like you need a job, brother. What are you doing? Get a job. Get a job.
See who their CEO is.
We could do
a serial masturbator, a gooner. That's it.
What?
I was doing plenty.
Bro, this is, by the way, this is literally like a rehashing of Ethan Klein's Nuke with some exceptions. He doesn't shit on like he shits on Frogan, but not Pokimane and Cinna and Valkyrie. But like aside from that, this literally is a condensed version, I think, of Ethan Klein's Nuke. Oh man, how
wait,
funny.
what's the trans 9/11? Oh, it's because you have to be trans to say that. I get
yeah, never mind. No, you come on, dude.
I know we don't have to retread it.
There's
a symbolism. I had to
keep
process
up.
the symbols.
Keep up.
Plenty of research and stopped when he showed his algorithm was a bunch of porn stars floating in hot tubs. CEO Dan Clancy is a pathetic libtard with no backbone, who makes a big speech boasting about new descriptive censorship policy.
Also, say that he doesn't really want to get unbanned.
Yeah, I think he's just farming it.
Yeah.
Wait, he did a Muslims didn't do 9/11 video?
Oh no.
At this point, if I'm never
Wait, is he saying maybe he's based? He's saying
No,
like
maybe-
Wahhabist Islam is not real Islam. That's what he's gonna say.
I'm going to be honest, Hassan. I don't think that's what he meant, and
No.
I have a bad feeling about where this one's going.
No, he's gonna say Wahhabist Islam is not true Islam. Like they're fake, they're phony.
I don't know, man. My
Let's
spidey
see.
senses be tingling. Also, what is it, these guys at all white apartments?
I don't know, but like he actually does have like a. It's weird to say this, but he does have a decent understanding of aesthetic. I think not his apartment. I'm saying like the way he films
Oh
stuff.
no, it's stylized real well. Like,
At this
that's
point, if I'm
not-
never
like, I
reinstated
buy
on
that.
YouTube, Facebook,
Totally.
Instagram, TikTok, but admitted pedophile Chris Tyson is, it is what it is. Muslims didn't do 9/11.
But this is what I mean. He does like he is talented. That's the saddest part. Is just like he's just using it for garbanzo.
I go through.
It's a racist Casey Neistat video. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it is Casey Race War. You're right.
Yeah, holy shit.
Oh my
This
god.
is part 2 on the George Floyd Super Bowl halftime show because I'm still flabbergasted.
George Floyd Super Bowl halftime show. Oh my god. And then he gets sad when his fucking own fan base of neo-Nazis are saying he eats cats and dogs. He's like, no, you guys don't understand. I'm half Haitian. We don't eat cats and dogs. And they call him the N-word. But then he calls the fucking Super Bowl halftime show the George Floyd Super Bowl halftime show. Bro, you're black. What's wrong with you, dude? Isn't he half black? Half black and Pinoy gang.
Flabbergasted how liberals don't think that this midget wearing bell bottoms is not an industry plant. Then all of a sudden it made sense when I saw Pokimane said only
He's
white
obsessed,
people
by the
didn't
way,
like
with
it.
that phrase
Because for woke
industry
people-
plant. That's like such a such a stupid and lame like concept. Because it's like it's just like, oh yeah, there's no possible way that anybody would organically enjoy this. By the way, I have like I've got like the world experience of a like a fucking like thimble.
Yeah, oh my
Well,
god.
Kendrick Lamar is a hero. He puts fat black women in his music videos, even though he's married to a skinny light skin. He makes music about transphobia to get woke people on his side and then blames white people for everything. And there's a reason Pokimane will never get canceled for being racist to white people. And it's the same reason Kendrick Lamar wins Grammys for giving woke people the victim mentality. Both of them know they're feeding their fans bullshit, but the industry rewards bullshit.
How does this connect to Muslims not doing 9/11?
Yeah, I don't understand it.
I'm
but
so confused.
I
by
love
this guy's,
I
like,
love the
leaps.
projection. I love the projection because like a couple days before he made this video, he's like, I've realized that I have developed a audience of like, you know, not the best kind of people. I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do my very best to try and turn a new leaf, right? But the thing is, he doesn't believe it then. He doesn't believe the shit he's saying then. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem here. Is like, he's like, nah, these people can't be sincere, okay? They just hate white people. And they don't even believe that white people are the problem, but they actually are fucking saying that to make white people feel bad about themselves. And white people shower them with gifts and praise. It's like an entirely crafted worldview built on top of nonsense. You know what I mean? Oh, it's just very strange that these guys always present the opposition as like grifting or
not what they're doing. Not the guys who. Wait, you're telling me like no? Actually, if there's anybody in this world who's not grifting, it's the guys who are always putting little gambling tags on their shit. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if Sneeko specifically.
This
but
is
it's
why.
the
This
same
is why.
world.
This is why Muslim makes it. Look. Yahya Sinwar provides a new perspective of the West about Hamas. Why are they called terrorists? The newly martyred leader was born in the genocide and expelled from his home. He was raised in a refugee camp amidst war. He spent 20 years in Israeli prison studying his faith and how to liberate his people. How can we be so arrogant as to call his actions anything else than self-defense? Why is our image of a terrorist man dressed in a keffiyeh with an AK-47 instead of a suit and nuclear code? Perhaps we have been tricked. Perhaps the people responsible for brainwashing us with the media are the same ones currently committing genocide. Perhaps the real terrorists are at home. Okay? The same mind that came up with this also is fucking doing this.
I'm too far unless you're black like Kevin Hart. Plant. This website is unfortunately the main source of.
Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. You know what I mean? It's so inconsistent. Like, if you understand that America, perhaps, are the real terrorists, okay, at the global fucking stage, what do you, like, what is this, like, I'm slapping the fucking ADL sticker on here. Also, he talked about anti-white racism here, and what's really funny about that is that I got banned off Twitch for saying cracker, okay? I got banned off Twitch for anti-white racism. Shut the fuck up.
Bullshit. It's not a secret anymore. The Zionists that control the industry use
Oh
wokeism
my
and
God.
nationalism to redirect their hatred towards whites and Muslims.
I literally paused it right before he told me the truth. Who did 9/11?
I told you. I had a bad feeling, Hasan. Had a bad feeling.
I thought he was gonna say. I thought he was gonna say. You know, Wahhabists are not.
I
real.
thought he was going to say the Boston Celtics, but
Let me explain, because it's not working anymore. The shift became crystal clear when Selena Gomez cried on her Instagram about.
It's so funny.
It
like,
is crazy how much this guy hates women crying.
Yeah.
It is insane.
It's all.
He must make them cry.
No,
all the
he's
time.
like he's literally just like picking. He's like picking certain like conservative cultural touch points and just like weaving that into his argument. It's all about keeping your attention, okay? He understands his audience and he just wants to keep them paying attention. He's somehow talking about 9/11 and how the Jews did it while also literally talking about Selena Gomez crying and how there is this like dangerous plot by the Jews to create a race war in this country. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Well, also, all of the people that he hates are fake, and he is the real one.
Mexicans because illegal aliens were being deported by the thousands. Selena Gomez is American. She doesn't speak a word of Spanish. And the internet saw right through her bullshit and clowned her so hard she deleted the post. But the next week, Ye started selling swastika t-shirts and only received a fraction of the hate. That's never happened before. Then Ye doubled his sales on
Why is
Yeezy.
Blue Velvet playing on the TV?
Because he likes art, dude. You don't understand. He's giving a tribute to Lynch.
It's so annoying to me to like just be like this insane misogynist while like that just is, man, this sucks.
And his streams went up like he
So
dropped
bad,
an album.
man.
The only backlash was some of his team made statements of resignation, and then I realized, why have I never seen a tour manager quit because of Antichrist symbols? For decades, art...
This is a brilliant point. He brought up a really good point. Yeah. Yeah, you can't say any. Yep. Noah, Jewish. Okay, mind blown. Yeah, that's right.
I feel like I short-circuited just now.
No, you just got exposed.
I'm so confused, man.
He's like,
I thought I understood stuff.
Why won't
I thought I knew things.
Yeah, no. Why won't managers quit due to Antichrist symbols?
Bro.
But they only quit due to the swastika.
I'm gonna keep it real with you, Sneeko. You are fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Yeah, no,
you are like really stupid,
dude.
You are so stupid.
No, I think it's different than that. I think he
is,
knows
like,
his
cynical.
audience is
he's
stupid.
He's not actually. I mean, I want to emphasize that I think this is stupid. This is stupid things to say, etc. But he is himself really a cynical.
Literally tweeted that
cynical motherfucker.
Sneeko literally tweeted that Jews control the media, and you said he's right. Please pay attention to what he's saying. Wait, what? I didn't say he's right. What are you talking about? Why did you say Sneeko was right when he blamed the Jews? I'm joking, chatter. What the fuck? I don't think he's making any good points.
He's not. I think I can speak for Hasan on this one. I think we can say we are down on Sneeko. We are low. We are buying low on Sneeko here.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's amazing. This video is everything, dude.
Artists are paraded around and even awarded for using satanic imagery.
Bro.
And nobody ever quits.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
He's true. Nobody ever quits for satanic
so
imagery.
True.
Yeah.
Keep going. I got to see what he does here.
You said the Yahya Sinwar thing was correct, and he literally said Jews control media in the post. Wait, he did? Did he?
Perhaps the people brainwashing us with media are the same ones currently. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably.
That's
he's
not
probably
good.
talking about Jews. Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably talking about Jews there. You're right. You're right, Chatter.
You're right about that. I thought he was.
I thought he was making a mature, reasoned point, but
I thought he was doing Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is it possible
those
that, like,
who wage war are manufacturing consent for said war because the entire system is designed around manufacturing weapons and justifying permanent war, which is a necessity.
No, but that's not what this is. This is about the Jews.
But this is also part of the reason why.
It's just more subtle.
This is also part of the reason why. I mean, yeah, he doesn't.
He doesn't say the Jew word or Zionist, for example.
Yeah,
he just says the people.
But this is part of the problem with what do you call it? What is it? What's this? The anti-Semitism is the socialism of the fools.
Yeah, August Bebel.
Yeah, it's like it's. This is why it's so fucking dangerous to have anti-Semites run rampant, because just like when Tucker Carlson uses left-wing economic populism to drive home a very nefarious agenda of WASP nationalism, anti-Semites can fucking weave into regular discourse and get 60,000 fucking likes on a statement like this, when in fact it is actually serving a different purpose. Not to talk about like the ways in which the double standard, or the ways in which like the old George Carlin bit of saying Israelis are commandos, Palestinians are terrorists. It's not about that, but it's about, you know, Jews are doing it. Jew this, Jew that, Jew, like the fucking Alex Jones video. If you consistently undermine critical analysis coming from people who are actively going against anti-Semitism, and also simultaneously explaining to people the material reasons as to why we have unconditional support for Israel, the only people that will always find their way through this process is those that can latch on to the orbit of right-wing commentary, because they have allowances for this sort of thing. They let people say whatever the fuck they want, as long as they are shitting on women, as long as they're shitting on gay people, as long as they're saying like Donald Trump is the fucking savior. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, the only kind of permissible narrative that is deeply anti-Semitic, or the only kind of permissible narrative around these sorts of issues, come from deeply anti-Semitic people. This creates more anti-Semitism. Don't care about Sneeko and his dumbass takes, but why did he have the time to set up like 3 different shots, but no time to throw those soda bottles of the trash shaking my head?
I'm reminded of, there was this dude who used to work in my dad's office who had this like really like disgusting desk. It was covered in shit all the times, and he had this little plaque on it that said, "A messy desk is the sign of a mind at work." And I think that that's what everybody who ever is just like a really dirty and messy guy says about why they don't clean out their trash. He thinks he's a genius.
Yeah. Anyway, made some great points though. Twitch is woke and gay.
Twitch is woke and gay.
Oh wait, he goes back to he goes back to to Rashid Al Haddad, who is not a Houthi, by the way.
Policies, and then bans me a week later for off-platform behavior. What the fuck is off-platform behavior?
It's this.
Yeah, that's
this video. You can point to this video. You know,
I like the idea of also like off-platform behavior as if it's like this mystical concept instead of.
I'm beginning to think he's apolitical, by the way, because I'm noticing that he has the signature telltale sign of an apolitical man, which is unlimited support for Donald Trump. Yeah, why are you shitting on this guy? Clearly his interest. You're right. I'm so sorry.
Did I make a Nazi salute in my sleep? He enacts policy where streamers are supposed to be unbanned after 2 years, but refuses to follow through if he's an enemy of his lapdog. If Dan Clancy was...
Oh, I'm the one who kept him banned. Okay, got it. By the way, the funniest like early one-sided beef that I had that I didn't even know I had was with Sneeko. Apparently, I played somewhat of a formative role in him like diving into the fucking right-wing pipeline because I thought that there was some sus shit. Yeah, Sneeko, Jews don't control the media, Turks do. Yeah, that's Ethan Klein as well.
We're gonna do it. Jews versus Turks, who controls the media charity boxing match to figure that one, to get to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, he.
Actually, if it's a boxing match, I think we know who will control the media after that. If it's between us, at least.
You gotta.
That's right. That's right. I'm
not gonna fight you. Give me Michael Rappaport at least. You know what I mean?
If he wasn't retarded, he would grift the MAGA right wing just like Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg did after Trump won. But he is retarded. So when the ADL is applying pressure because his lapdog is promoting registered terrorists.
This is, by the way, this is what I was talking about with the Yahya Sinwar thing. Because he's like, why do people call Yahya Sinwar a terrorist? And then also turns around and holds up the ADL sign and says like, Rashid al-Haddad is a Houthi. And it's like, dog, like what is your worldview? I'm so confused. Do you see what I'm saying, chatters? Like it wasn't even a judgment about what he's saying about Yahya Sinwar. More so that on the one hand, he's saying this. On the other, he's like, yeah, Hasan platform terrorists. Which literally at the time of my fucking interview, even if he was a Houthi, okay, even if he was a part of the Houthi family or a part of the Ansar Allah movement, he would not have been a terrorist under the American guidelines because the Houthis had not been registered as a terror cell. Joe Biden had actually taken them off the terror list before he did Operation Prosperity Guardian. But that doesn't even matter. None of that matters. Why did I join bros wearing a MAGA hat? Because I'm apolitical, dog. That's my point. He is a Sunni supremacist? No. That's no, I don't think
I think you're giving him a little too much credit. I think this guy here's, you know what, actually
he's doing sectarian infighting.
Yeah, he's what I like to call a bag supremacist. He believes in the supremacy of the bag, chasing it, getting it, making love to it, holding that bag close and tightly and rubbing it in your faces. And that to me that's the supremacy he stands for, at least in this moment.
Yeah.
Is promoting registered terrorists, he bans Sneeko and Fresh and Fit instead. Here's why Twitch will inevitably.
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe it's because what you're presenting is not the fucking truth, okay? I didn't get banned for interviewing a random Yemeni teenager who wasn't a part of the Ansar Allah movement, or even if he would have been a part of the Ansar Allah movement at the time, which he wasn't, he still would not have been a registered terror organization, according to the Brandon administration. And me having a conversation with him is not a violation of the terms of service. But you know what is a violation of the terms of service? Denying the fucking Holocaust, which both you and Myron did.
Also, like, I just got to say, it's not exactly like, I mean, I would say it's incredibly lame and not classy to just constantly use the R word over and over and over and over and over and over again like this. But it does seem that there's also like I don't think he wants to convince people of anything, really, obviously, because you wouldn't frame or dress up this whole thing, but with like that word being the punchline for everything. You know what I mean? Like this is like this. It's part of what feels. It just adds to the sense of this whole fucking thing being just such a grift.
Yeah. Also, I still do retain the right, or rather, on principle, think that there is like value to interviewing people who are on the fucking terror watch list. And it's not just my perspective. America does it all the time. Western media does it all the time. And as a matter of fact, sometimes the people that they interview are unironically fitting the bill of what terrorism is supposed to be. Okay. Like, you know.
Oh, Syrian leader on CNN.
Syrian leader on CNN and NBC. The leader of the HTS, former leader of Al-Qaeda in Syria, who is having a bit of a rough go at it right now.
He's having a sad.
Yeah. Joe Lensky. Well, no, his name is Jelani. That's
Jelani, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm cracking up.
Yeah, not the other thing.
No, we're not saying that.
Yeah, they're not saying the other thing. They're just saying he looks like Zelensky, which I think is very
I think that is a good. I think that's like funny.
Mark Zuckerberg got hit with the Dominican ray, and Jelani got hit with the Zelensky ray. Okay.
Yes. There's actually a really good. There's a really good magazine article, and like The Economist has like a magazine section that did like this big profile of him, and I will say it does not seem promising for him.
Yeah,
but I do recommend it. It was a really good profile of Jelani. In 1843 is the name of that magazine.
Fail or be sold within the year. One thing I learned over the years to stay alive, being banned everywhere for reasons as stupid as COVID misinformation, is you never abandon your core. Twitch blew up because of Aiden Ross and then threw him away. And we're trying to maintain some semblance of moral consistency. All of social media is seeing through the clown.
He's literally directly agreeing with Ethan Klein and Elon Musk in this process. For the record, Yeah, Ethan Klein gets a 30-day ban on Twitch.
Like your friends, Ethan.
Damn, Ethan.
Like your friends, Ethan.
Ethan, you got some.
Ethan, you got homies.
Ethan, you got
some ride or die.
You got some shooters, Ethan.
Yeah, you got some great friends.
Yeah.
Some great friends who love Jews.
It's so funny because like that's why I said like these guys unite on one principle alone. There's no like firmly held convictions on anything other than fuck this guy Hassan.
Yes, I was
that's
about
it.
to- yeah,
Like
no.
it's
Oh my
crazy. Like these dudes have no fucking genuine interest in like changing the world for the better, certainly, or even for the worse. Honestly, they're just responding to whatever the fuck they're seeing immediately in front of them, and it happens to be me. It seems.
Media is seeing through the clown show. What Twitch doesn't seem to realize is that these websites don't survive without real creators. Why else?
Yeah. Also, I love this guy saying Jews own the media, and then literally talking about Elon Musk, who does own the media.
Yeah, who owns who's
he
the
literally-
owner of the media with the thing behind. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. You're just,
None of it
all
makes
right,
sense.
like-
There's no.
this is. He's just. I honestly, I didn't think dick riding like this was possible, but Sneako's doing it.
Yeah.
What Twitch doesn't seem to realize is that these websites don't survive without real creators. Why else am I still alive? Creators like Aiden Ross should have been given a seat at the investors table. That's why I stream on Party now.
Okay, the rest of this is
Yeah,
ridiculous. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, my Lord. But yeah, my point is, I think that
My
a
point
lot
is
of...
Hassan address.
What?
No, I was just
Yeah.
making fun.
My point is that a lot of these guys would get unbanned, okay? They would, if they actually showed that they weren't fuckheads, okay? That's the problem. They don't want to do that. And it's not a humiliation ritual. It's just like, you're wrong objectively. You're objectively in the wrong here. And the wrong information that you're spreading is like also fairly fucking violent, okay? And that's the reason why, that is precisely the reason why a lot of these companies are just going to be like, yeah,
And
we're not
you
going to
present
fucking
it in
unban
ways
you.
where like you talk in language that like if anybody said that at their workplace, at school,
Yeah.
to their parents, they would get slapped upside the head and like to escort it off the premises. Like that to me is like one of the like there's like a register in which you can talk to like your hogs on a streaming platform, but that you're really not allowed to do in like daily life. But for whatever reason, these people think that actually those are like the same, and that they can encourage it and demand the same kind of respect, even though they sound like an 8th grader, like an a bad kid, like a distinct case of like bad kid syndrome.
One of the things that does genuinely frustrate me, on the other hand, is that like I have, look, the repercussions that I've faced for standing by my convictions in terms of my worldview, in terms of the things that I say that obviously like go against mainstream narratives and whatnot. I've eaten those fucking bans. I have. And those repercussions are obviously inconsequential in comparison to the suffering that I try to address on this broadcast. So it is what it is. It's not that big of a deal. And I do try to the best of my ability, retain my platform so that I can continue speaking truth to power. But what's very frustrating about this shit is that these guys are so fucking phony. Like, they don't have firmly held convictions. They don't have like a fully flushed out worldview, a well-established worldview. And yet they constantly point the finger at other people and go, you're fake and gay. You're fake and you're actually...
Your morals, those are fake morals.
Yeah.
Your morality's fake.
Yeah.
The
also you platform terrorists.
Yeah.
Like the fuck?
Actually, that thing they call the golden rule about treating others as you like to be treated. Yeah, fake and gay.
Yeah. In any case, we also have this, obviously.
Picking up after playtime, fake and gay.
Yeah, here's the fun little thing that America's doing. This is from the Forward, as a matter of fact. State Department plan to deport pro-Hamas students relies on a 1952 law that targeted Jews. Jewish Holocaust survivors suspected of Soviet sympathies were subject to the McCarran-Walter Act.
I mean, listen, the internal security, it's in the middle of the Korean War. There's this, it's a whole, like in 47, it was a Democratic president who passed a loyalty pledge for all federal employees, or demanded one. Like that whole era was rife with going after some JOOs who had communist.
Yeah, Jared Kushner's family was nearly prevented from immigrating because of that law.
Well,
Now
Okay, maybe
I
it's
feel
good then.
conflicted. Now
Yeah,
I feel
it's good.
conflicted. Now I feel conflicted. What? Deplatform stable Ronaldo, lazy and PBM? Why the fuck would I do that? What are you saying? First of all, I don't have that power anyway, dumbasses. And secondly, like, why? What do you mean? Like, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody fucking says some shit sometimes that could be misconstrued. Okay? Or sometimes they are misinformed. Okay? That's fine. That happens. Not saying that those guys did that, by the way. I'm just simply stating that, like, a lot of these platforms are very understanding. Okay, I mean, look at Asmongold. He says whatever the fuck he wants. Okay, on a daily basis, and it seems like, you know, you think Twitch doesn't know that? No, they do, right? Like, the point is, there are also people that just like go above and beyond. Like, if you're actively denying the Holocaust, like, yeah, of course, no fucking company, at least for the time being, because that is still, luckily, still considered, you know, something that is completely and utterly inappropriate. You're gonna have a hard time getting back on the platform. That's
well.
it.
Now you've put a thought in my head, which is imagining like Asmongold cutting like commercials for like big brands. You know,
Yeah,
let's
he's gonna do time out the hate. Yeah, it's not about debating the real meat and potatoes issues. It's only about winning for these streamers. Yeah, I just like don't.
Well, winning. This is what I
understand
mean by bag supremacy, because their definition of winning is getting that bag as big as possible.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like getting number go up in an audience level, obviously, but like, look, like metrics feel faker than ever to everybody, except on a relative level. Like, do you feel like you have more of an audience today than you did yesterday and the day before, and so on? But like the one measure that you can have, I mean, this is part of why these guys love gambling and crypto so much, even though like they know that everyday people lose money on it, even though they know that like the crypto shit may be kind of a scam at the end of the day, whatever. But like for them, bag go up. And they'll keep doing the thing. You know, it's the worst reward mechanism imaginable.
Yeah, but you also hold on to that if you have nothing else going on. If you have if you have no real fucking friendships, if you have nothing to look forward to, if you don't find what you're doing to be like genuinely emotionally fulfilling, I think that's a major problem for a lot of content creators who are just like, I wanted to be an entertainer and I found myself in this lane where I'm basically only looking at how much my bank account goes up at the end of the month. That is not very rewarding. Making money for the sake of making money alone is, at the end of the day, not going to be that rewarding, especially if you're doing a whole bunch of shit that you're kind of faking. Okay,
yeah,
that's the problem here, and I think that's the reason why a lot of these dudes like have these shaky relationships, shaky associations with one another, and they're only held together by like their financial imperative. And hold on, Murat,
I get it.
Like, that's why you get more and more angry and more resentful every single day. It probably fucking hurts your mental health quite a bit, you know? But the more you hurt, the more pain you feel inside, the more pain you feel inside, the more you lash out violently. What? It's from Murat. Okay. Anyway, all the while society keeps getting worse and worse for the average person. Holy fuck. All right, let's watch this Gatsu video when Noah comes back. Noah, I'm about to introduce you to Gen Z politics. And then we'll do, should have been me, should have been Emily, should have been love, should have been FYI, people are referring to you as some dude in a maid outlet and cat ears on the timeline. I know, I saw that. It's pretty funny.
Some dude in a maid.
That is pretty funny. Like, I forget that the average person has no fucking idea who I am. Or what I do, and that's awesome. I don't have an issue with that. It's better that they not know who I am and encounter me as a dude in a maid outfit than to be like, this is the worst guy on the planet. You know?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Zoomer politics time.
Japan are the dominant Asian powers, and they have been beefing for centuries at this point. But for the past couple of centuries, China was at a disadvantage because Britain made them addicted to opium and basically destroyed them along with other European powers during the Chinese century of humiliation. And Japan got the sun dropped on them twice. Both of them have gotten cooked, but Japan has gone from producing the world's most brutal soldiers to making Nintendo and Naruto. That's a very, very good glow blow up. And China went from a rural, broke dictatorship to being ruled by the man with the most aura since Stalin and becoming the factory of the world.
Dude, Gen Z is hot on China, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was talking about this with some friends recently, where it's like, I think a lot more people are gonna start coming to our understanding of the world, especially younger generations that haven't been like taught to fucking hate China and love TikTok. And on TikTok, you do get some like decently pro-China messaging. Like why? Like if you're Gen Z and your life is dog shit, okay, and you're never gonna fucking retire, everything sucks, the future looks bleak, and the same people that you despise that have ruined your fucking lives, okay, that have ruined your future, that robbed you of your future, okay, are telling you gotta hate these Chinese motherfuckers out there, okay? Meanwhile, you're on TikTok, you're seeing them eat delicious food and take advantage of public transit. Yeah, there's like cool trains in Chongqing that go through fucking buildings and shit. Why you're like why would I hate these guys? They're just chilling.
And also, like, it seems like their way of life is not like coming apart at the seams.
Yeah,
like that's where it's like, it's not that everything in China is like perfect. It's not that everybody there's happy all the time. It's that, like, on a relative basis, like, where would you rather spend like the next 100 years given the current trajectory?
Yeah, there's no like fully fleshed out and carefully manufactured hatred for China and the Chinese, I think, among the younger generations.
The craziest looking, most cyberpunk cities in the world. And to signify the point system and which one is winning, each country's leader will progressively get more of a Chad face as they gain points. Both of these countries love overworking their people, such as the infamous 996 in China, where you have to work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. Now, that is just the average work schedule in Eastern Europe, but it might be shocking to a lot of people. What else do you do all day? You barely have time for sleep. Exactly. Good. There won't be any time for you to start getting first world thoughts, such as sadness or whatever Sigmund was talking about. And honestly, in this category, both these countries are tied because Japanese people are notoriously overworked. Karoshi is a Japanese word meaning death.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that, like, we always assume that Americans are just like fat slobs and lazy pieces of shit that all own jet ski dealerships and eat burger. But the American population is also fucking notoriously overworked.
It's true. And even if it's like Americans, even if like they're not like in an absolute way like overworked compared to, I don't know, China or Japan or Europe or parts of Europe, Americans like exist in a society and like have a way of life where like the psychological affliction of being overworked and being I mean, like, call it the Protestant ethic, whatever you want to, like, it like kills Americans to not be working, to not be allowed to work, to not be able to participate in society through work.
Yeah. Not Karoshi level though. Well, the problem with Karoshi is that or not the problem with Karoshi necessarily, but Japanese work culture is devious because all of your social, like all the social shit that you have to do also is a part of your work. You have to go to drinks. You have to go get drinks with your fucking coworkers after work. And then that also factors into you not having enough healthy personal time. Yeah. And, you know, there's not really a lot of opportunities, no quitting, no nothing. Same with Korea too. Yeah. Like Korean work culture is also pretty bad too.
From overwork, and seeing tired, passed out businessmen in Japan is pretty common. Obviously, this work schedule is not healthy, and seeing as both these countries have a horrible birth rate and a demography crisis coming up, they need to lock in and do something about this. In China, they actually banned the 996 work system, so it's not technically illegal to do that, but China has a big unemployment problem among the youth to the point where a fifth of them are extremely qualified but unemployed, so a lot of these people will accept bad bad working conditions such as the 996 to have a salary and actually make money. So yeah, it's illegal, but like stabbing is illegal, but people still do it, you know? The standard work week is 40 hours in Japan, but a recent government survey found that 1 in 10 Japanese workers put in more than 80 hours of overtime alone per month, with 1 in 5 at risk of karoshi. And there's also this bullshit of pretending to like your boss and having to hang out with them and go to drinks with them. Man, I remember when I was in that call center. Fuck that boss, man. I fucking hated his ass. If I had to hang out with that motherfucker, I would be wearing an ankle monitor right now. So genuinely saying which one has a worse work culture is a hard battle to decide. So instead of a chat face, they both get eye bags under their eyes now from overwork.
No,
but
not
both these
Xi
countries
Jinping.
shine in technology. They're both extremely dominant in this field and extremely useful to the entire planet. First of all, China makes everything in the world. Like, if you look around your house, probably like 50 to 70% of what you see was fully made in
He's got
China. And
quotations.
China has gotten a lot better at general technology because of their massive government subsidies, making good cars, innovating on phones, electric car batteries, solar panels, nuclear energy, basically everything. And Japan, I'm worried about Japan's economy, you know, because all the wars in the Middle East have stopped.
Whoa,
so
Swan
their
Marcus,
Toyota
damn, that guy he fell off.
Japan's economy, you know,
Is it because
all
they kept outing him as they kept unmasking him?
No, it's because no. Although I wish, because he's a little.
Yeah, wasn't he like a sex pest who like moved to Thailand?
He's a slug. He's a slug. But and I won't get into specifics on that. But I will say he basically was like a ride or die for Kamala so hard and was like so hostile and condescending to Trump people about it, like on the election level, that like after the election he disappeared.
He hated me.
He hated me too.
Yeah, he would.
He's a common anti for both of us.
he would routinely fucking yell about my analysis, which turned out to be right, and he turned out to be
He
very
used to try
wrong.
and reply guy to me, and then eventually I got like I made him mad enough, and he made me mad enough that I just stopped engaging. But then again, he embarrassed himself so completely and fully that he's literally no longer on the internet. So.
Indian pro Israel accounts catching strays in China in a China versus Japan video. Why my countrymen? Why, dude? I mean, this is.
That is. I mean,
I'm sorry if you listen. Anybody that comes up with something like this,
listen. It's called a world system. Okay, read some Emmanuel Wallerstein. Okay,
dude,
grow up.
This
okay. It's all connected.
This
all right.
This is
okay?
an amazing. This is a amazing, indecipherable world. This is Sneeko's worldview. This is like it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like,
The wars in the Middle East have stopped. So their Toyota pickup sales must be down now. Somebody start another conflict in the Middle East. Need to lock in. Japan needs to sell pickups. But really, Japan is amazing at technology. PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch, Sony TVs, Canon, and Nikon cameras, and basically everyone has these for photography. Toyota, Honda, Seiko, and Casio watches. Also, Japan has been notorious for their amazing train system. But sadly, they got mugged. And not only does China alone have 2/3 of the world's high-speed rail network, but they also made faster trains than Japan recently. Japan does lead in robotics and precision manufacturing, but China leads in like everything else, man. Like AI, 6G, electric cars, solar panels, and they're literally the only reason why solar panels are cheap now. And
also they're doing this while under like severe competition restrictions from the United States of America. This is also something to remember as well. Like, we just straight up intercepted a deal that they were supposed to have with the Netherlands for what is it called? The microchips, semiconductor technology. We were like, nope, you can't do that.
I mean, the EU just like I know that they rolled back. It was more of it's like one of those like it's like a law that was more of a formality than something that actually like mattered or had punishments or consequences. But the idea was that like the EU is trying now to like open up like business wise and develop more joint ventures with China.
Yeah,
and I'm kind
ASML lithography machines.
I'm kind of curious to see, like, there was an article, I think it was in the South China Morning Post about all this, but I am
my favorite newspaper for all things China, including like what's happening with the pandas.
I mean, I'm curious to see, like, as the US decides that we're no longer doing science because science research
Is
and
gay.
capital investment is gay and DEI.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we're cutting grants.
It's wonderful. It's awesome.
Yeah.
There was a push notification since I started streaming with you from the New York Times that was like, critics are concerned that Trump's cuts to the National Weather Service may make it difficult to produce weather forecasts.
Yeah.
Who the fuck needs weather forecasts,
Yeah.
right?
Virtually everyone. The answer is obviously air traffic control, agriculture, basically commerce in its entirety could stop. It could come to a grinding halt if we can't accurately predict weather patterns due to the NOAA and NWS funding cuts. But hey, weather is also gay because they keep saying, those fucking gay ass scientists keep saying climate change is real, and Trump doesn't like that, so he's gonna punish them. Okay? Good stuff.
So if everything made in China suddenly disappeared, most of the shit in your house would disappear. And it would look like the True Detective house without the mattress. So while Japan put up a very good fight with amazing technologies, China does win this one. But who needs mass scale technology when you got the vibes, man? Japan is notorious for having the best vibes ever. And just
I'm gonna be honest, I think this is also gonna change. Like I keep saying to everyone that will listen that going to China right now, you know, before the inevitable happens, hopefully it never happens. But going to China right now is like going to Japan in the 80s and 90s. Like it is the Japan of the 80s. It's just at the top currently.
general aesthetic stuff. That's why
Someone said wrong. Philippines on top. True. Pinoy gang.
They're weeaboos and not China-boos. China would have a very good chance at scoring points here, but Mao decided, I'm destroying the culture and I'm killing pigeons. Fuck you. Japan just looks like the best place ever, man. I'm actually gonna apply for a visa to go there. It looks amazing. And I haven't even watched anime in a while. Okay, like Tokyo is the coolest city ever. We all know this, but there are so many other gems in Japan as well, such as Okinawa. And this is literally just a tropical island. And just so many absolutely gorgeous little towns that has everyone soy facing. China is also beautiful, but the real deciding factor is, would you rather travel to a Chinese village or a Japanese village? See, the Phoenix Ancient City in China is a cool place. It's basically like the Kung Fu Panda as a town, and it looks very nice, but come on, man, Japan, bro. Also, if we're counting Hong Kong, because they're not mainland China, Hong Kong is fucking amazing. It's beautiful, amazing public transport too, and someone told me that.
Let me tell you where you're not getting a visa from, Georgian man. Okay? The People's Republic. That's right. Okay? What is this fucking Hong Kong is amazing, but it's not a part of China attitude coming from you? Is it?
Yeah, it's on the table.
It's on the table.
It's even better than Hong Kong. I don't know if this is possible. Japanese embassy in Tbilisi, get in contact with me and give me a visa so I can see if it's truly better than Hong Kong. The only way Japan kind of fucks up its vibes is just some perv shit, right?
You own cats, right?
Yes.
And there are cats here too.
But they're not cats, they're teenage girls.
Wow.
So it's a bit of Diddy mode, but I guarantee Diddy wouldn't have gotten all this controversy if he had sakura trees in his backyard instead of beds on the basketball court. But Japanese culture is absolutely amazing, especially after they stopped being fascists. That's when they really became cool. I don't know why they still use that flag on their navy. Me personally, I would strive to change it, but hey, I didn't make JoJo or Death Stranding or Berserk, so don't take my word for it. However, no amount of vibes and aesthetic pink trees can cheer you up if your economy is ass. All three of these countries are gorgeous, but then you look at their economies and understand...
World's angriest country.
Ass. All three of...
Hey, yo. Chill, bro. Chill. Chill, okay? Fucking chill. Oh, my God. Oh, my people, we're never gonna get better, dude. Oh, this is not a good way to get mentioned. Also, how the fuck is Argentina not on this? I don't understand.
Well, because Milei hadn't taken over yet.
No, but they also had hyperinflation before him too. It's not like their economy was
used to it. It's their culture.
You know what? Honestly, maybe
they've had so many countries government collapses over the year. No, they're like instability for them is. I mean, they're angry, but it's their whole thing.
And you look
They're-
at their
yeah, they're
economies
chill.
and understand why they're so angry. Lebanon having a black market currency rate, Turkey having their official currency rate, which is somehow worse, and Armenia having these real estate prices. I'd be mad too. It's a reasonable crash out. And China has been growing a lot economically, and generally people have been enjoying a higher quality of life. It is also probably gonna become the biggest economy on the planet, but they have 1.4 billion people, which means their GDP per capita is less than $13,000, which means it's lower than Mexico, Kazakhstan, Chile, and Bulgaria. Because
Yeah, I mean, this should be a fairly decent indicator that like maybe that metric is not
Yeah, it's
the
not
best way to understand quality of life.
Well, because like GDP per capita means that like somebody in Mississippi enjoys like a higher quality of life than somebody in Hamburg. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there are other things to look at here, but
Also-
it's also not. It's not like I
also
will say it's not totally wrong. There are a lot of like
Yeah.
China still has a peasantry. That's not something that
yeah,
the U.S.
yeah.
has.
But also on top of that, like the American GDP is as vast as it is, not because it's like you know, a manufacturing hub or whatever, but because we are an economy that revolves around finance capital and just like inventing new fake middlemen that shouldn't fucking exist for services that otherwise should be handled by the goddamn federal government. That plays a pretty formative role in our GDP, I think. You know, Mississippi has peasantry too.
as people living in the big cities make 5 to 10 times as much money as people living in the rural areas. Of course, most places have this income gap, but usually...
What is this? This is probably not actually true, by the way, because IMF is systematically undercounted services in China because MLs don't value services like we do. I can get into this more if you're interested. It's likely that the Chinese economy will be valued 50% more if China values services the same way that we do.
I'm open to the idea that like we're not measuring China totally correctly or by a set of standards that don't capture it. I think 50% more value.
Yeah, that seems,
so that's a little.
That seems like a little bit too much of copium coming from
Also, like
central
it's again,
underscore
like, it's
committee.
Not, it doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean that it's awesome that a country is like wealthy or rich, because like that also means is we are now currently experiencing in America that we have got a long way to fall, and that like. You know what I mean? Like, there's to me, there's just.
Do you think that like an Appalachian guy, they use more concrete in the last 3 years than America did in the last century? God damn,
it's true.
That is pretty crazy. It's because they're building fake cities. It's because they're building fake cities for no reason.
For all those apartment buildings that nobody's ever gonna live in.
Yeah, please don't check in 10 years later. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
don't. Well, 10 years later, they'll fucking point the finger at
Also,
another
like,
new city being built. Like
and
the
by
one.
the way, like we have had. I know that it seems like alien in this particular moment, but like in the 1980s, like there, like you had like apartment blocks in like Texas and like Sunbelt cities that were like teetering into dust because there was nobody buying them. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like it's a problem that we've never had in any event.
Usually not as much as China, such as Japan, which does also have an income gap between big cities and rural areas, but nowhere near as much. And people in Japan generally enjoy a much higher quality of life with nearly triple the GDP per capita. But the thing is, Japan's economy has been stagnant since 1991. So stagnant, in fact, that it's referred to as Japan's lost decades. For example, in 1993, Japan's economy was 4.5 trillion, and this year it's 4.39 trillion. So like all these people are being overworked and the GDP is still not growing. It's a pretty bad situation, to be honest, and their currency has fell a lot in the last 10 years as well. But compared to like an average person in China, you would assume that the quality of life is still better. So because this one is about just a normal person living and not the nationwide GDP or some bullshit, this one goes to Japan. But otherwise,
I also disagree with this. I think the quality of life I suspect the quality of life for like someone living in Tokyo versus someone living in I don't know, like a major tier 1 city, China probably clears Japan on that front too, at least from what I've seen. And also, I can't even talk about the countryside in Japan because it's literally non-existent at this point. It's fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like they're straight up just dying. They're
Well,
just,
yeah, I
like,
mean, there's
as in like literally dying
like,
because they're
there's,
old.
Like, aging. There's an insane story I recommend that people read in the New Yorker about like how fertility issues look around the globe, and it's like a non-scaremongery article. It like takes it seriously, and they talk, and it has some like very interesting moments about Korea and Japan specifically.
We're not talking about the average Japanese adult is several times richer than the Chinese. We're not talking about averages like that. We're talking about quality of life.
Obviously would go to China. They make everything, bro. Now you guys know Japan as this cute country with a very cute flag that looks gorgeous, has these cute vending machines, but there is a reason Japan is the only country in the world to have a nuke dropped on them. And it's because in World War II, the shit they were doing was so heinous that a literal German Nazi heard about what they were doing to Chinese people
and tried
to stop the Japanese. And the Chinese were so thankful to this Nazi that saved them from at least some of the Japanese atrocities that they built a statue for him. He was just like, okay guys, we are evil. We have skulls on our uniforms, but come on, we're not that evil. And the Chinese and Koreans have a very bad opinion of Japan, and it isn't because of the typical Asian racism, like this argument between two Asians, an Indonesian and an Estonian.
The Republic of Indonesia is made up of tens of thousands of islands, hundreds of cultures and languages. Estonia is made up of meat and onion slop-eating Hungarians who polished the cups of German horses for 1,000 years before being elevated to sapiens by the USSR.
It's because of the horrible things they've done to their neighbors, and the craziest thing is...
God damn!
What?
God damn! I mean, holy shit.
Japan doesn't even acknowledge it. To this day, they deny it, which is fucking insane.
Also, it's insane, but it worked. That's the worst part about it. Like, just straight up truth nuke. Yeah. Straight up, don't deny any of the... Don't address any of the war crimes, and even actively celebrate the war criminals. And then seemingly, if you make enough anime, people will stop talking about it. It's crazy. Japan PR is fucking insane. Straight up.
The other Axis member was like, oh, we did it and we're so sorry, but Japan doesn't give a fuck. A World War II general secretary literally wrote a book named Fabrication of the Nanjing Massacre, where not only does he deny it happened, but blames the war on the Chinese. Or when the governor of Tokyo was being interviewed by Playboy in 1994 and said, people say that the Japanese made a Holocaust, but that is not true. It is a story made up by the Chinese. It has tarnished the image of Japan, but it is a lie. Imagine if the governor of
right wing
just doing a little spicy geopolitics in Playboy. God, the 90s were crazy.
Dude,
the 20th century, really.
No, right-wing Japanese people are so insane and so funny. I love learning about Japanese hogs. When I was there last time, I got a better introduction to it. There's this attitude that like the Korean comfort women was also made up. Like they claim that it's also made up, and that the Koreans made it up to like get reparations from the Japanese, even though they still kind of deny it. But also simultaneously, there is like some pay. I think there's some payment structure in place. But that attitude, I've talked about this before. That attitude is now amongst the new right wing movement growing in Japan, has seeped into Assassin's Creed. And they think that because of Yasuke, a famous retainer, like the Black Samurai Yasuke, which has been featured in Japanese art for many, many years, like centuries, has now, by the new Japanese right, considered as like a fake, nonsensical thing, because they think they're trying to do BLM, that Assassin's Creed is trying to get the Japanese to pay reparations to black people and let in African migrants into Japan.
Oh, wait, sorry. Okay. It's finally when you connected to the immigrant thing. I actually did hear about this.
Yeah.
That is, there is like a new, like there was recently a parade that was,
they love parades. Japanese people love parades.
There was like a xenophobia parade, essentially. Just like, because also like the problem is also that Japan is a fucking like, it's like the biggest tourist destination.
Yeah.
Probably in East Asia.
Yeah, they fucking hate that shit too.
Yeah, and it's a big it's a bit
also,
of a contradiction
to be fair, like I kind of get why they hate that shit. I mean, look at Johnny Somali and all these fucking goddamn streamers, cake streamers especially, going to Japan and fucking it up.
I'm sorry, you are missing the OG Japan "don't do that live stream, dude" moment, which is obviously the Suicide Forest.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, Logan Paul, you're right.
And playing the Pokemon with Asian people.
Yeah, the new crop of live streamers have made me forget that
They forgot their elders. They forgot the people who were racist and then had to do multi-part apologies who came before them.
someone's gonna make a movie about Logan Paul eventually doing that in Japan. I'm not ready for that. That's when I'm gonna know I'm old.
Berlin said this, bro. It would be fucking insane. But all of this does not matter if you're living in a society that isn't free. China does not get a lot of party switches. It's always just the CCP. And the main changes that are their policy changes. So they've been in power for 75 years straight. Isn't that crazy, guys? While on the other hand, Japan's ruling party, the Liberal Democratic Party, has only been ruling for 69 years. Take that, China. They've been...
Yeah. Dude, that's a great.
That was a really.
I
well
always
done edit.
I always love pointing that out to people that are like, China is not a democracy, unlike Japan, which is a democracy, even though they also have a one-party rule, which is different in China when it's a one-party rule. Whereas in Japan, it's cool because the CIA, because America wanted it that way.
Sony, Casio,
Yeah.
like,
yeah. Well, I guess not that different from Korea either.
No,
it
but
just
I mean,
seems weird that whenever America has a foothold in your country and basically uses it like a fucking fleshlight, okay, for its military operations against the bulwark of communism, it turns out that you have a very similar structure. One party rule dominated by, what's the Japanese term for it? That also exists in Korea too. The Chaebol, but originally it was what is it, Zaibatsu? No.
Yeah, Zaibatsu.
Yeah, Zaibatsu. Yeah, sorry, not a fleshlight, but a tenga. America uses Japan like a tenga. Yeah. The Zaibatsu structure, which is not dissimilar to the Chaebol structure.
Well, there is. I mean, it's interesting because there are differences. Like, so for example, like the way South Korea resolved that was that it was basically just a military dictatorship until like the 80s. And then like what happened subsequently, though, is that like their system has been set up so as to almost have like a kind like it's like, I mean, it produced the instability that we just saw because basically it's one party in, one party out, one party in, one party out because of the whole term limits thing. Like it feels like they're two different ways at like entrenching the same kind of establishment and political economic structure.
Yeah. Korea one time had a liberal takeover and talked to the North, went right back.
Yep, Moon Jae-in.
Yeah. You know, I mean, Donald Trump's going to unify Korea.
I don't think so.
No,
I mean, it's, you know, I
JD
that's one where I would love to believe.
JD Pondon,
but I do think
Pondon.
that he was mainly also jumping in on stuff that was already like developing and percolating on the peninsula under Moon Jae-in, and like he's always looking for a deal, but
he loves it. He loves
a
that deal.
But I don't think there's a deal right now.
I will never
There's
forget.
not a deal.
No, of course not with the current situation in
I mean,
South
the
Korea.
interesting way in would have been through Russia, maybe.
Yeah.
Considering that we're now trying to make Putin our pal, but even that is like has a time limit.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't think China is all too fond of the developing relationships between the DPRK and Russia in general.
Correct.
So that's also a tricky situation for them.
This has been the grand strategy game of like for many years, which is that like in the Cold War, right? Like after the Sino-Soviet split, it took a while, but America finally picked up on what was going down, and they teamed up with China, and the two countries essentially like made sure that wherever the Soviet Union was in the globe, they were taking the opposite side for like the next 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, now you see the kind of same thing where it's like, all right, like, well, China and Russia are, you know, nominally friends, part of this like grand strategic friendship that they announced not long after the Ukraine invasion. But you can kind of see how, even though, you know, before it was China, now it's Russia, that like you can see perhaps that like Trump is doing, if there's like one dimension of what he's trying to do that may last, it's that like we do have an interest in trying to befriend Russia and trying to use them to like put pressure on China. How successful that will be in the long run, I don't know, but like you can see that there is like a grand strategic logic there.
Hasan, there's a big difference between the two countries, especially in terms of political freedom and individual liberty. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't look at the National Endowment for Democracy-backed metrics for freedom before saying the things that I was saying. You're so right. this chatter, if he was subscribed, would be able to send me that link from the Wikipedia page that will summarize the freedom index that is paid for by the National Endowment for Democracy, which is a CIA funding scheme.
Formerly, now defunct. It's gone. We got rid of it.
Well, nope. Amy Covid Barrett saved it.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Well, did you see how she saved it, though?
How?
It's not ideological. I thought it was like, oh, Amy Coney Barrett siding with the moderates. Apparently, they appealed the Trump people. I'm not kidding. The Trump people appealed the wrong order in their like.
Oh, it was a process.
Yeah.
Decision. Oh, I didn't know that.
That's what there was an article in Vox that was very difficult. That was not well written. But like somebody pointed it out to me, and it's true. Like there was an error, which is awesome. It's very funny.
God, they're so incompetent.
Ruling Japan since 1955, except for one corruption scandal where they were out for a year, and between 2019 to 2012 where they lost and then immediately got reelected. Also in both countries, if you find yourself in a courtroom, you're cooked. Both China and Japan have a 99% prison conviction rate. Saul Goodman is not going to be able to save you. If you end up in a Japanese or a Chinese...
Okay, the only thing that I will say, to be fair of this, is that the American justice system is notoriously way worse than both of these countries. Even though he's right, they will force you to say that you're guilty, but the punishments in comparison to the American criminal justice system are like not even comparable.
There are people who stole candy who are serving like life in jail.
Yeah,
like that's not a lie. That's not cap. Like that is a like more or less like that is like the state of play in parts of this country.
Yeah, we have a much worse prison system than every other country, I would say. Like maybe, I don't know, like people say like Russia. I know people always, because of Midnight Express or Midnight Orient Express or whatever.
It's called Midnight Express, the Turkish prison movie.
Yeah, like people always think like Turkish prison system is like so much worse. And there is a lot of political repression, political persecution in Turkey, of course. Like there's no free speech or anything like that. But even then, even with all of that, like with the exception of El Salvador, I would say the United States is like the worst.
Well, there's the historian Bruce Cummings. We use this quote in season 3 of Blowback, but like he makes this point about like North Korean labor camps and how like even in North Korea, like people who were sentenced to internal exile, let's call it, sent to a labor camp, sent to some other kind of prison camp, they could bring families with them. There was a there's like a caricature we have in our head of the severity of the prisons that everybody else has, in part because of the imagination that in our imaginary we think they're so primitive and so brutal, when it's like we have antiseptic, sanitized, like perfect new machine, computer controlled, whatever. Not to say that they don't have those in other countries, but just that like we have something far more brutal by many measures in our own country, and that Bruce Cummings, the historian we interviewed, and he wrote in a book, he calls them our own gulags, and he's totally right. I mean, there's a famous book by the famous prison abolitionist Ruth Wilson Gilmore called "The Golden Gulag," describing the construction of California prisons.
Yeah, it's not an accident that we have I believe we still have the highest. Maybe El Salvador might be beating us now, but we did have the highest prisoner density, prisoner per capita.
I think we can say like America's prison system, at least to me, like when we say something like it's the worst one or whatever, it's in part like it's a numbers thing. Just like we're a huge country, we imprison a lot of people, but also like the breadth of the injustice and how we use our prisons to solve other problems.
Yeah.
Combined with the fact that
poverty,
like,
in many circumstances, just simply abject poverty, slavery,
and also employment that we use.
Yeah.
We put prisons in places where there's underdevelopment and uneven development, and we use prisons essentially as like a labor suck, but serve no other and
for-profit prisons, of course.
I mean, a minority, but a still present and meaningful part of life here with core civic and the like.
Yeah.
Chinese core, you are cooked. However, where Japan really beats China is the fact that Japanese people can go on YouTube and watch this video, while Chinese people need a VPN to watch this. The Great Firewall of...
It's not bad. That's good for them. It's keeping I think there might have been a time when it was, to make sure that there wasn't propaganda and CIA initiatives like the curve back. But I think now every day I log on to Twitter chat, and the things I see on there are
Makes you
abhorrent.
think maybe the Chinese had a point.
Yeah.
Maybe they had a point. Maybe they knew something about the internet we didn't.
I
don't know.
Every day I fucking log on to Twitter and I think to myself, perhaps the Chinese were right. Okay? Why the fuck would they ever entertain that kind of shit going into their social medias?
You think? I don't think there's no Chinese Aiden Ross as far as I know.
No, because he'd be in fucking prison.
He would be in prison.
He would be in prison.
He would actually
so
just
hard.
be in prison.
He would have already been rehabilitated, talking about the fucking glorious.
Yeah, Chinese Aiden Ross would now be like forced to spend years like apologizing to women.
Yeah,
in front of crowds of people.
He would make Puyi look like a terrible story where no rehabilitation happened. Okay, like he would make Puyi look like a villain. The Chinese Aiden Ross, respecter of women.
Chinese Aiden Ross is like planting trees with little kids.
Yeah,
he's like emphasizing his reform. He's saying
donating all of his earnings to Nanking Restoration Project or whatever,
and like explaining that giving like presentations on the dangers of internet. Like why too much internet bad for kids, and also how like eventually he was like. He eventually learned how to read after like a large like chunk of his life not knowing and being confused by letters and whatever.
He could maybe even, like Xi Jinping, go to the countryside and then come back and become a powerful party member and a valuable part of the Communist Party of China. That's all I'm saying. Like Xi Jinping,
they actually are like straight up when we think about like who needs to go to the countryside in America.
Yeah, kick streamers.
Absolutely first on the list.
Yeah, just like. most social media content creators that are outwardly right wing, for sure. You gotta work at the farm a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. Just like
pick onions.
Yeah, write every day about all the counter-revolutionary sentiment that you have in your heart.
Yeah, and then, eventually, like, when your confession and your apology is, like, strong and sophisticated enough and reflects the time and effort that you've put into self-correction, then you can leave the farm and you can go become, an advocate for global wokeness.
Someone said imagine Asman call.
Oh, that would
He comes back
be
brawling.
awesome.
He comes back brawling after toiling the land.
Okay, I'll put a pin in that one because Aspen Gold would not get through the physical. They would be like, what the fuck is going on with this blood wall in your room, dog? You're not allowed to, like, we need to send you to the doctor. We need you to, like, we need you to get some help.
Sedentary king, yeah. Aiden Ross, welcome Asian Ross.
China is a huge minus for me, honestly. And while they do have their own domestic stuff and they don't need YouTube for jack shit, as a Chinese person, you wouldn't need that. It would still be nice if the internet wasn't censored and you could go on websites like YouTube, Google, and etc. Keep Elon's Twitter banned though, please. I also don't like the re-education camps in Xinjiang, and generally Japan has much better laws on free speech, and they really have their hand up on this one. And this is a very big factor as well, because
Japan has maybe too much.
They can sell rape comics there.
Yeah, and also you can literally successfully sue someone. Let's say a powerful Japanese corporate executive has been outed as a pedophile. Okay, if the newspaper writes about such a case, that successful Japanese businessman could then successfully pursue litigation for defamation and win, because you can say something truthful about someone in Japan and still successfully be sued for defamation. Did you know that?
Yes.
It's fucking insane. Okay.
They also have. I mean, part of it though is like, again, the corporate structure, like the power structure. I mean, in addition, they have different norms about speech and so on. But it is like, it just reminds me of like other countries that don't have like the American fetish for like free speech, and like it's like Yeah, like why would powerful people tolerate the ability for others to like, talk shit at them?
I will say this though, they do not fuck around about Google reviews out there, and I love that shit. If
What do you mean?
In Japan, Google reviews are the law, basically. Like, if you see a restaurant that has like 4.3 stars, it's probably going to be one of the best dining experiences you've ever actually encountered in your whole life. All reviews, they take it very seriously, and I always will see like random accounts that like talk about what's going on in Japan pop up. One of the things I saw recently was that this restaurant put out a hit on 2 customers that left a bad review. One bad review. They put their faces on a billboard and they said, "We're tracking these guys, and if you find them, like, we'll reward you."
So do you think the restaurant fucked up, or do you think they were just like really annoying customers?
No, they left a bad review, and they.
No, but I'm asking, but the bad review was the bad review truthful? Is what I'm asking.
I don't know, but it doesn't matter if it's truthful or not, because they were fucking. Yeah, 1 million.
I mean, like, what if they were
1
like,
million yen per head? It's amazing, dude. It's so funny. Oh, here it is. A Kyoto ramen shop has put a bounty on the heads of 2 people who left negative restaurant reviews.
Oh well, if Dexter just said it.
No. This is I saw the photo too. I think there was like a photo of the 2 dudes. The only thing he can do is come back, eat again, and write a good review with a photo. I told him I won't forgive him otherwise.
Not even for the safety
of his family. If he does that, he'll be killed right away. This kid is so scared. He'll really do it. So he'd better just come back and eat.
$600? Damn, I would feel so bummed if that were me.
Ramen
that
shop owner.
somebody was like, "I'll come and get you for 600 smackaroos."
It's so funny, the threatening aura of "come back and eat this ramen now."
Yeah, that's a good way of putting. Yeah. Also, like, would I trust that guy? Probably put poison in my food for the second time. It's a trap.
Level-headed owner. Yeah.
To be vital to a lot of people on whether or not they fuck with the country. People leave their countries and their hometowns because their government is repressive or they don't fuck with the suppressive laws, so big up to Japan. But while the Japanese government wins this section, China executes their billionaires, which, judging by my personal experience with billionaires and now also looking at America, you know, I'm not gonna say it.
Dude, come on. Yeah, that's straight up. And they don't always get executed, for the record. They commute those sentences as long as they don't like reoffend in the time frame. But to be fair, the notion that billionaires get actually prosecuted and see jail time is so far outside of the scope of belief that I have for, like, that is not.
This is arguably like the thing that sets them apart from us the most. Like, it's not burger, because Chinese love burger too. Like, Chinese people love burger.
That's the other thing. China is so American coded. People don't understand that. They fucking love America.
They love Yellowstone. They love all of it. But the thing is that it's actually that like they've like developed and cultivated a independent power that can hold capital to account when the time comes. Not as like a system, it can't hold capital to account, but it can hold the individual hyper powerful capitalist to account without like making the entire, throwing the whole capitalist class into disarray. Because like, imagine, by the way, like in America, imagine right now how many chairs on, how many people would start assembling. It'd be like the fucking Avengers getting together. If like Elon Musk, for example, we're prosecuting you for fraud or for being really annoying, for being the most annoying man we've ever had. Like, and we're prosecuting you, we're punishing you. But then what would happen? Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, everybody at the Trump inauguration who was there to fillet him would show up. And the surrogates for everybody else, the whole thing, they would align, and it would be impossible. It's already barely possible to like prosecute people for rug pulls.
My other favorite thing that they do is also they just basically do this and go Chinese Prosperity Fund now. Like, they will routinely, whenever a billionaire wants to speak out of turn, okay, and criticize the Chinese Communist Party. They'll go up and they'll say, "Hey, it's time to add to the Chinese Prosperity Fund." They do. They actively will go after wealthy people when they feel as though their wealth is now a threat to the power of the government. Americans think about that with a fucking 1997 Honda Civic as the only thing that they have to their names and go, that's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying. What? Like, don't worry, big dog. They're not coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's Americans think that is scary, which is very funny because why the fuck do you care? You're never going to be in that position. Okay. None of us are going to be in that position. Anyway, the latest case of this, China literally made the top delivery companies give their drivers full social benefits. Chinese equivalent of Amazon DoorDash will pay full social benefits to delivery drivers one day after Xi met with private sector leaders. I mean,
that's when we'll wait on the receipts for it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I'll wait on the receipts for it when CBS Mornings covers it as a negative.
When they cover it as the Chinese government is extorting American delivery companies, forcing them to make their workers pay. Yeah, like that's when I'll know it's especially real.
That's how you know. There was a news article that I read about the new ice cream, like the Chinese ice cream store that is like finally overtaken McDonald's as like the most franchised restaurant.
Yeah.
And it's like cheap, affordable ice cream. And they basically, the news article covered it as because China has a genuine crisis in their economy that this affordable ice cream is the only treat that they can afford. And that's why it's,
oh my God,
that's why it's growing.
Dog, I was at an R1 research university this week, and I was talking with somebody, and somebody told me that 2 students in their class were sleeping in their cars. Like, they're the ones with a crisis. We're just the ones that like have university students as like homeless. You know, they're the ones with the crisis.
Yeah.
We're just the ones who've, you know, we have a little bit of plight, but we're working through it.
Yeah. We're also the plight that we're working through is entirely in the hands of the individual. Like, that's all your fault. Oh, are you poor? Are you homeless? Well, that's a moral failing, and you individually did that to yourself, and you probably deserve it. Just remember that, okay? It's great. Everyone that starves under global capitalism is directly responsible for their own demise, okay? It's only communism that kills you actively.
Anything about it, but there is a reason why Jack Ma is not in the same position as Elon Musk. Anyways, Japan still wins over China. But is this restrictive government worth it? Because Japan's economy has been stagnant since 1991 and China's has been growing, so they must be doing something right, such as China going from a rural poor country to basically a cyberpunk that also makes amazing tech.
It also is kind of crazy when you think about it. I'm not. Hold on, let me put my apolitical.
There we go. It's
look, as an apolitical guy.
There we go.
I am beginning to notice that this whole like agrarian farmer peasant society becoming like a global competitive superpower thing over the course of like, you know, a couple decades is like a consistent thing that I've seen in at least nations that say they're sympathetic to communism. I don't understand it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it just kind of feels like
sounds like you're noticing.
I'm just noticing that. Yeah, that is a thing that I did notice with well, you know, the USSR as well. Now that you mention it, it kind of popped in my head.
It's just keep noticing, dog.
Yeah, it's just as an apolitical guy, I have seen this common thread. Interestingly enough, don't know what it is. Sounds like you're straying from the apolitical position. Communism bad? No. I would never say that.
He would never say.
I would never say communism
bad,
good.
He would never say that he's apolitical. He's centrist.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's you got to understand. We're just noticing some stuff.
Yeah,
we're just noticing some little things.
Technology and has also emerged as a dominant superpower instead of Japan. If Japan disappeared tomorrow, I would cry. And if China disappeared, every single thing would shoot up in price and everyone would be like, fuck. because this one country, China, manufactures 31.6% of the entire world's goods. Along with doing a bunch of research that advances humanity, such as 6G and bazillion renewable energy research they've done, along with being the only reason behind solar power becoming better and cheaper, without China, the entire world would be cooked. China is #1 in trade, in steel production, in shipbuilding, in high-speed rail, #1 car exporter in the world, in #1 in drones, in rare earth metals, in nuclear power, in batteries, and
I genuinely don't understand how people can like look at all this and just be like, no, they're on the verge of collapse. Like, if you are a YouTube head, okay, if you're like a NATO guy and you've been watching every YouTube video that comes out about China is on the verge of collapse, and you're excited to watch the next one that's gonna come out eventually, right? Like, after like, I don't know, 5 years of doing that, at a certain point you gotta be like, maybe I was wrong. Maybe these fucking assholes don't know what they're talking about.
Well, but this is though where it becomes about how like, well, then you come up with like the next phase of the logic is coming up with the reasons why they didn't collapse, and those same reasons why they didn't collapse are the same reasons about why they're fucking you in the ass, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's about how
because
like,
they stole the IP.
Exactly, they stole the tech transfer.
Yeah, which
by the way, like if you go to the
they still are, and it doesn't change the manufacturing relationship we have.
Like, this has been like this. If there's been like an anxiety underpinning the U.S. relationship with China that like precedes what is now like this geopolitical like power standoff. It was always like this stuff. It was the idea that the Chinese manufacturing boom, the fact that we very willingly, helped them get into the WTO, began offloading and like moving our manufacturing capacity out of the country, moving it to places like free trade zones in northern Mexico or whatever, but also obviously the bulk of it to China. Like we had to come up with like a version of that story that was about how they stole all of our shit,
bro. She got lucky this year. He shouldn't get used to it. China's geopolitical fortunes improved in 2023 through no doing of its own. Next year, it will require tougher choices. This article you can literally plaster 1,000,000 times over in 2025, by the way, because Donald Trump is president now. And, they are doing a lot. When people say do nothing win and they post a Xi Jinping photo, I get what you're trying to say. America is fucking the bag up, okay? Like, you got on the one hand blowing a 13 colony lead, okay? Shouts out to England. And then you have what America is doing right now, which is not dissimilar, okay? Having said that, it's not like they're not doing anything. They are doing things. They're doing things that I wish we would do here, okay? All the time. Like, my argument isn't like China's the best. I am white Chinese. I want to actually move to China and be a Chinese white monkey. My argument is I want America to do the good shit that China's doing.
And also, I would add that, like, just because, like, it doesn't also mean that, like, oh yeah, China being like this industrial workshop for the world, like putting all of that in one country, probably not ideal for the world system either.
Yeah.
But there is like this again, like it's a like, well, what is it that like we're offering? Like, what is it that we're exporting? I mean, the thing that I think is kind of hardest and darkest, and again, China, as well as Vietnam, other communist powers, they export weapons to a lot of people whom I would like them not to export weapons to, Israel for one of them. But again, like, what is the country and which side of the globe is right now, like, like banging on about having this gigantic, like, military, like a reinvestment? Where is our, like our financial services, the capacity and finance that we developed for ourselves to help afford, better quality of life for different American citizens, giving them the ability to take on debt that other countries' citizens don't necessarily have? Well, now we've got crypto. Now we've got we've got the AI stonk game. We've got there's just
it's just getting increasingly shittier schemes.
And so it just ends up being like, yeah, like, is the Chinese system perfect? Do I got criticism? No. Do I have criticisms of it? Absolutely. But again, like, held in balance.
How dare you?
Held in balance with whatever the fuck we're doing.
I don't have those criticisms. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, okay? I'm telling you right now, Xi, if you're listening, if you're watching, I know you're a big fan. Between you and I, this guy, I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. I would never criticize China. Look, I'll admit it. I want Ben Norton's life. Okay, I want to live like Ben Norton,
Mr. Multipolar.
Yeah, he got it down. Okay, he figured it the fuck out. All right, he pieced out. He's just doing streams from China. Okay, he's living large. You feel me? That's not what DeepSeek said. That's true. DeepSeek actually talked about how my anti-imperialist position and my reasonable criticisms of the Chinese government was mentioned by DeepSeek.
Really?
Yeah, but they say it like they actually have a fairly reasonable assessment of like and a fairly honest assessment of like the things I've said about China, because I think they compare it to like the rest of the American commentary sphere. Like they'll be like, oh, he was nuanced.
And in solar, because everybody else just said death to China.
Yeah.
It's not really a competition. China gets this one. Now, what you watched was my video, right? I would say I hope you enjoyed it, but fuck that. I know you enjoyed it. So please like and subscribe for more videos like this. I'm trying to reach my own project 2025 here. And
another banger.
Yeah, like and subscribe and goodbye.
It's impressive Zoomer work.
No, yeah, Gatsu, Wow Mao, who is my editor, but also has never edited anything for me. There's a bunch of them that are very funny. These like meme accounts that do like videos like this. Gatsu's been killing it. Wow Mao, you fucking piece of shit. I should have never even tried to hire this motherfucker. Okay, this motherfucker he has not edited a single dang thing for me. Do you understand? What is this? USA is doing this shit. Legendary fall off.
What?
Elon and SpaceX got to be stopped. This debris field is massive.
That is pretty big. That's like all of Cuba. I mean, cool. We just dropped a bunch of shit on Cuba.
Oh yeah, here was the
80 in the DR.
Here was the DeepSeek.
Oh, critique of Western media imperial. Hasan often challenges U.S. media portrayals. I don't even exaggerate.
No, read it out loud, dude.
Hasan often challenges U.S. media portrayals of China, arguing that they can be biased or exaggerated, particularly in contexts like COVID-19 origins or human rights issues. He poses xenophobic rhetoric and scapegoating, emphasizing the need for context and skepticism toward U.S. government narratives, given historical precedents, e.g., Iraq WMDs. 2. Recognition of Chinese achievements. He acknowledges China's success, such as poverty reduction and infrastructure development, viewing them as notable socialist achievements. However, he distinguishes these from Western capitalism, sometimes referencing socialism with Chinese characteristics. 3. Authoritarianism and human rights. While critical of U.S. imperialism, Hasan does not unequivocally endorse China's government. He likely critiques authoritarian practices, including labor and environmental issues, and advocates for independent investigations into human rights concerns, for example, Uyghur treatment, cautioning against using such issues to justify U.S. intervention. Taiwan and Hong Kong. Aligning with anti-imperialist principles, he likely opposes U.S. interference in China's internal affairs, including Taiwan and Hong Kong, supporting the One China policy while condemning militarism and Cold War-era antagonism. Damn. 5. Economic and global influence. Hasan might view China's rise as a counterbalance to U.S. hegemony, but remains critical of state capitalism and potential neocolonial aspects of initiatives like the Belt and Road.
That part's not correct.
Yeah, that also is just, I wouldn't hold you to that. In essence, Hasan Piker's stance is a balanced critique that rejects both U.S. imperialism and authoritarian tendencies in China, advocating for a nuanced approach that recognizes complexities without outright endorsement or demonization.
DeepSeek on top, baby. That's right.
DeepSeek on.
If Ethan Klein used DeepSeek instead of ChatGPT, yuck. Okay, he would have known better.
He would have known.
I love Belt and Road. I'll send you postcards on the high-speed rail after Elon arrests you. Bro, you are not getting in, okay? You are not
You're
going to be
just as cooked as we are, pal.
No, he glazes China way more than I do. He will get
so he's getting first. He's getting on the boat out.
Oh, for sure. He will get the Ben Norton. I think Mike probably glazes China more than I do. I would say he's like the one guy that glazes China more than me. Yeah. If the Elon used DeepSeek, yeah.
Although, can Westerners use DeepSeek still? I thought they like closed accounts or something.
I don't fucking know.
I don't use AI.
I don't use AI shit. Yeah, Are we boomers for that? I feel like it's a principled stance, and also it's stupid.
It's principle, but it's like I've yet to encounter like. Here, I'll give you an example, right? Like before AI, ChatGPT became the frame through which people talked about this. Like I've used things that are like AI audio transcription that save me a lot of time and pain in my ass. But like the idea of it's like I'm going to rely on this magic text box, and by say magic, I mean that like a text box that doesn't show its homework and gives me false shit all the time.
Yeah,
what use do I have for it?
Yeah, no.
What
it's
use
like,
do I have?
It's like asking your friend who's like very convincing, but who doesn't know everything.
And I'll add that, like, I think that there are things that it's useful for in like a simple, like, if you like there's office job stuff that I can see it useful for, and like I'm not going to begrudge anybody for using that, but like for the things that I do and that people have tried to shove it down my throat or like really, really talk it up to me, it's like everything that they're describing, it's like, no, I've got a better process for that I do with my much smarter human brain that processes the information. And that, by the way, like, people are paying for me to do, not for like a shitty computer imitation of me to do.
Yeah. Holy shit. Every time I turn on Twitter, there's a new fucking insane thing that I'm seeing. My Twitter feed is like definitely polluted by whatever I'm looking at, but goddamn, there's way too much like Ethan Klein's Instagram story posting. This man never stops posting on his Instagram stories. Yeah. The latest thing, before we move on to Could Have Been Love, the latest thing I saw was he was apparently complaining about shit that I talked about in the Theo Von interview.
What?
Yeah.
What is he?
I saw someone post in the.
Does he have like anything else to give a fuck about?
No.
The Lakers. He lives in Los Angeles.
I've never seen anybody crash out this long before in my entire. Look, this is so funny. This Twitter poster also posted the Instagram story on the side.
Theo having a son on, not asking about his statement to Kilmer Scott is loving his disdain for terrorism, his disdain of liberal democracy,
his love and support for terrorism, his disdain for liberal democracy is truly an embarrassment that I hope Theo doesn't live down.
Ironically, similar to how Hasan interviewed the Houthi terrorists.
Like,
ironically, a word I know.
Yeah, I'm also a terrorist, just like the other the kid who's not even a Houthi, and it's really funny because I did address all of those things. I like that's so fucking hilarious about this shit. That's what's so fucking hilarious about it is because he just doesn't know anything. How does he mess up like basic shit? Like all you had to do was just like, I don't know, look at the fucking comments of the video to see like Hasan talks about this, you know, like sometimes they just like put the time codes and shit. You know what I mean?
I mean, here's what I'm thinking now. I think that whenever you do new content that's not your streams, but like when you go to Theo, when you do like Theo Von or something, what you've got to do is you've got to time code and like, send a transcript to Ethan so that he doesn't make these mistakes. I think you should help him out. Because if he's going to use you for making all of his content now, the least he could do is be bothered to actually look at the shit.
Yeah. It's so ridiculous because like it's extra ridiculous because the hilarious part about this is like how if you care about anti-Semitism, and I mean Ethan is Jewish living in the United States of America, okay, he does care about anti-Semitism because of self-preservation, right? And as someone who I know cares about anti-Semitism because of self-preservation, how are you so fucking obsessed with me that you don't see how scary this is? Because Theo interviewed me 2 days ago and it got 600,000 views. Before Theo interviewing me, he apparently interviewed Candace Owens. That interview got 1.8 million views. Okay? Like you can say, "Oh, well he knows Hasan. That's why he's like this active and this this aggressive about this shit or whatever." But it's like, dude, if you care about growing anti-Semitism in the fucking country, okay, how the fuck do you not even, and I'm not even blaming Theo for this, I'm saying, how the fuck do you not see this being a very damaging dynamic? Okay.
Well, I think it's because, again, he doesn't
like this right here implies that Candace Owens
didn't make Ethan look bad.
Yeah,
Candace Owens isn't the reason that like people who watch Ethan's streams say like you sound like a fucking idiot to him. Independent of anything else, okay? You're getting mad at a dude. You're getting mad at a dude who went on Theo Von's show, okay, to basically talk about progressive values and try to claw back a little bit of this media space from the incredibly dominant right wing, okay? Just
claw back a piece of this fucking space, this media landscape, back to the progressive side. Because that's my goal. My goal is to go to these spaces and explain to them what my positions are. Explain to them that your enemies aren't trans people, your enemies aren't gay people, you know, Guatemalan migrants are not your boss, right? It's like to lock in and understand who the real villains are, to talk about how Trump is a hypocrite and he's wrong and he's phony and how he's actively harming you. And I do a pretty good job at that. So in that process, you as a person who claims that they are both A, someone who cares about anti-Semitism, and B, someone who is supposedly progressive, how the fuck do you not see how awful this dynamic is? That someone who is both right-wing and also fucking deeply anti-Semitic is getting infinitely more clout. Like, they're growing. Right-wingers are fucking growing. This is my warning to the liberals, okay? This is my warning to the liberals, to people who care about these values, whether you care about like social progress or whether you care about anti-Semitism growing, okay? I am not your fucking enemy. You have maybe deluded yourself into thinking that that is the case, but lock the fuck in. You are being incredibly stupid and self-centered and not realizing that the right is fucking dominating this space. Does this mean that I am not worthy of criticism? That you can't criticize me at all? Of course not. Okay? Of course not. But please focus on actual issues that you might have and not ones that you have imagined in your mind that you are trying to actively justify by consistently fucking smearing me. Okay? I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, but I do hope that liberals understand what is happening. I hope that liberals understand what is in front of them. Okay? Because the reality of the matter is the right, whether we like to admit it or not, are incredibly dominant in this sphere. And if you're actively trying to go after someone who you ostensibly agree with in terms of ideology, in terms of worldview, then you probably shouldn't be spending your entire day, every single fucking day, going after someone like myself and trying to disparage my name to what remains of your progressive base of support. Okay? Or maybe you just don't give a shit. I don't know. That's probably the second.
That's what I think. That's what I've been saying is that I think, here's what I think. I'll repeat myself. And I've said this before here, that again, he doesn't care about anti-Semitism. That's not what the issue is here. The issue is that he knows you and that he holds you to blame for the fact that he gets yelled at every fucking day for insisting on beating the drum of, like, you know, whatever the talking point is that he's seized on today about how either you're bad, you're anti-Semitic, and that like this is reflective of like a crisis facing the Jews. Like it's he only gets that part about like Jewish safety or whatever at like that last moment once he's already like lathered himself fucking up, you know, getting worked up about how like you have like, you know, you've brain virused, you know, so many fucking people. Like he's not. That's what he cares about. That is what he cares about.
The thing I care about is not like him actively smearing me every day, but the thing I do care about is like his audience of previously progressive individuals is not recognizing that they've actively aligned themselves with the likes of Keemstar, a number of different Trump supporters, Elon Musk. Apparently Sneeko. Like that Sneeko video is like a 1-to-1 with the content nuke, or at least certain parts of the fucking content nuke, or at least the battle drums that he's been banging. Asmongold, Quarter Pounder, Grums, like people that you normally would go, what the fuck? What is happening here? It's crazy. And it sucks that like a community of previously progressive individuals are basically just now, you know, duped by Ethan's new perspective and are now actively, you know, aligning with the likes of Tim Pool and shit to come after other progressive content creators. $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
I saw you got banned, and I saw you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something, and they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting U.S. senator. because I said to Mike Johnson, because I was listening to him back and forth, I said, like, if Mike Johnson actually cared about Medicare fraud, he would tackle Medicare fraud happening at the point of the providers. But it's obvious that he doesn't care about Medicare fraud, because if he did care about Medicare fraud, he would break Scott, who is responsible for the historic $1.7 billion worth of Medicare fraud.
And is he still working the
Bro, he was
he's the head of
he
the
was
Senate
a corporate executive at HCA at the time in the 90s.
The NRSC.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I couldn't figure out. Like, I forgot that what his like position was beyond being a senator. The DOJ came after him, and he basically quit his job. He got a $10 million compensation package after doing $1.7 billion
in
of
the private
Medicare
sector,
fraud.
and then came and worked in
the private sector. He got $300 million in stock options. Didn't see a fucking moment of jail time for that. Okay. And then he became Florida governor, and now he's a fucking Florida senator, and he's a prominent figure in the Republican Party. I think he was like their head of their fundraising or some shit. I forget what his position in the Trump campaign in the Republican Party is beyond the fact that he's a senator. That guy should be in jail. Like, that's what I think. I think if you do $1.7 billion in Medicare fraud, you should be in fucking jail. Like, what are we talking about? You shouldn't be a Republican senator from Florida. How does Hasan's dick taste? Ethan's thoughts 24/7. That's good. That's funny.
That's funny.
It's just like it's such a weird thing, dude. Very, very, very weird situation. But you know what's not weird? DRUSKI.
Let's go.
So DRUSKI has made a VH1 style trashy reality TV dating show.
This.
Oh, you've been following it? Okay, good.
I saw the clips, and
this is the episode I've been waiting for, because this episode has my favorite content creator, who I agree with entirely and endorse every one of his opinions, Dr. Umar.
Let's go.
Yeah. This is the episode about snow bunnies. There's going to be a lot of racial tensions in this. Okay, let me tell you. Let's take a look.
She got like 2 meatballs in the back of her. You feel me? What's that supposed to mean? You got a big booty.
This week on Could Have Been Love, Dr. Umar sees the world of relationship absent of color.
I know they didn't bring Dr. Umar here to evaluate a bunch of non-African queens. Spiritually transmitted diseases.
That's homegrown right there.
Stop thirsting for the white one. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
That's kind of racist.
Maybe to you.
Shut the f up.
To you.
I don't want to get in the middle of some freaky business that you got going on with all these girls.
There's no freaky.
Drew, I'm not into that.
My name is Miss L, and we are here for oral sex education.
No, DRUSKI like it's lively, so I think he would have liked it.
This is the Could Have Been Love Mud Brawl.
Oh my God.
Keep it clean, bro. And the physical to the detriment of the intellectual.
4 ladies are going on.
Lord.
Meatball, why the long face?
Just saying.
She's my favorite.
Gotta go.
I ain't saying what it was, but it could have been. Oh, I love it when you walk like that. I can't lie, I want that all thing.
What are you exposing? Friend of the show, Noah Colwyn.
That's what I will say. I have never seen that spelling before. Impressive.
That's like he made you Catholic.
That's like
you're like you're Irish Catholic.
No, it looks like Welsh to me. I'm Welsh now.
Yeah, Noah Colwyn.
Noah Colwyn.
I can subscribe in good faith with this behavior of yours.
Your behavior, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Hasan didn't need to expose me to DRUSKI. Could have been love. I have been watching some of it.
Yeah,
as much as I can take.
No, you can take it. This is
it's so
this
good.
is good shit.
Well, no, it's Dr. Umar.
Yeah.
Are
you out?
It could have been me. It could have been LOV.
All right.
It could have been love. It could have been. It could have been love. Could have been.
While other experts claim the topic of love is as simple as black and white, this man believes it exists somewhere in the gray. As literally the #1 therapist in the world, Dr. Umar sees the world of relationship absent
Caleb was
of
a really
color.
good pick for this.
Whether black, white, Asian, or midget, it's all clear to him.
I'm hanging out in Georgia with my big brother DRUSKI. Could have been love. Who will be his future queen? I know they didn't bring Dr. Umar here to evaluate a bunch of non-African queens. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
What's up?
That's good. Voluptuous woman thinks she might have had a little work done. That's her business, not mine.
First question.
He's so he's so understanding. Like he's saying, you know, that's your business if you did
exactly.
that.
That is open-mindedness personified.
Yeah, this is a man with conviction. That's it. Except for that one time in that Cherry Hill Mall in New Jersey.
Except for that one time.
Except for that one time where convictions failed for a brief moment, albeit for a brief moment.
With just a simple small lapse, that's all.
Yeah.
Background. What's your ethnicity?
I'm Lebanese. I'm Middle Eastern.
As a young Lebanese young lady, why would you be interested in dating a black man?
That's kind of racist.
Maybe to you.
God, I don't know who the.
He actually liked that though.
Yeah,
he liked that response from her.
Well, because it is the proper response.
Yeah.
If it is like, so do you have any hangups about dating a black guy? The only answer to that is that's kind of racist.
That's true. Owned. Point one for Snow Bunny here.
He think he is. I don't even know who the that is. But I'm not with him. That man is racist as.
Being Dr. Umar, it's a no-go on the interracial relationships.
Why do you want a black man?
I feel like people don't realize how hard that really is to do.
Well, she's also a good girl. She understands me. You know, we met at the club last night, and she's a good woman.
What do you think you bring to the table? What's 3 qualities you have that you think would fit perfectly with his life path?
I'm ambitious.
All right.
I have a hustle, like a strong hustle.
Okay.
Good support.
Another word for ambitious.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah, she supports.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm loyal. Like I'm very, very, very loyal.
Ambitious, strong hustle, loyal, good support system. A lot of women would say the same thing. What
That's
separates
fine.
you?
I am the table. There ain't nothing more to talk about right now.
Show him. You can stand up and show him. About tables.
Oh no, you can stand up.
You
show
can stand
him.
up.
Show him your assets.
No. Dr. Umar, and don't
He
show me
famously
that.
hates interracial relationships. I don't know if you caught that. Wait, what?
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 Dr.
No.
Umar?
No.
Okay.
Black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
First of all, I told you I wasn't a snow bunny, so why the is you calling me a snow bunny? You don't even know what the you're talking about, and the internet eats you up. The is really wrong with all y'all that watch him.
Okay, I watch him, and I think that's disrespectful. That's crazy that you said that. We are apolitical Dr. Umar supporters. We are apolitical for everything except for believing in the word of Dr. Umar.
He lame as in my books.
I didn't say anything that was offensive. Asking a non-black woman why you want to marry a black man when black women don't have enough black men to marry them, that should have not been offensive.
Like, ain't nobody looking at you. You see, that's racist. You're racist. I don't care to even talk to you no more. I'm so sorry. I can't talk to him.
When I told her to step up, she said she'd bring the table. So
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
You've seen it sit on that shelf.
I got you.
It sit up on the
I
shelf.
got you.
It ain't black, but it looked like.
She should have answered that question. You feel me?
Nah, you right.
You got to answer that. Answer that.
Yeah, you right.
Because you're in America. You know what I mean? Answer that.
He said black queens over snow bunnies. I'm not a snow bunny, and even if I was, why is you saying that? His first question to me was racist as His last conversation was racist as like, shut the up, nigga.
And I know they didn't bring Dr. Umar here to evaluate a bunch of non-African.
All right, well, tables have turned. My sympathies are elsewhere now.
I would like to... Noah's saying he's now on her side.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I would like to stand by my previous convictions of supporting Dr. Umar. He never doubt the doctor. He exposed her. He exposed her for her snow bunny ways.
I need an apology for him for Dr. Umar.
Yeah, being a snow bunny is a mindset, and she demonstrated that regardless of her Lebanese background.
African queens.
I gotta find a way to get these tickets, man.
Hey, me!
I'm telling you how much I got.
Me!
Yo!
Oh, God.
What are you doing, man?
I'm trying to buy some tickets.
You don't need to buy tickets. I'm gonna show you. Just get in the car.
Just trying to get some tickets, that's all. I'm just trying to get the best
I got an app. I got SeatGeek, Morgan Wallen, Beyonce, Post Malone, even sporting events, NFL, NBA. I love using SeatGeek. You can get all that on this app right here. Now you're the pro.
Okay. It's Wiggins. How you doing there?
This is
Good
Dr.
to see
Umar.
you. All right, all right. Dr. Umar.
Dr. Umar.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What's your ethnicity, young lady?
I'm Chinese.
Why are you interested in my brother Drewski?
He a funny ass dude.
Okay.
See some of his videos?
Okay.
Funny. I think he's genuine. I think
Okay.
he's straight up.
That's real.
But you want to be more than a fan. You want to be his queen. What are you bringing to the table that can
What am I
support
bringing
his
to the
team?
table? I was making fried rice for the whole goddamn team.
All right. What else can you do? You got
What
the
is
food.
that?
What else?
What was this
else.
look
Hey,
he
what
just
else?
gave?
What else?
A wild card.
What else?
How could
you gotta
you
give me what else?
Listen, you go to Asia, don't you need a translator?
But he's not gonna be living in Asia all the time. He'll
That's what I'm
visit.
saying, you'll visit.
You can hire a translator.
Lip hungry harlot. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
You want to be the wifey. What skills do you have to be the wifey?
She really didn't have any answers. She said, I'm a good cook.
Wait, he also was way more understanding of Nina. I've noticed because he didn't immediately hit her with the "you're a snow bunny." Are Asian women Dr. Umar's kryptonite?
It's true. There is a suspicious level of respect that he has been showing her so far.
That's interesting.
So far.
That is interesting. He's actually asking like questions that you would ask if you didn't have the intentions of saying this is not going to happen. This is an interracial relationship. I don't believe that this is appropriate. Interesting.
Cook. Okay. What else can you do besides cook?
Who is this doctor? Where did they get this doctor from? Because everything I say, he ain't even think it's fucking like English or something. I don't know what it is. We're not speaking the same lingo. Okay. What the was that?
Say
All right,
food, what else?
first of all, I'm a good massager.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I'm big Chinese. Hey, I'm a
don't
good
forget,
massager.
Don't forget,
But-
you done had an Asian massage or two before.
Yes, sir,
You
but
know,
you-
hey,
I got it
hey,
inside.
hold on, don't count it out.
It was a
Don't
clean
count
one.
it
It was
out.
clean.
Yeah.
No happy endings.
Yeah.
But listen,
But you had one.
important question for you.
Oh my God.
As a Chinese American young lady, why do you want to be the wife to a black man?
Because why not?
No, tell me why. The
Oh,
black man is the most ostracized. He's the most persecuted.
Okay.
He's the most maligned American in this country. As a Chinese woman, how can you help a
got
black
big
fulfill his dream and his destiny?
Listen, because of everything you just said right now.
Tell me more.
Listen, as a person, Chinese person, we
Yes.
low-key be like, put up on a pedestal a little bit.
Okay.
I think we're like the, the example type shit. I think, if that's the case,
The word
why
she's
can't
looking
it
for
be
is
the same?
model minority.
For me, respectfully, I don't want to see him with anything other than a black woman.
Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong right there. I think you mix it up to get best of both worlds. I'm saying that Chinese and black, that's the best.
Her
Black
voice
and
is
Chinese,
crazy,
come
dude.
on.
Yeah.
Black
It
and yellow,
really
you ever heard the
is,
song?
like-
It is
Black and
genuine
yellow,
though.
black and
That
yellow,
is
black
how
and
she
yellow.
It's
sounds.
genuinely
crazy.
after like 20
Please.
cigarettes. Yeah,
What
it's
is he on?
genuine.
I would never co-sign a black man being with anything other than a black woman.
Well, first of all, I think both sides very similar situations.
Okay.
You may think it's very different, but it's very similar.
You think it's similar?
I think it's similar.
So you think the Chinese American man has a similar struggle to the black American man?
You can't say that to Dr. Umar.
Oh,
No.
That's like fucking fastball to Barry Bonds, dude. You can't do that.
This is
You can't do
he's
that,
about to
man.
go crazy mode.
I say,
Yeah, he's like, you don't know what is about to happen.
I know
He's
you're
like,
not going
"I'm
to tell me your
sorry
Asian
for you."
family is not racist. I'm sure you
Hold
know
on.
that they hold.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay.
They
So
definitely
how
got
will
some
you deal with that if
stereotypes.
you have mixed race children?
But I won't say though, my parents, they train. Because all my best friends,
Answer my question. How will you deal with the racism from your Asian family towards your Blasian children?
well, I'm not to drop them.
He's getting hot.
Thank you for coming in.
But everything I say, it just seems like going one ear out the other. He don't give a f. I was like, okay, like shit. I mean, what you want me to do? Become Jesus or something? Yo, what the f? I got set up.
What?
Who you talk to? He came in, he was like, your parents, basically saying your parents racist. I'm like, hold on.
Oh, he did the racist shit to you too. Me too.
Oh, he definitely did. Umar, bro, dog, Umar, where the f you come from? Out of nowhere, waking me up out my sleep to do this shit. Asking me all these federal ass questions. This is crazy as hell. Oh, nah, this is crazy. That's a setup.
And you going for one queen, not two.
I'm going for one.
Monogamy.
No,
All
I'm
right,
not doing
all right. No
monogamous.
polygyny.
No.
All right, I
no.
know you lying,
Not
but it's all
multiple.
good.
No. I really won't. I won't. When I find that one, I'm settling down, man. I'm done. I'm done.
I can respect that.
I think he's trying to f Drewski.
Yo, maybe.
I think you trying to f Drewski. She ain't saying nothing else about nothing else other than Chinese stuff. That's it. I think you want to date him. I don't know, man. Might be gay.
Black Queen.
Good evening, Empress. How are you? What's that name, young lady?
Nugget.
Good.
What can you bring to his table as his queen? What skills, talents, attributes, interests?
Show him what you be doing. Yeah. Show him what you do.
Okay. Okay. You in the gymnastics? All right.
That's it.
All right. Flexible. All right, Sister Nugget. Away from the physical, what can you do to help him build his empire?
You sit
right?
back down. I got you.
You got a black man building an empire. How can you support that as his wife? Talk to me about what you bring into the table.
You know, I can listen to his ideas, you know, see what, you know,
Okay. I felt that she overly relied on the sensual and the physical to the detriment of the intellectual.
What's your background? What's your professional background? What have you done? Give me your work resume, college resume. Talk to me, career resume.
I don't know what was going on. He was just asking me a lot of questions. I don't know. He took me fast. I'm a massage.
You're a massage therapist.
Tell him about the strip.
Okay, what else? So you just do the freak off stuff. That's what you're telling me?
No, she don't do no freak off.
Okay, we don't do the freak. Okay.
No.
It's more than sensual.
Yeah, more than.
Okay, I got you. Talk to me about the non-sensual assets you bring to the relationship.
I dance. I'm an entertainer. Like,
Okay, you still dealing in the sensual though. Give me the non-sensual.
No, she entertains. She entertains.
Okay.
I twerk.
He'll be pleased physically. I got you.
Yeah.
But a relationship is only 25% physical intimacy. What about the other 75%? What kind of mother will you be?
I'm a good mother.
Okay, do you want more children?
You got kids already?
Do you have children already? How many?
3.
How many baby dads? Have you ever been
She
married?
had 3 kids.
No.
Okay, do you want more children?
You got 3 kids.
So you got 3. How many more you want? Nugget, how many more babies?
Huh?
How many more babies you want?
If Drusky want kids.
If Drusky,
I
do
didn't
you
know
want
you
some
had
children?
3. Yeah.
What kind of business you going to bring to the table? How do you want him to expand?
I do teeth whitening.
Oh yeah, my little baby, she a dentist.
Thanks for coming in, Mama. Great job.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
right, Nugget. Work on that, not just the
Nugget,
sensual, all right?
We're gonna work on more.
All right, Nugget.
I didn't know you had 3 kids.
What? We didn't really have our own one-on-one time to talk and get
Don't
to
start
know.
massaging
But he
me
did
now.
say he don't mind being a
Don't start massaging me
stepdad.
now.
That's
You
a
ain't
good
tell
thing.
me you had 3 kids.
What's wrong? Is that a problem?
Nothing wrong with 3
It
children.
ain't no problem. Yeah,
Nothing wrong with 3 children.
Yeah. You was using the condoms.
No, that's not my con. Why you still talking?
Too much
about
information.
No, you're right. All right, there's somebody else's. I'll take care of the 3 kids. I'll take care of them.
That's what men do.
All right, yeah.
I need to know what your vulnerability is.
Drusky accepted the fact of me having kids, and he said he'll be a stepdad. So it may work out like I wanted to.
But a lot of her assets were limited to the bedroom. And a woman who's only bringing the physical to a relationship is never going to be a good match. So she struck out.
I want to suck me too. I want to me too. Oh shit, Jesus Christ.
Oh, that shit really
Hey,
I dance, I get eye contact.
Yeah.
All right, Black Queens forever,
Black
Snow
Queen.
Bunnies never. How you
Yeah.
doing, beautiful Caramel?
Good.
What's your name, good sister?
Deja.
He go to wife. He go to wife.
That's
Now,
right.
I
my
knew
first
you were
question.
like one.
What can you bring to the table? He should marry you. Why? He should put you on the throne. Why?
Happy International
I'm that
Women's Day,
bitch.
everybody.
I mean,
Yes.
we-
Lord
Yes,
have mercy. You're that queen.
Yeah, we give off the
Queen,
same
not
energy.
You a
bitches.
queen.
We both
Queens.
I mean,
Stop cursing, Philly.
oh my fault. I'm sorry.
Queen
That's the
status.
background. That's the
Queen
background.
status. What you bringing to the table? Talent, skills, gifts, interests.
Food.
You can cook.
Yes.
Everybody who done sat here can cook. Give me something other than food. We
she
had
can do-
Chinese food, Lebanese
She
food.
talented, man.
We had
I'm
small
telling you.
woman food. Now we got Philly food. What can we do besides food?
I don't know. I'm a rider.
But he's a businessman. He ain't a corner boy now. Now, if he was a corner boy, you could be a ride or die chick.
Yeah.
He's a businessman. How can you add to the empire? Come on, Philly. Come on, Philly.
Good. He good.
You can tell Dr. Umar likes meatball because he's feeding her answers. Okay, which is not something he did prior to this interview.
Philly. What separates you apart?
Well, she's smart. I do always tell you that.
Do you have any children?
I do tell you
Any
that.
children?
I do tell you that.
Any children?
I tell you that.
Yeah.
How many? Do you have children?
Not at all.
Do you want children?
Yeah.
Okay. What type
Dr.
of
Umar
mother do you
assumed
think
that.
you'll be
Yeah,
for
just
children?
You posted
clown,
that.
She posted what?
Never mind. She
Yeah,
had.
he's so cute. I love
Yeah,
kids.
my bad.
Really a
No, what
boy.
was that? We might need to evaluate.
Nah, it's up to her. That's her business.
Okay, that's it. Okay. Well,
Hey, yo.
how does your last relationship end?
Not so good.
Not so good. Was it abusive?
Not at all.
It wasn't abusive.
No.
What was the main issue as to why it failed?
I feel like it
was it money? Was it infidelity? Was it lack of communication? Was it poor sex? What was it?
Jealousy. It was a using situation.
He was controlling?
Yeah.
And he was using.
He was
with us,
a manipulator.
I feel like we both.
He was a manipulator.
Yeah.
Do you think you're going to carry some?
Dr. Umar does not give a fuck about Drewski's input.
He doesn't give a fuck about anybody's input. He's just, Dr. Umar has like a script, and he's
just staying to it. He's sticking to it.
Into a relationship with Drewski?
Not at all. If you're a manipulating ass motherfucker, no.
Okay. And at the same time,
no, he's not a manipulating ass motherfucker.
Okay,
You're just
you don't
on
like
a reality.
Are you a narcissist? Because most successful black Drewski, are you a narcissist? Are you a narc or a narcissist?
She said the wrong one, man.
No. Are you a Negro? Are you a narcissist?
I'm neither.
You neither?
Neither.
Okay,
I ain't no
that's
narc
good.
or no narcissist.
How do we know you won't step outside the relationship given his busy schedule? Do you have some infidelity tendencies?
I ain't even gonna lie. I'm really a faithful type of person.
Okay, so you ride and die.
Horny? The question is, do you get horny? The question ain't.
Have you ever cheated?
You could be loyal all you want, but do you get
in a
horny
relationship?
when I'm out the house?
Yeah.
Because she was honest and offered her answer in front of Drewski and myself, in front of 2 black men in a room full of white video men, I was very impressed by her honesty.
Damn!
No, I ain't fart.
Something on that chair. You can't leave no skid mark on my couch now.
All right, Philly. So far, Philly winning.
She good, man. Now I told you, I said we got some
most
real.
women ain't gonna be that honest.
Most women ain't gonna be that
understand?
honest. Have you ever slept with a woman outside of the black race?
Never.
Never. You can
Never.
say that with a straight face.
In the presence of my ancestors, never. Now let me clarify. It's not because I'm against the Arab or the Jew or the Anglo-Saxon or the Latino or the East Indian or the Chinese or the Mexican. It's not about
He named all of the races.
Yeah, he was.
He left nothing. He left nothing on the table.
Yeah.
About loyalty to the black woman.
I don't believe you've never stuck your in some white pink.
The Most High Almighty
It
God.
is some good white pink out here, man. I'm trying to convince you on it.
But
you ain't had it yet. But listen, you might when you
carnal. I need you to deal with the consciousness, Drewski. Stay with me, because every time you lay with a woman, you exchange spiritual energy, not just physical fluids, brother.
So you don't use
facts.
Yes, but when you even if you use the condom, there's still a such thing as spiritually transmitted diseases. Spiritually transmitted diseases. You can pick up a demon laying with that woman, brother.
Some of them demons.
You ever get out of bed and feel a little differently than the way you got in it?
Don't you put that demon on me, Dr. Umar. Don't you put that demon on me. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
No, but check it out, Juice. It depends if they identify as black. And by the way, my paternal great-grandfather was a Cuban, right?
That's what I'm
but
saying.
Stay with me. But they got to identify with the race. In other words, you can have
So
two.
you f***ed a Cuban before?
No, I've never dated a Latino.
A Puerto Rican?
Wait, yes, I've dated a Puerto Rican.
I told you. I said it.
No, that's
you
not.
don't outside the race.
That's not.
That's not African American, man.
Drewski.
That's Latino. They speak another language, brother.
Language don't matter. Race is not a language, and race is not a culture. Stay with me. So you can be Puerto Rican. That's your nationality. You can speak Spanish. That's your language. You have white Latinos. You have black Latinos. You have white.
Drewski is doing journalism here. Like he's doing investigative
Drewski
reporting.
is trying to get Dr. Umar to.
He hasn't even said that she's black. Like he has yet to reveal that this Puerto Rican lady that Dr. Umar has sex with is a black woman.
Puerto Ricans, you have black Puerto Ricans, you have indigenous Puerto Ricans, you have white Cubans, you have black Cubans, you have indigenous Cubans, you have white Dominicans, black Dominicans, indigenous Dominicans. Drewski, you can walk in here right now and say you feel you identify as a white
Well, I
man.
sometimes be telling them I'm Puerto Rican.
Look, Supreme you got a little Latino. You have Latino blood.
No, I got German in me a little bit. I actually got
That's
a little
the
bit.
slave master.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're not counting him.
Yeah, we ain't gonna count that.
How we doing there, my beautiful African queen?
Hey, what's up?
What's the name?
Bambi the motherfucking goat.
Baby the goat.
Bambi.
Bambi the goat. What are you the goat of, Bambi?
Me, I'm a Capricorn, so yeah. So I'll be honest with you, I didn't know who the that was.
You just got the bathtub.
That's crazy. Actually, that shocks me. When someone doesn't know who Dr. Umar is, just anyone. Like, unless they're, I don't know, like some Midwestern accountant or some shit. But even then, I'm like, how do you not know?
I mean, I do now.
How do you not know about the good word of Dr.
honestly
Umar?
I think introducing my parents to the thoughts and teaching of Dr. Umar
Yeah,
will
Dr.
be like
Dr. Umar
a great
thought.
activity. That's awesome. Like
Hasan,
that's like,
no one knows who Dr. Umar is? Wait, really?
What?
Damn. This is a very white community, to be fair.
I think we need to bring Dr. Umar into the Jewish community. I think that he would drive them insane.
Oh my God.
We should get Dr. Umar on Ethan's stream. That's what I'm saying now.
We should get him on my stream. I want to have him on the stream.
I just got
Hasan Piker.
Nah, I just got to go to sleep.
You need to get in the tub. I've been telling you to
Nah,
get
I
in
had
the
to.
fucking
You
tub.
ain't f***ing told me.
I told you to get in the
ain't
tub
told me
2
get
days
no
ago.
Drewski,
You been should have got in
You
the
ain't
tub.
told me get no motherfucking
We're not gonna do
tub.
that. We're not gonna do this in front of Dr. Umar.
Baby the goat.
This a doctor. This a
I'll
doctor.
put that on your face and let you smell it, man. Drewski, you wild ain't that?
Okay, what's your background? You want to be my brother's queen? Tell me what you bring to the table.
Shit, I
Assets, gifts, talents, interests, experience.
I cook, clean, suck dick, and shut the fuck up.
You clean and you know how to shut up. So you would be more of a servant wife. You're just going to do what you told.
More like submissive, yo.
I don't have a problem with submissiveness. But normally,
shocking.
Some men, when they're empire building, he's empire building, I'm empire building, we tend to want a woman who can be submissive.
Yeah.
But who also has...
And who will shut the
As a black person, you introduced me to Dr. Umar. Granted, I used to never be online, and I still hardly am. You can't say that while you're in this community. This is an extremely online space.
True, but who also has some assertiveness.
Right?
Oh, Lord, stop it.
That's why I say, you get you a little mess going before you get up out of here. I got you. Go ahead.
Stay focused, Bambi. Consciousness over the cookies, Drewski.
Okay.
Politics over the punani.
You're right.
Revolution over the romance. Yeah. Institutions over intimacy. We must build before we have love.
You're right.
Otherwise, what we have
He's
is
so
what we
good
make
at
love
like
for.
speaking in like these catchphrases.
That's TMI. That's TMI. That's real hood. You're acting real ghetto.
Dr. Umar, you ain't gonna like
Stop
nothing wrong with no
acting
head, man.
That's
A little bit of that sloppy, man.
Baby's my
Get you
favorite.
right
The problem with
In the
Black
first
America
episode, she was the
is we
fucking
got
best.
black people and we got ninjas. Y'all acting like ninjas right now.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
need y'all to
You're
act
right.
like
Sit
black
up.
folks.
Sit
Now,
up.
what are you bringing
Sit
to
up,
the
man.
marriage?
Man, I'm big as hell. I'm already saying
Sit
up.
up. Act like a queen.
She's cute. No, physically, she's cute. That's not the issue. But her personality is extremely aggressive. There is no filter. She goes from 0 to 100. A man building an empire cannot do it with a hood rat.
Oh.
Do you have a tendency to snap off in public around people? Are you emotionally secure? Or are you a loose cannon? Because
Nah,
I'm getting loose cannon energy.
Shit, sometimes I could pop off.
If you catch him flirting with other queens, what will you do?
You flying for?
No, you said when you said pop off,
Okay, you spit on
I
it.
caught something.
It came out of your tongue ring,
When
your
you
lip
said, when
ring.
you said pop off.
Pop off. Look, don't be flirting. Hey, first off, we
If you
talking
catch him
about
flirting, what would you do?
What the fuck you mean? What he need to flirt with somebody else for when he got me? I'm already big as three. I'm 3 other women. Baby, if he want another bitch, I'll switch my wig. I could be Janet Jackson or Kelly Rowland. Which one you want? Hold on, he already was flying with somebody. And why the fuck you bring somebody to the house without our permission?
I don't know about this one, Drewski. This a ride or die. Maybe chief of security.
Let me talk.
Chief of security.
Chief of security. I don't know about queen status.
That's what I
Listen,
said.
when you date a
No,
man.
this has security.
Okay, you sure?
Hear him out, though. Hear him out.
Okay, what that say? What that
This
say?
that Drew
Let's say my
Skid.
name.
You already got his name in.
Yeah, this my
Let
man.
me tell you the first definition of crazy woman.
Me?
To get a man name tattooed on your body before he's yours.
He is mine.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Loose cannon.
You see how
I'm going to
close he
give you a
is?
diagnosis right now.
Hear him out, hear him out.
Thirsty disorder with crazy tendencies.
Bitch, well, give me some water. F you talking about?
I don't know if you're emotionally controlled enough
she
to be
hits
the
him,
wife,
man.
because the wife has to see something she don't
needs
like
to,
and still conduct herself
lay
like a
him
queen.
out.
I
You gotta
think you
be
will. I
emotionally
think you will.
controlled.
I think you will go into
Baby,
ghetto
no.
mode.
Hear him.
I think you will go into ghetto mode when you're not supposed to. You got to be classy at all times when you're going to be the wife of an empire builder. I don't think you're there yet. Are you there yet?
Very much there.
Are
but
you
he
sure?
Do you not know what the
You
f-
said
happened
if you
last
caught her
night?
with another
What you
queen.
Do you know what the f- you did last night? You talking about...
What I do?
It wasn't nothing classy about shit you did last night.
What I do?
Girl, you got on the counter. You left a little bit of sludge on the bar.
What sludge? What sludge? What sludge?
That liquor was wasted. Stop lying, nigga. Every day I take a motherfucking shot. I told the you want me to put this on your nose.
She's not going to be the wife.
I am gonna be the. I am
No,
his wife.
we're done.
I know. I'm getting off. I'm gonna stand out business about my man.
I'm going to
We're
refer
gonna
you to
come
the
and grab
security
you.
team. You would be an excellent security guard at the front gate.
I mean,
No, thank you, my queen.
he
Black
talk too
queens
much,
forever,
too much.
snow bunnies never.
Man.
Huh?
Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. You're a black queen.
You're a black queen.
I had to make sure I heard what you said correctly.
What you thought I said?
I thought you said something about he need a snow bunny or something.
No, we don't bunny hop. No bunny hopping.
Drewski, stop playing with me.
African queens only. But I want you to get rid of that pink hair. I want your natural hair. Go
I
natural.
ripped this wig out so quick, you better not play with it. Don't.
If you really think about it, Dr. Umar's the Bernie Sanders of self-help podcasters, always on message. It's true.
Oh my God.
He sticks to it.
He really does not leave the billionaire class, African queens.
He's got
snow bunnies.
Tremendous message
The
discipline.
billionaire class are hoarding all of our African queens.
Yeah.
Take it off. With a natural hair. Take it off. Get rid of them damn weaves. Bring that nappy hair back. If I can't grab it, I can't have it.
He talked too motherfucking much.
She was ratchet. She was the fellatio
She's
queen.
right, dog.
This white chocolate.
Good afternoon, white chocolate. The name. Are you a mixed race sister? He said white chocolate.
Yeah.
Or are you
mixed.
Caucasian?
I'm Caucasian.
And what is your Caucasian ethnicity?
What do you mean?
Are you Swedish, Nordic? Are you
I'm
British?
I have Puerto Rican in me.
Okay, so you got some Puerto Rican. Which parent is Puerto Rican?
My dad's side.
And your mama's side is?
White.
And then she
Just
got
white. So
family-
Anglo-Saxon and white Puerto Rican.
And her family members are...
Like mainly black. I got a black family. My stepdad.
Okay, but you identify as Caucasian, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we definitely snow bunny. I was not aware of Drewski's type, but if I had to guesstimate what his type is, I would unfortunately have to say I think Brother Drewski prefers a non-African woman. She is not a melanated queen. My first question, as a white woman, as a Caucasian young lady, why do you want to marry a black man?
She's actually never dated a white dude at all, ever.
Okay.
She dated all
So
black
she
guys.
loves chocolate, nothing but chocolate milk.
That's why we call her white chocolate.
Why?
Yeah, she loves chocolate milk.
I'm just not attracted. I'm just not. They just don't do it for me.
The white guys don't do it for you. What are you attracted to in the black men?
I like all the ranges of skin tones.
Okay.
Get something in milk in there.
Like
Yeah,
I can
like it
relate
too.
to them more.
Mhm.
So I feel like with me always being around black people, being with black people.
Being around black is not the same as being black.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. But I feel like I just relate to them. Like I can listen to what they have
She
to
can
say.
relate to me in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Okay.
I do listen. I'm here to
She
listen.
listen to rap
Listening.
Other than
She
dating
listens to
black
rap
men,
music.
have you ever actually tried to help the black struggle as opposed to help yourself to black men?
Right. I've been at 3 protests that were near me.
Just 3.
Just
been to
3
3,
that was
yeah,
near me. Yeah.
Let me ask you.
I'm gonna go
That's
to
a
the next
lot,
one. I'm gonna go
because-
to the next one with you too, baby. I'll go to it with you.
I'm a
thirsty.
nurse.
He's definitely wanting the white milk.
Yeah, no,
He's a bunny hopper. But here's my question.
at times.
My question.
I can't indulge. She didn't let her
can't
emotions get the
indulge.
best of her like Mrs. Lebanese. But nonetheless, not
It is
being
so
the sister,
weird seeing,
she
like,
cannot be a
Drewski,
recommendation.
like,
If I get pulled over and a black person's with me, we're getting
like, manage
searched.
these
I know
responses.
that.
Okay, hold on.
So
now.
that's
that ain't all the time.
That's not all the time, but it's way more
slow your
likely.
roll.
It's way more likely.
Will you be willing to sign a prenuptial agreement? And the reason I'm asking is when we look at RG3, we look at Michael Strahan, we look at Tiger Woods. Would you be willing to sign an ironclad prenuptial agreement?
Yeah, prenup is not an issue when you make your own money.
Let's bring it out there.
Okay.
Let's,
She's good with the prenup.
get the papers.
Will I sign a prenup? Yes. Money's not the problem. Money never the problem. Holy shit.
You sound like a decent woman, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, white chocolate. Thank you. Yeah. Put it. That's homegrown right there, too.
Stop thirsting. That's what's wrong with you,
right,
Negro.
you right.
Stop thirsting for the white vagina.
Yeah, you right, you right. And as you know, Dr. Umar's rules is black queens forever, snow bunnies never.
Oh,
I do not support
I didn't know
interracial
that was
marriages
one of
at
his
all.
rules.
I had no idea. Dr.
Prize
Umar's
purchase
whole
is the most
ethos
fun
is a
I've
bit of a
had.
cipher to me. I don't really know what he's up to.
Yeah, I can't tell what his perspective is on this, on the matter of interracial relationships,
$50
on the matter of miscegenation.
Lady, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Oh, it's a dick sucking class.
Ladies,
I've
tonight
seen these
we're
implements
going
before.
back to school.
And not because I
We're
took
doing
one.
it with the best teacher in the world. She is a perfect example of what happens when you persevere, put your mind to something, and put in
Bro,
the 10,000 hours.
that was frame one. You clocked it being a dick sucking class instantly. That was. I'm sorry. You're
so
not.
Did you not see banana, eggplant?
You
hot
are
dog.
not convincing anybody that you have not attended a dick sucking class with that. You just went. You clocked it.
I look at images
to become
and I examine what's in them.
Noah taught my dick sucking class. That's why he didn't participate in it.
I see what's on the screen and I make observations.
I'm just saying. I still don't know if you're right.
She is literally #1 in the world at what she does. And what she does is sloppy talk.
I like corn on the cob, huh?
She is a fellatio expert, and she has given millions
She has a
of
certificate? That's crazy.
fellatios.
Millions?
Mm-hmm. Millions.
Millions?
Without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Professor Linda Kuhn.
Hi, I'm
What?
Miss L.
Oh no! That is not what I was expecting. Yo, what the fuck?
All right, keep going.
Respect. Yo, she must be really good. That's all I'm saying.
And I am certified in oral sex education. Hi, girls. My name is Miss L, and we are here for oral sex education.
I'm not expecting, like, you know,
What do you need a
this
protractor
old
for in
lady
this?
to, like, really know how to, like, suck.
I sucked before, like, that ain't nothing to me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm 22, I can suck a it ain't nothing. She too old to be doing it.
My man was very happy
old.
for 33 years. Okay.
I know that's right.
And my word to y'all is practice makes perfect. I love oral sex, especially to a man. Over 25 years, I have given many, many, many.
Hello, mommy.
Hey, yes.
What's going
I'm
on?
here.
Yeah.
What's going on with you? I haven't talked
I don't know.
to you. I was
Yeah, you know, I've been in this house with all these girls. It's been
with all
crazy.
these girls.
Yeah, I don't know. If they can hold up to y'all standards, that means they can be good in the house. Y'all are a tough cookie to crack, so.
Well, I don't want to get in the middle of some freaky business that you got going on with all these girls.
There's no freaky.
Drew, I'm not into that.
Number one rule is no teeth on the penis.
Beware an old woman in a profession where people die young. Yeah, it's a risky business. This dick sucking.
Bananas now.
You're going to go ahead and with your mouth, you're going to make a circle.
First, I was confused and I was like, let me take notes because Juice is going to need this. So I went to taking notes. She was telling me how to hold my mouth.
Oh my
with the
God,
O
T.
and
Grizz,
how to stick it
my
down
queen,
the bag.
finally.
And I know I need a little practice, Juice. So please bear with me on that part. Like, please don't do anything like shoving. I'm not ready for that. Take it slow.
You do a little bit of suction on it, okay? We do not slobber all over it.
Yo, I'm a whole ass virgin. You gonna give me this big ass thing? What the f? But that's what I do. I put it in the back of my throat, and when I take it out, it's just gonna be
When
wet.
you first put it in, you don't put it all the way in.
Dummy.
I mean, she knows what she's talking about. I can't lie. She knows what she's talking about.
Grab the bottom of the shaft with one hand.
So this the head.
What if it's curved?
If it's curved, there shouldn't be no problem. You just put your mouth and go around it. Size does not matter. It's all the same. If you have a technique.
Can you take that right there in your hand? Is it because you have less teeth? Oh.
How? Just how? Showing us tricks I never even seen.
I did not expect it, to be honest.
Just to the head. You take your tongue. If you give them oral sex, they will reciprocate strenuous intercourse. I want you to start, once you get the head, I want you to start doing inch by inch, go down the, you get an inch down, take your tongue and twirl it. Go down the next, twirl it. And this is the start of it.
I don't think you need to be able to learn to suck on a fucking gourd, dude. That shit is like, that shit's the size of a baby's arm, okay? Like, what the fuck?
Then you can do a couple up and downs. I hope that I helped Drewski, and I hope that the women that took this information will use it and practice, maybe on Drewski.
The other girls in the class, they was eating that shit up. They was with her. I'm not gonna lie. They was writing down notes. They was asking her questions.
You eat
Yes.
Ugh. Now that's what I call a woman.
What happens if
you throw up on it?
Oh, do we get too
Oh my
close to the
God, you throw up on
definitely
it.
gonna make him stay home.
You don't want to do this and have him explode. You want him to last. Inside has more nerves. It will make him
all the nerve endings on the backside of the tip. And, you know, I'm a nurse, all about the anatomy. And it is nerve endings, so you can't forget that area.
If you want to slow them down, you go to the outside. You take your thumb, you put your thumb up in there, and you take your thumb very gently. Take and rub your thumb around and around.
I like rubbing my thumb around that hole though.
Ew. I like the thumb thing. I'm gonna be taking that.
Y'all
Professor
go
Kuhn,
Yes.
are you forgetting something?
No.
We like it raw. Keep it real.
Natural is the best way.
I like to talk to me. You hear me now?
I don't like that shit in my mouth.
What if
She's
one of these
amazing.
ladies wants to one day be board certified like you are? You are certified, correct?
Right.
When you did get your certification, what exactly was your final exam?
They brought in different types of fruit.
That's crazy. Like, I mean, I was wondering that too. Like, do you suck a penis at the end of it? And then there's a guy who's like, all right, this is the best my shit's ever been sucked. Here's your certification.
We had to perform on that.
So you're telling me you had to suck a for your test?
Mm-hmm.
Don't eat it.
Oh, wow. She closed her eyes. That's how you know the suck about to be good.
See how my cheeks go in?
Yeah, you carved. Oh.
Whoa! Hey, yo! She put the whole thing in.
Oh, shit now.
Oh, my
Mr.
God.
You a freaking motherfucker now.
She was cucumbers and eggplants,
And then she's just like,
I'm 70.
By the way, I don't know how they managed to do this, but like, this is the least sexy dick sucking I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, it's pretty like
it has the opposite
it's
effect.
de-eroticized.
It's having it is having the exact opposite effect.
In fact, I'm not really into fruit anymore.
Yeah,
I'm kind of over fruits. I think I'm just gonna
Years
die
old.
of scurvy.
Thank you, my love.
Needed it.
And hopefully you can all use this valuable
It's educationally
information
porn brain degenerate.
on Drewski at some point.
Bro, they had a lady come in and try to teach her about sucking.
Hey, hold up.
But you know, look, you know, I don't need a lot of teaching on it. I know what I'm doing.
Wait, why are you telling that to your,
Your
brother?
brother.
What the fuck?
I don't know about everybody. Then she was a white old ass lady. I said, I said, do you know how to suck while you teaching us? Let us see. Man, she unraveled that motherfucker banana, stuck that hoe down her throat. Did she surprise me? If Drewski was there and he seen that, I don't know. You know, Drewski like his sloppy, so I think he would have liked it. I think he would have liked it. You know, he like his that get down and dirty.
This is the Coulda Been Love Mud Brawl.
Put them up against each other. Y'all been fighting in the house, doing this, screaming, this, scratching, scraping for shit. Put them in the mud. We gonna see who wanna squabble.
I think you all pretty much already know that Drewski loves a woman who can clean up. But what you might not know is he also loves a woman who can get dirty.
Down and dirty.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. Nasty.
Filthy.
Yeah.
That's me, that ass.
Unwashed.
Drewski really
That's
has
what
the
Drewski
Bernie
likes.
Mac voice down.
We know some of
so
you are already
well.
wrestling with your sexualities. You can take that out in here as well. Our first match
It's like spending this
is
whole
going to be
episode thinking, who does he
TT Baby
sound like? And then I put it together.
versus Meatball.
And y'all in here playing. I don't got time to play. Playtime been over, bitch. This real life. And I'ma show you.
Ladies, want a clean wrestle?
Let's go! Let's go! Oh! Oh, shit! No, no! Oh! Oh!
Clap it up.
Oh shit, bro! TT is doing surprisingly well for her age.
All right, break it up, break it up.
Good wrestle, good wrestle.
Why you ain't put the head cap on?
He did.
Oh, shit.
Meatball.
Yeah, chop it up.
Next wrestling matchup, we have Bambi.
Bambi, BBL against...
No, BBL.
Yeah, I like my girl natural anyway. Come on. Come on, hey! Keep it clean! Keep it clean! Oh!
I don't know what the type of mud that shit was, but that shit was slippery as My nails are ruined. My skin is literally tinted black.
Keep it clean, bro.
That's a match. That's a match. That's Bambi. That's Bambi.
Oh. Yeah. God damn. Your shit not even coming on. You needed this for a minute, too. I was trying to... We're going to keep you over here.
This next match is going to be a call-out match. Nugget, is there anyone you want to call out?
Tyler.
Tyler.
Whoa.
Nugget and Tyler.
Okay.
Tyler. Into the pool.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with a little shrimp. Come on, son. Get your ass in there.
Let's go, Nut.
Oh, man.
They gonna make it fair and square. Come on. Get in there. Get in there. Hey, oh!
Okay, Switcheroo is wild for going, you know, she did not even, she just went right in for it.
Okay, all right, that's abuse right there. Don't, hey.
Oh my God, this is just drowning her.
Pull him back. Hey, pull him back. Don't do that. You can't put her in the chokehold like that.
Keep it clean.
She's too small for that.
Switch is evil.
Look at Nugget, she trying to sneak her. Yeah, tear him on.
Oh my God.
Yeah, get him, Nugget. Go ahead, Nugget. Oh, shit. Yeah, what the hell going on?
Oh no.
What happened? ACL? Oh man, y'all. She got barbecue sauce all on her.
I feel bad. Should I go get somebody else?
No, you done enough damage. Yeah, huh?
There's barbecue sauce in there?
Let's do it. Come on, Tigran, show them what it is. Oh, shit. Hey, come on, Tigran. Come on, Tigran. Tigran, come on, show him. Hey.
Round two.
They really do not segment this by weight class, I gotta say.
They could have too.
I know, they've really got such
there's some big ladies. There's a big range.
He ain't going for that. Oh, yeah.
We built like men. We know how to control ourselves in situations like a real man.
Asian persuasion. Daddy Yankee. Yeah. I like that. Oh, shit. Oh.
She got up on me. She's like on top of me, trying to punch me. Okay, first of all, does this face look like it eat hits? No, it don't. This face do not look like it hits, bitch.
I'm actually kind of disappointed in Nina because she's brolic. Like she actually has like full 8-pack.
Make money. That's all I do.
Yeah, Daddy Yankee. Daddy. Oh shit. Yeah, Daddy.
It's clean.
So then I was like, not me, bitch. So I grabbed her.
Oh. So how you do that shit in jeans, Daddy? Yeah, Daddy. Oh!
Oh, turn it back around.
That might be a tie.
Turn it back around.
Tie.
Okay, Drusky wanted Nina to win. Okay, he tilted the scales in her favor.
Got country and demon on the whistle.
Don't be scared. Hey.
She's got me up, down, all around. I'm backwards. She kind of swept the floor with my ass.
Oh, shit. Hey, break it up.
Ladies, great job out there. The wrestling was great, but I think what we like to see the most was the sportsmanship and the support you showed for your
Clap it up for yourself.
Your fallen soldier Nugget as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the next step of this process is one of you or more of you are going to have to head home. We're going to go directly to eliminations from here. We'll meet you up there.
Only one girl can win my heart, and that's that. We got to do cutting at some point. It is what it is.
Ladies,
Blowback
quit clapping
season
early.
6 comes out later this year.
Meatball, why the long face? Well, I got some good news for y'all ladies tonight. Tonight, one lady's not going home. 2 ladies are not going home. 3 ladies are not going home. And I got some bad news for you. 4 ladies are going home.
What am I doing?
4?
I'm sitting here alone watching Drewski. What am I doing?
You said good news. What's the good news?
One lady's not going home. 2 ladies are not going home.
What happened?
4 people were going home. We've done made friends, so our friends are on the line, you know. Anyone can be eliminated at any time.
For the 10 girls that do get to stay, you get to go jump in the pool, which I know you guys are looking forward to. Without further ado, let's bring out the man of all of your dreams, Mr. Drewski.
Just blinking the mud in their eyes.
Look at you looking all sharp and we looking all muddy.
Oh. Well, let's not forget we are competing also, not just for my love, but for $50,000 presented by Prize Picks. Clap it up for that.
Okay, ladies, we're gonna do this pretty quick. So there's gonna be 10 of you who are gonna get a rose. Come up and collect your rose if your name is called. If your name is not called, you're one of the final 4. You are going home.
To the house.
My heart like boom, 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 boom.
Okay, the first lady who gets to go jump in the pool and get all that dirt off your body.
Must be talking about me. Bro, if he choose somebody else, bro, they gotta run with me.
Meatball.
Meatball. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
You good?
Yes, I'm okay.
Okay. It looks like they want to get in the pool.
Can I jump in the pool? Can I jump in the pool? Can I jump in the pool?
The next lady who will remain in the competition and maybe will be able to jump in the pool. Unfortunately, tonight, she may have lost an ACL, but the good news is it's spelled with lowercase letters.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Not too much. We know about you. You trying to hit that little shit last night. Yeah, I need to talk to you too about some shit. You better slow down.
Staying with us tonight as well, headed to the pool, Tyler.
Tyler.
Yeah, that was a given.
Not a chance. Get your ass in the pool. No, I'm not. Hey! Let's take a shower, baby. Yeah.
Girl, y'all not getting in that bed with Drewski. Let's be real. You're not getting in the bed with him. I'm gonna be in the bed with him. Unless he chooses one of the snow bunnies.
Ladies, I'm gonna offer you a
I really did want to hear Dr. Umar's opinion on switcheroo.
unique opportunity right now. All of you have got this far in the competition and you have a chance tonight to enter into the top 10, which means you'll have a chance to win $50,000 and Drewski's heart.
But you can jump out of the competition right now if you feel like you're gonna get eliminated. Lose your chance of winning $50,000. Take half of the love with CJ and try to get $5,000 right now.
If you would like to eliminate yourself right now for $5,000 and
take half of the love
and CJ's heart.
So you know my dumb ass. I was like, is it guaranteed?
Is that 5K guaranteed?
5K guaranteed. And half of the love with CJ, but you miss out on the extra $45,000. And
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't got no. Hey, before I got this, that 5K guaranteed.
you can leave with CJ right now. He gonna take you home and he gonna do whatever.
I don't want CJ, baby. If that would have said guaranteed 2 times, I would have went. Cause let's be for real, Drewski, you're not gonna pick no stud. Like,
are you in or out?
Drewski.
You in or out?
Okay, she's gonna wait.
All right, nobody took off.
Okay.
No, that was taking that 5K. He was pitting us to the test. You know what I'm saying? I'm going harder. I don't care if that said 10K.
She's ride or die.
We're talking 50K. I'm not popping out now.
TJ, I'm sorry.
Next up.
nobody want a piece of none of that midget ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have said you. A little one night stand with you or something could have got there, but not no CJ.
Next up, staying in the competition, headed to the pool, Daddy Yankee.
Daddy Yankee. Yeah, fist bump. Yeah,
That's messed up that she said that about CJ.
You good, bro.
Next up, come and collect your rose, Mrs. Bambi.
Let's go.
You're in the tank for Bambi, huh?
Yeah, dude, Bambi's fucking funny, dude.
All right.
See y'all! We don't want to be y'all, eh?
You like mess, you like drama, you like chaos. I'm not a hater, but I'm very observant. They named me TT Baby for a reason.
Okay, ladies, it's coming down to the nitty gritty. Keep in mind, 4 of you are headed home, and the rest of you are headed to the pool and will remain in the competition.
A lot of snow
Come and
bunnies
collect your
remaining.
rose.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely on purpose.
Dr. Umar did a number.
What? Did like Dr. Umar just like did he brain
Dr. Umar convinced
The
Drewski.
next name who will be with us,
Black Queens forever, snow bunnies never.
Demon.
Demon home. She got them titties out. Titties out.
I was looking. Hey.
Yeah, that's crazy because she's a last minute, like Drewski went to a nightclub and picked her up at the nightclub and brought her into the game.
See, it's
brilliant.
That's a strategy.
Like she is not even supposed to be there. Like she was a addition after people had been eliminated already. And she said the N-word is true. That too.
It was like, oh wow, making snarky little comments like, what the fuck is oh wow? Like, why would I have gotten eliminated my first night here?
Get that camera in my face!
Bro, all that shit.
I just got here.
And you guys love Bay?
She did get
I
3
think they did.
BBLs.
They tried to kick her out of the room last night.
Like out of all people, like why her?
Like at the end of the day, fool, you in the house now. So at this point, I'm gonna let you
4
know. I'ma give you
BBLs,
the
my
rundown
bad,
of what
4,
it is.
not
I'ma let you
3.
know that's my man.
Let me ask you, ladies. We have 6 remaining. 2 of you will be staying. 4 of you will be going home. How are you feeling?
Nervous. Shaking like a stripper, tighten up.
It is what it is.
Next, staying with us tonight, come and collect your rose, please. Himothy.
Himothy. Damn.
You almost left the competition.
Yeah, she almost ran
How does
away.
it feel to leave for almost $5,000?
I wasn't gonna do it. I just wanted to test the water. Shaking like a stripper, tighten up. You know what I'm saying? I had to.
The water was warm. Water was warm.
That's all.
That big too, and them. You got big.
You love.
You can see it through them briefs.
Yeah,
That's
he's
crazy.
showed off my mood like. I felt good. Like that was a compliment. Like I don't give.
Drewski, would you like to address the final 5 because only one of them will be staying with you tonight?
Final 5. You know, we've been through a lot, y'all. Everybody, you know, did what they needed to do in this competition. It's about love at the end of the day. So I'll still even if you ain't in the competition. But you just don't have one.
And he will. Ladies, if I call your name, come and collect your
This is
rose.
a crazy.
Go get in the pool and enjoy your night here at the Could Have Been
Don't
Love
eliminate
Estate.
Nina. Don't do it,
If I do not
Drewski.
call your name, it's over for you.
Call Nina.
Gotta get on the bus.
He's gonna
We ain't going to the club
somebody.
The name is?
Time to sub. If you want to know, if you want to know who actually won, you got to subscribe, chat. That's right. Thank you to the chatter who reminded me because I keep forgetting. That's right, baby. You're right.
Woo!
Yeah, let's get those subs going.
Sub train running.
About 350. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Everyone's ranker. Thank you for the 5. I can't. Oh shit. Fuck. King Conquer. Secta King. Lesbian Boulevard. Thank you for the 5. Young Nut.
Young Nut.
There's some Lip Hungry Harley with another 5. Yeah. Do you want to know who wins?
Oh, wow,
Girth
there's a big
Burgers.
one.
The Forever Spawn.
You just got a big one.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up, but I can't. Grandma Name. Dude, this community loves they love reality TV show reacts. It's crazy. Last time I did this, like, it fried the system, basically. Not even hiding like the announcement or anything, but just straight up, I was like, if you want me to watch another one, subscribe, and then I can't even read it anymore. It's like bricked. Scuff Seal. JD Pondon. Lord Ducky Bear. Iridescent Vulture. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 10. X-Lone Sentinel. Roguelite Bearer. Meggie with the 50. Demon Girl Lemmy with the 10. God damn. Been a while since Unusual Meme. Quadriplegic. Thank you for the 10. Let's go. Hassan's New Pharmacist. Thank you for the 5. It's not even triggering a hype train. I don't know why. Stop rewarding this evil. Jank DJ. BS Colo. Thank you for the 5. All right. We're getting back into it. It's done. Enough. Imagine if Hassan did this for the news. Yeah, if you want to know.
Folks, if you want to know if a nuclear bomb is currently dropping over West Germany, hit subscribe.
Mate Feed R, thank you for the 10. Olympia, thank you for the 5.
We went Snow Bunny.
I'm shocked. He giving roses to people who in full-blown relationships. People got roses that don't even like him. I really like him, but hey, if you don't like me, cool. I ain't gonna sweat
That's
him.
crazy.
I don't chase him, I replace him, so it's good.
Asian persuasion gotta go.
Man, what is something I can't do?
Wait,
it's
why?
It's whatever. But low key though, I'm happy.
I feel bad for Nina. I think, is it because she says she wanted a really big dick? She was like, this is the type of dick. That's what it is. I'm kind of bummed. I'm not gonna lie. This was a bad decision for the Asian persuasion defenders out here.
I'll say it. I think it's because she sounds like she just smoked like 50 camels.
Okay, well that's your thing, you know?
I'm just saying, man.
It's messed
No,
up.
I'm not. I'm not that happy. I'm like sad, you know, cause like I really do like him, you know. I'm here really for a good time. I just want to chill, you know what I'm saying? Never seen Atlanta before, so I came in.
I'm just saying. Gotta go. White chocolate.
Go get
she
the
didn't
pool
even
white
get in the
chocolate.
mud, man.
but she's getting in the pool.
White Chalk, you still getting in the pool? Country, gotta go.
I really, really am shocked. I wonder if there was a mistake. I'm here for the right reason. It's giving a little distracted.
I don't think I could have did anything else better. Think I did my shit. 2 of my close girls left. 2. E-Baby and Asian Persuasion. So now everyone in my room is gone.
That girl did not talk at all. She did not engage. She didn't do shit.
So ladies, what this means for you is that everything you've been through, all of the mental, physical anguish, the mud wrestling, putting your life on the line, has been for naught.
Final 10. Now what?
It only gets more difficult from here.
Yeah. I'll see the final 10 in the house. Let's get in the pool.
It's sad. There's a somber tone to all of this in the backdrop, as there is plenty of
And then
love
there
lost.
were 10.
Hey! We Jesus' 10 disciples.
Girls, congratulations. You still have a chance at Druski's heart, which I know is the only reason you're here.
Hello, right.
But also $50,000 is on the table.
Yeah, yeah. Put it on the floor. Yeah. You like a bitch that get down and dirty. Yeah.
Well, listen, I know you girls are
I hope
feeling
Nugget's the
muddy.
medical
You're
tent.
feeling gross. I heard some of you are feeling itchy in your
I'm
privates.
still wondering about
Just
that
sounds not
situation.
fun.
I feel bad for her.
And for that reason, and as a congratulations jump, I'm going to say the words, and you guys get into this chlorine and wash your bodies.
I peed on myself.
Meatball just peed.
I had to pee before I got in the pool.
Most people pee in the pool.
Yeah, I couldn't hold it.
You just peed?
Hey, respect for that.
You not
Respect for that. Respect for that. Hey, I just know I've seen it all.
Oh my God.
Yo, bitch, you're officially the realest bitch in the world. I ain't no fucking white.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. Meatball.
I got pee on my pinky toe.
Ladies, you can now baptize yourself in this could have been love water.
Oh my God. And I'm cooked.
And Meatball, the bathroom's inside.
Get that little pee out. Hey. Can I stand here? Y'all see the titties, y'all better catch it.
I'm Caleb Presley, and you're watching Could Have Been Love with 10 women remaining with a chance at Druski's heart and $50,000. Next time.
That was some. That was some.
That
All right,
was
that's
some.
a good note to end this on. I know I said we're gonna do banana peels, but we're not. We're not doing banana peels. I'm so tired. That'll be all for today. Let's say thank you to Noah Colwyn for being here.
Thank you guys all for watching. Thank you for chatting. Please listen to Blowback.
Hell yeah.
Listen to Blowback Podcast.
Blowback Podcast. Season 6 coming out soon.
Season 5 out now, wherever you get your podcasts. If you like the thing, if you want to get the next season when it drops, go to blowback.show, hit the big button that says subscribe.
The fuck was that? That's crazy. You just started auto playing a video. All right. That'll be all for today, folks. I'm not going to be live tomorrow because I have a really cool collab coming out. I have the podcast and also merchandise. That's right. I'm doing a merch shoot tomorrow because new merch is coming out. New season is coming out. So hopefully we'll be able to get back to Kingdom Come on Monday. But see you on Monday. Peace, everybody.
Uncle Uger's face, sad in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on A at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown, a full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun